Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
This was 100% suspicious. Mark, though illiterate and uneducated, could feel it in his gut. Wow, you've already sold this much. Watching the thugs pocket Cooper's goods, Mark and Daisy looked on with lifeless eyes. They no longer felt hatred, fear, or even despair. What is it that you want from us? Mark, overwhelmed with genuine curiosity, asked in a resigned voice. It couldn't be that these scoundrels were harassing a crippled man like him for a measly sum of money. You still don't get it. Hearing Mark's plea, the thugs grinned widely, as if they had been waiting for this moment. You've got some debt, don't you? And your house is about to be seized, isn't it? How do you know about that? No way. Mark's eyes widened in shock as a face came to mind, the creditor who had visited his house just yesterday. It must be tough raising a daughter with that inconvenient body of yours, huh? Your daughter's got a pretty face and seems well developed. Most importantly, she's still a virgin, right? Isn't she too precious to waste her life with a father like you? We can find her a very good job. In no time, your debts will be gone, and your house will be safe. Daisy, was it? What do you say? Come with us, and you won't have to keep living like this. You'll eat delicious food, wear beautiful clothes, and never go hungry again. And who knows? You might have a full belly all year round. Ha ha ha. Mark finally realized what the creditor and these thugs were truly after. So that's why they had been so eager to lend him money. And so tolerant even though he hadn't paid a cent of interest for 3 months? Never, you filthy scum. Mark, flailing his empty sleeve, stepped in front of his daughter as if to shield her. Scum? Who do you think you're calling scum, huh? Thwack. Without hesitation, the thugs began mercilessly kicking Mark. The wooden carvings Daisy had painstakingly crafted were smashed along with him under their feet. AHH. Dad. Daisy's terrified screams rang out from behind. Daisy, my daughter. Before Mark realized it, Daisy's arms were being held by the thugs, as if she was about to be dragged away. Guards. Mark, tears streaming down his face, frantically looked around. This area, at least, was one where the city guards frequently patrolled. But there wasn't a single guard in sight. Looking for the guards? Dream on. The thug sneered knowingly, as if reading Mark's thoughts. The one who hired us bribed the guards. For the next 2 hours, no guards will come near this area. Thunk. The thug's words were abruptly cut off. Out of nowhere, a short sword stabbed the talking thug in the neck from the side. Slash, thunk. Following this, another short sword and a hand axe ruthlessly hacked at the remaining thugs. In an instant, 5 bodies lay sprawled around Mark. The 2 thugs who had been trying to abduct Daisy were among them. You're in quite a state, Mark. Sir Joseph. Mark looked up at his rescuer with bewildered eyes. Though it had been years since they last met, he recognized him instantly. At least we weren't too late, Joseph said as he helped Mark to his feet. Wait. Sir, your arm. It was only then that Mark noticed Joseph's left arm. If his memory served him correctly, Joseph's left arm had been shattered by a troll's blow during the expedition where the Grand Duke had perished. Yet here it was, attached and fully functional, albeit with skin the color of the sky. Hey, Mark. Can't you see anyone but Sir Joseph? At that moment, others who had accompanied Joseph came into Mark's view. Den, Snow. They were comrades who had faced life and death together during the Northern expedition. Den, your leg. Snow, your hand. Mark had heard after retiring that Sir Joseph had continued living as a one-armed mercenary. Den, who had lost his left leg below the knee, and Snow, who had amputated all his fingers except his thumbs due to frostbite, had found jobs sorting magic stones mined. Meanwhile, Mark, who had lost both arms, could do nothing but rely on the meager support stipend he received. Even that stipend had recently stopped coming. How is this possible? Yet here they were, standing before him, looking completely whole. We received a blessing. A miracle of a blessing, Den said, rolling up his pants. His left calf was dark brown, with magic stones embedded in places, but it appeared to function perfectly. People of the North repay their debts, no matter the cost, even if it means their lives, Snow said, flexing his fingers. His fingers were pure white, with what appeared to be magic stones embedded near his knuckles. We went through quite the trouble tracking you down, Joseph remarked, seeing Mark's stunned expression. This place went into chaos after the recent coup, messing up all the paperwork and administration. That's probably why your stipend was cut off. So we've been going around the domain, searching for everyone one by one. So that's why his support payments had stopped. What's going on here? Massacre in broad daylight in the city. Arrest them all. Kill them if they resist. At novel bin at. Just then, city guards came rushing in. That bastard. Mark saw him. Among the guards was the creditor. 10 men? They sure brought plenty, Joseph muttered, clicking his tongue alongside Snow and Den. As a mercenary, Joseph had honed his skills, and though Snow and Den had taken a long break, they were seasoned soldiers who had survived the extreme northern expedition. To not recognize a senior and to persecute him like this, they're a disgrace to the North, Joseph declared, drawing his sword. Kill them all. TL note, rate us on novel updates. Kill them all. Mark's eyes widened in shock at Joseph's words. Wait, Sir Joseph, no matter how much of a knight you are or how we're former members of the expedition, If we kill the guards recklessly, don't worry. We're official employees of the Arad Trading Company, far above such matters. With those words, the 10-3 battle commenced. Aik. Kraya. The result was a resounding victory for Sir Joseph's side. Here. Is this the one? Thunk. Den tossed the severed head of the creditor who had tried to flee at Mark's feet. By the way, Mark, are you still having nightmares? Mark, who had been staring at the severed head, looked up and spoke. I don't think I'll be having them anymore. His gaze fixed on Joseph's restored left arm. Dad. As the situation settled down, Daisy ran into Mark's arms. Yes, my daughter. It's all right. It's all right now. Everything's fine. Mark, unable to use his missing arms, used his face to nuzzle Daisy's head in a comforting gesture. How much time had passed like that? Finally feeling the full embrace of her father, Daisy began to calm down and regain her composure. Although corpses were still scattered all around, Daisy was a northerner. Growing up, she had often seen dead bodies, both human and monster. Were they like you, Dad? Disabled. Her curiosity and awe-filled eyes turned toward Joseph and the others. Daisy was fixated on their unique prosthetics, their skin strange yet mesmerizing. On the outskirts of Renslett's high tower, several large buildings had recently been erected. Though hastily constructed, they were far from shoddy. Incredible. They've managed to implement reinforced concrete construction in such a barren land. It appeared that the mineral-rich North had developed construction methods using lime powder and rebar. Word had it that this technology had been preserved since the Golden Age. Well, the North was one of the few regions that escaped the madness of the Dark Ages. While the Empire had only recently adopted such techniques, the North had been using them for centuries. Even when they were savage druidic barbarians, they had never forgotten the secrets of reinforced concrete or northern cold iron. Add the witch's spirit magic to the mix. No wonder the Grand Barrier and the High Tower were built in this frozen wasteland. These robust and immense buildings were being constructed far faster than anything on Earth. I like these factories better than the ones back on Earth. Even from the perspective of someone from Earth, the factories were highly satisfactory. 5 such factory buildings were under construction, with the first one already completed. Around the completed building, elite knights and soldiers from the High Tower stood guard, maintaining strict security. Inside, the manufacturing process was in full swing. At the entrance, dozens of men were sawing and carving monster remains. Hey, Bill. Is the femur done? Finished? Take those over there. Got it. The scene was unusual even by the standards of this world. Some workers focused exclusively on carving bones. Others worked solely on cutting muscle. There were even specialists dedicated to tendons and hides. Once the initial processing was complete, the materials were loaded onto carts and transported further inside. Careful, careful, move it slowly. Watch the heat. If you burn it again like last time, your pay's getting docked. The deeper they went, the more meticulous the work became. Masked workers clad in thick clothing and gloves were sweating profusely as they boiled the processed materials. How long has pot 3 been boiling? Pot 3, take it out and deliver it to the witches. Pot 15's a failure? Failure? Clean up team, come handle it. Some workers submerged materials into vats, others stirred ceaselessly, and yet others focused solely on cleaning and moving goods to ensure a smooth workflow. At the heart of the building, selected witches engraved magical circuits onto magic stones and monster materials, all while letting out groans of exhaustion. This isn't artifact crafting. What an ignorant and soulless production method. Gathering materials, refining them, enchanting them, and lovingly naming the finished product, that's how artifacts should be made. Even the elite task of inscribing magical circuits, something only mages could do, wasn't spared from the monotonous grind of factory work. My back is killing me, sitting here engraving lines all day. Shut up. At least the pay's good. True. That's the only reason I'm doing this. If only my apprentice hadn't burned down my lab trying to cook. I'm sorry, master. Never mind. What's done is done. Take this to the back exit. Tell them it's security enchanted and ready to go. Yes, master. Even at the factory's core, the process wasn't complete. The magically refined materials were loaded onto carts and sent to the back exit for the final assembly stage. The next candidate is a former soldier named Mark. Looks like he lost both arms. How has he survived this long? He lost both arms? Impressive. What are his height, weight, and torso measurements? Workers reading the candidate's physical information proceeded to fit bones, magic stones, and muscles tailored to their bodies. Once again, each specialist handled their specific task: bones, muscles, tendons, or magic stone fittings. To Earthlings, this factory system was familiar, but to the people of this world, it was entirely foreign. Previously, artisans had personally crafted each item from start to finish in their workshops. Here, however, rigorous standardization and division of labor enabled mass production. Even a primitive imitation of a conveyor belt system, using carts, drastically sped up production. Outside the building, near the rear entrance, people missing arms or legs waited eagerly, their faces filled with anticipation. Next. Mark, step forward. Yes, Dad. Yes, my daughter. I'll be back soon. Adat novel bin adat. Okay. Mark parted with his daughter momentarily and stepped into the building. When Mark, a disabled veteran who had lost both arms, stepped into the factory through the rear entrance, he found himself in a gigantic, bustling scene unlike anything he had ever seen before. Wow, Mark, take off your shirt, a man who appeared to be a clerk instructed him before he could even process the sight. Why yes. I hereby bestow upon you these 2 arms, crafted under the orders of the Grand Duke of the High Tower, sweat forged by the witches of the High Tower and the employees of the Arad Trading Company, in the name of the Renslet. And just like that, the 2 arms Mark had dreamed of were given to him easily, almost too easily. All he had to do was stand there. The employees, who were already prepared, attached the bioprosthetics to his severed arms with a casual, almost mechanical precision. The new arms seamlessly connected to his body, accompanied by a slithering sound like writhing tendrils. All done. Try moving them slowly. Start with your fingers, then your wrist, elbow, and shoulder. After moving them, pinch yourself to check for sensation. The new arms were yellow in color, but Mark didn't care. He was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he felt sensation in his arms for the first time in years. Do you pledge loyalty? To Arad Jin, who invented these life-giving arms, and to the Grand Duke of the High Tower, who generously covered all costs. The clerk, with an abacus hanging from his belt, spoke as if conducting some kind of ceremony. Of course, I will dedicate my life and soul. Mark, still crying, nodded fervently. Good. Then do you vow to work at the soon-to-be-completed second factory? I swear, I'll give my all. Mark swore without a moment's hesitation. He had already heard from Den and Snow about how the Arad Trading Company operated. Good. Then do you also promise to send your only daughter to the soon-to-be-opened Renslet Academy? Academy? What's that? But when the topic of his daughter came up, Mark suddenly became cautious. It's a place where children will learn literacy, arithmetic, and magical engineering. Magical engineering? What's that? It's the core technology behind creating magical artifacts, like your new arms. A form of magic, essentially. Then, are you saying my daughter will become a witch? Not a witch, per se think of it as training experts in enchantment. Enchantment? That sounds good, right? Naturally. Then why offer such a good opportunity to my daughter, a mere commoner? By that logic, it wouldn't make sense to give you these expensive arms either, would it? The clerk's annoyed glare silenced Mark's doubts. Are you doubting the goodwill of the Grand Duke and Jin? His tone carried an unspoken accusation. We gave you arms and a job, and you still don't trust us? How ungrateful. No, absolutely not. It's just hard to believe. TCH? Next. The clerk moved on, no longer willing to entertain Mark's questions. After all, even he had wondered the same things when he first started. The first factory of the legendary Arad Company. Though built in a hurry, the factory was surprisingly sturdy, thanks to reinforced concrete and the spirit magic of the witches. It was functional and had everything necessary. Magic certainly proved useful in construction. Welcome, sir. Good to see you, sir. As I inspected the factory, the employees who noticed me hurriedly stopped their work to greet me. Get back to work. Don't mind me. I waved them off, urging them to focus on their tasks. They're excellent workers. The productivity is ideal. Watching them return to their tasks, I felt a satisfaction akin to being pleasantly surprised. As expected from people who've survived the harsh north. They're used to hard work. Any doubts I'd had about employing people from another world had long since disappeared. Especially the soldiers we recruited this time. They're skilled in butchery and anatomy. Though most of them couldn't read or write, their understanding of butchery and human anatomy was exceptional. Growing up in the north, where hunting, warfare, and slaughter were part of daily life, likely played a big role. Each of them feels like a seasoned artisan. Is this how a quartermaster feels when they get farmhands as recruits? Among these northerners, we had specifically selected elite soldiers from the High Tower's forces, and from them, those with exceptional dexterity. The talent pool for the Arad Company's production workforce seemed limitless. Thanks to that, we were able to mass-produce Chimera prosthetics far earlier than expected. How long has it been since I've seen such a satisfying sight? Seeing the manufacturing process run so smoothly reminded me of my old company, Jin Industries, back on Earth. If I could bring these magic stones and magical engineering techniques back to Earth, Jin Industries could dominate the global market, surpassing South Korea to become a megacorp. Such thoughts were pure fantasy, but they were tempting nonetheless. At Novel bin Adat. Sir, here is the current production queue. My brief daydream was interrupted when Chief Secretary Teo approached me with a report. Are there really that many disabled veterans in the North? Yes, sir. Many of them are struggling to make ends meet. He answered with eyes slightly shadowed by dark circles. I had noticed before that he spent his evenings reading late into the night. What a diligent employee. I resolved to give him a generous bonus this week so he could buy more books. The human will to survive is truly remarkable. Some even haven't received their stipends due to administrative issues and corruption, I hear. Yes, it's infuriating. How could anyone stoop so low as to exploit the destitute for personal gain? I hear the Grand Duke was furious about it as well. I've been told enforcers have been deployed across the north. A large-scale purge is likely coming. I fully support it. Those scoundrels are a disgrace to the north. While discussing with Chief Secretary Teo, I couldn't help but think that this tragedy, in some ways, might be a blessing in disguise. I feel bad for the disabled veterans who lost their stipends, but this situation is pushing the north further towards centralization. I feel bad for the disabled veterans who lost their stipends, but this situation is pushing the north further towards centralization. The north had already been a region where the Grand Duke's influence was immense. Recent events had only accelerated its centralization. Nearly half of the north's territories were now directly under the Grand Duke's control. Of the remaining half, another 20% belonged to loyal nobles like Balzac, Sun, and Haida, who were unwaveringly devoted to the Grand Duke. That left only 30% of the north's lands under the management of ordinary northern nobles. Walking through the factory with Secretary Teo, I spoke in a regretful tone. These Chimera automale prosthetics. No matter how I think about it, it feels like a waste. If we could sell them to the Empire or even across the continent, we'd rake in money hand over fist. I share your sentiment, sir. Unfortunately, it's unlikely because they involve black magic. Teo nodded in agreement. Of course, as chief secretary, he understood the value of these prosthetics better than anyone. They're incredibly valuable, yet we can't profit from them. I clicked my tongue in frustration, a strange sense of déjà vu washing over me. This situation feels oddly similar to the early days of Jin Industries back on Earth. In the early days of my business on Earth, we hardly made any profits, focusing instead on market entry and research and development. Back then, my company was seen as a money pit, consuming investments without yielding returns. I'd spent countless hours convincing investors and securing more funding. It had been a grueling time at Novel bin Adat. Or maybe the Arad company has it much better. At least we started as a royal charter company with unconditional government backing. Then again, looking at it now, things seemed far brighter. The gold and silver coins Arena extorted from the Empire were all invested in the Arad company. Arena had funneled every coin she extracted from the Empire into my business, allowing my venture to expand instead of collapsing under its weight. Still, I bet those with money would find ways to acquire these prosthetics through back channels. But I wasn't content to rely solely on investment capital. Weren't there a fair number of renowned mercenaries from the north? Yes, sir. Now that I think about it, it's rare for such individuals to remain unscathed. Many must have suffered injuries after years on the battlefield, and I'm sure there are nobles who've become disabled fighting alongside them. Teo nodded, sparking an idea. If we targeted these individuals, we might expand the market for our Chimera prosthetics. Some of them might even have connections to the Frost Knights. I'll propose the idea to the High Tower, Teo offered. No, I'll discuss it with the Grand Duke myself. I've been considering something for a while now. This marked the true beginning. Money, money, money. The real tug-of-war with finances was about to begin, a battle of deficits and surpluses, expenses, and income. I moved with Teo to the core of the first factory. Watching the witches engrave magical circuits onto the prosthetics, I couldn't help but click my tongue in frustration. Can't we hire more witches? No. They tend to prefer freedom, and their insular nature makes them unwilling to work unless they're desperate for money. The witches' expressions were markedly different from those of the other workers. They looked like they were working under duress, their faces screaming reluctance. If not for the magic texts I authored and the golden carriage I offered, they wouldn't have agreed to this at all. It was clear they only took the job out of financial necessity. But there was no helping it. Witches, by nature, were stubborn individualists who didn't even listen to their matriarchs like Isabel. This trait wasn't unique to witches, it applied to mages across the continent. Their insularity means mass-producing spatial storage bags is off the table for now. Even if I wanted to expand the business, capacity was an issue. For now, I was grateful they were at least engraving magical circuits into the prosthetics. But I can't just sit around and wait for the academy to be established. Looking at the witches made me anxious. Time was the issue. The gold and silver coins we received will only last until mid-next year at best. The root problem was funding. Daily increasing labor costs, the rising expenses of factories, dormitories, and academy construction, and providing meals for the employees. To top it off, the Rensselaer Academy had to be operated for free. Meals, textbooks, teachers, lodging, clothing, even living expenses, everything had to be borne by the company. Even if I wanted to charge tuition, most Northerners can't afford it. Most Northerners were still poor. Not that I wanted to charge them. All of these expenses were investments for the future. But this academy is a money-eating monster. The lack of proper educational institutions in the North makes it even more expensive. Until now, Northerners had to either hire retired officials or knights as private tutors or send their children to study in the Empire. The lack of formal educational infrastructure meant that the initial investment costs were bound to skyrocket. The second factory must produce something to stabilize our finances. It'll be the cash cow we need for sustainability. My thoughts naturally turned to the soon-to-be-completed second factory. Like Arad salt, the production process would require no magic yet involve significant technical expertise that was impossible to replicate. Finally, I'll launch the first project I originally intended to pursue. That golden business idea sparkled in my mind like a treasure trove. TL note, rate us on novel updates. 53 Circumstances of the President and his Secretary, 2. After completing my inspection of the first factory, I stepped outside, breathing in the fresh air, and naturally headed towards the second factory. Arriving there with Teo, I saw that the construction of the second factory was about halfway done. Move the lumber over there. Bricks go here. The witches are using earth spirits to dig the ground. Everyone, stand back. 7th decade? What are you doing there? The work isn't finished yet. At the bustling construction site of the second factory, soldiers mobilized from the high tower and witches were tirelessly at work on the construction. Are the soldiers participating in the construction being paid wages as well? Of course. Thanks to that, there's hardly any complaints. For the record, the soldiers were receiving separate wages from the Arad company. In other words, the soldiers sweating and building here were effectively earning double, receiving both the basic salary from the high tower and an additional salary from me. Any grievances so far? None at all. I doubt there's a workplace like this anywhere in the north, or even on the entire continent of Arcadia. Plus, the food here is delicious, isn't it? That's true. Initially, I had planned to hire regular adventurers or common folk, but the plan was scrapped due to potential dangers. Additionally, there was the risk of assassination attempts against me. Instead, raw materials like lumber, limestone, bricks, and steel were procured through northern merchant groups. While we bought from the merchant groups, they, in turn, employed lower-level adventurers or commoners to handle the supplies. As I was about to move past the second factory site after giving it a once-over, I noticed a very familiar figure with white hair approaching from ahead. Mary. Ah, President. Perfect timing. I had some questions about the academy. As soon as I saw her, I immediately jumped into work-related talk. Yes, please, ask me anything. How's the recruitment of teachers for the academy coming along? We've secured teachers for subjects like literature, arithmetic, and history. Retired officials willingly agreed. However, we haven't been able to find a mage. Aren't there battle mages among the adventurers or mercenaries? I heard some operate in the magic zones. To be precise, there isn't a trustworthy mage in the north. I see. And what about the witches? The witches can't teach unless it's an officially adopted disciple. Tisk. I clicked my tongue at Mary's words. It can't be helped. For now, you and I will have to handle the magic-related classes. Me, sir? Yes. Aren't you quite a capable magical engineer? Just teach the children based on the magic books I've recently written. If there's something you don't understand, you can ask me. From what I had observed of Mary so far, she was both a witch and not a witch. Though an illegitimate child, she had noble blood in her veins. Because of that, she seemed relatively free from the restrictions placed on witches. Practically speaking, she wasn't a witch but rather a female mage. However, Mary's expression didn't brighten upon hearing my words. Don't tell me. Seeing this, my heart sank. Don't tell me you also find it difficult to teach because of some unwritten rule or taboo among witches. No, that's not the case. It's fine. Whew, that's a relief. Feeling an unwarranted sense of worry, I asked for confirmation, and Mary's response reassured me. Good. Very good. I'm glad I appointed Miss Mary as the Academy's dean. Do you think so? I'm sure of it. But why does your face look so gloomy? Adat novel bin adat. Could you reconsider? I prefer my previous position as secretary. Secretary? But aren't you often absent from the company? It's hard to call someone like that a secretary. That's. Judging by her reaction, Mary's gloomy expression seemed to stem from her recently changed position. I apologize, President. I'll make sure to come to the company more often from now on. Looking like a puppy abandoned on a rainy day, Mary alternated glances between me and Teo, who stood beside me. Until recently, the tasks she had handled were now being carried out by Teo. Does she feel competitive? Interesting. Noticing her reaction, I inwardly smiled in satisfaction. A healthy sense of rivalry among employees was always beneficial for the company's growth. Ha ha ha. Ahem. Teo, caught in Mary's sad gaze, awkwardly smiled. Judging by how he only looked toward the high tower, the situation seemed uncomfortable for him. Looks like Sir Rosie might have told him about Mary. Even at a glance, I could sense that Teo found Mary intimidating. To help Teo out, I suggested an idea to Mary that I had been mulling over on my way here. Or would you prefer handling both the academy and secretarial work? Both. Yes, instead of being solely responsible for one, you could manage both depending on the situation. That sounds good. Mary's face lit up once again. Oh, by the way, Mary. Keep your evenings free from now on. Seeing her face brighten like the moon, I continued speaking. In the evening? May I ask why? Why else? We'll soon be teaching magical engineering at the academy together. We need to ensure you're properly prepared. Starting tomorrow evening, we'll begin one-on-one tutoring. Tutoring? Don't tell me. Like, home tutoring. Something like that. You'll stay at the company and study with me. Just the two of us. Yes, just the two of us. Why? Yes, just the two of us. Why? Because right now, the only person around me who is literate, numerically skilled, knowledgeable in magic, handy with crafts, and unrestricted in teaching is you, Mary. At least, as far as I know. As I explained, Mary's ears slowly turned red. Adat novel bin adat. The proposal from Arad to stay late in the evening for one-on-one study sessions. I understand. I'll definitely make time for it. In response, Mary spoke with enthusiasm and determination, her previously gloomy demeanor completely gone. Indeed, Mary's passion for learning is truly remarkable, as expected of the future Grand Witch of the Snowfields. Watching her, Arad smiled in indescribable satisfaction. The more I see, the more I feel it's a shame. If not for her personal circumstances, I could work even harder. No, use her even more efficiently. It seemed that Mary wasn't thrilled about her new position because she feared fewer opportunities to learn by my side. But surely Mary doesn't harbor romantic feelings for me, does she? The thought suddenly crossed my mind, like an axe-wielding maniac barging into my rational thoughts. It wasn't the first time a fleeting suspicion had surfaced, but I had always dismissed it. Yet now, seeing her unusually happy demeanor in front of me, I couldn't help but consider the possibility more seriously. I reflected on my own feelings toward Mary. Whenever I saw her, there was a warm, fuzzy feeling in my chest. A strange sense of familiarity and joy. It's far from romantic interest. It's more like the excitement of discovering a remarkable talent. If not that, then it's akin to how one might feel toward family. Oddly enough, really oddly, I couldn't imagine having romantic feelings for Mary. It just didn't sit right with me. And conversely, I don't get the sense or certainty that Mary harbors feelings for me either. The reverse seemed to be equally true. I couldn't pinpoint why, but mentally, that was how it felt. As if dealing with family. Could it be that the enchantment on that necklace includes some sort of mental magic? I had a vague idea of why this was. Likely, it was due to Mary's necklace, the one concealing her power and identity. That necklace probably played a role. It must have an enchantment designed to shield its wearer from scandals by subtly dampening certain emotions. So Irina trusted that and assigned Mary to me? Is this some kind of otherworldly version of the Pence rule? I let out a quiet chuckle. Of course, I didn't know. Nor did Isabel, the creator of the transformation necklace. Enchantments involving mental magic required exceptional skill and mastery. Unbeknownst to anyone, there was a flaw in the necklace. Mary wore an unintended safeguard that made it difficult for either party to develop romantic feelings unless the love was extraordinarily deep. Evening fell, painting the sky with the hues of sunset. Ready, Mary? Of course, President. After finishing dinner, I headed to the first factory with Mary, or rather, Irina in disguise. On the way to the factory, we passed employees returning to their lodgings after the day's work. The witches were nowhere to be seen. They had flown off on their brooms to leave work earlier than anyone else. Good night, President. Thank you for today's work and the meals, sir. The employees, though visibly tired, greeted me warmly with bright smiles. Mary, aren't you leaving work? Are you staying with the president instead? Have a great time, you too. They threw playful comments at Mary, who was walking beside me. Dressed as Mary, Irina felt her face flush with embarrassment at their teasing. Lowering her head to hide her burning cheeks, she followed me into the factory. Inside, we were greeted by Theo, who had been the last to stay behind. President? I was just about to lock up. Theo looked puzzled as he asked, do you still have work to do? No, you can head home now. Theology. Is that so? Then why are the two of you here? I'm here to teach Mary magical engineering to prepare for the academy. I see. Well then, enjoy your evening. Interpreting my words far too enthusiastically, Theo quickly excused himself, leaving the factory entirely. Now, only Irina and I remained in the vast factory. Was the magic lesson just an excuse? Irina, meanwhile, was overwhelmed with thoughts that left her unsure how to react. Her hand instinctively fiddled with her necklace. Oh no, I thought I was prepared for this. The significance of my suggestion, combined with the reactions of the employees we encountered on our way, seemed to point to something more than just tutoring. Even someone as inexperienced in romance as Irina couldn't miss the implications. Shall we go in? Just then, I guided Irina to a separate room prepared inside the factory. Why yes. Trying to calm her pounding heart, she followed me into the room. If the first child is a boy, I'll name him Lewin. If it's a girl, Luna. Our family has always had few descendants, so I'll need to have many children. I should come up with more names, just in case. The Rensselaer-Ducal line had a long history of sparse progeny, but Irina was confident. I'm the first Grand Duchess of Rensselaer. She was brimming with resolve to break the curse of single heirs and short lifespans that plagued her family. With true love, anything is possible. During the short walk to the room, she had already named 6 children and several grandchildren. Moments later, Irina found herself deep in thought. The Northern principle was clear: grace and grudges must always be repaid. Yet she was conflicted about how to interpret this situation. Should she consider it a blessing? Or a grudge? What do you think so far? You don't look like you understand. Very well, let me explain again. In this circuit, the formula. When is that supposed to happen? TL note, rate us on novel updates. Circumstances of the President and his secretary. 3. When the lesson started in the room, Irina held on to her expectations. Well, jumping into it right away would be odd. I can wait a little longer. She half listened to Arad's lecture while mentally revisiting everything she'd learned about male-female relationships from married maids. She even reviewed some of the more intense information Isabel had shared. Let's move on to the next chapter. Turn the page, said Arad. But an hour passed, and all they did was make steady progress through the lecture. What's going on? Are we really just studying until the end? In the end, Irina had to accept the reality of the situation. Reality. Another hour went by. For this reason, the ultimate goal of magical engineering is to create a semi-permanent power source that runs on natural mana, rather than the energy stored in magic stones. Since mana is omnipresent in nature, it eliminates the need to laboriously procure magic stones, much like simply basking in sunlight. Arad, passionately teaching, noticed something amiss. Perhaps starting with nothing but lessons on the first day was a bit much. Let's call it a day and prepare to head home. Arad, noticing Irina's silent and somewhat dazed expression as she stared at the book, looked mildly apologetic. Is it over? We'll stop here for today. You've worked hard. Then, I'll see you tomorrow. Irina abruptly stood and headed for the door. I'll walk you out, Arad offered, following her. It's late, and the inner city is quite far. I'll ride my horse back. Yes, about that. Could you give me a ride? What? Irina stopped in her tracks at his unexpected request. What do you mean, what? My house is near the inner city too. The third floor of the Arad company headquarters. That's not what I meant. Where is your horse, President? I lent it out earlier when they needed more for the construction. It's probably resting somewhere by now. What about your guards? At this, Arad glanced around, but the Frost Knights and Knights disguised as employees, who usually hovered nearby, were nowhere to be seen. Looks like they wanted to clock out early too, he said with a shrug. Arad didn't seem concerned. He had long believed that Mary was secretly one of the Frost Knights, so the absence of guards didn't bother him. Meanwhile, Mary observed him in silence, piecing the situation together. That can't be it, Adat Novel bin Adat. It wasn't as if this oblivious man had intentionally dismissed his guards. It seemed more like the guards had acted with discretion on their own. They're just staying farther away than usual. Expanding her nightly senses, she confirmed that the Frost Knights were still stationed discreetly around the area, watching over them. Fine. Just for tonight. After a brief internal debate, Irina ultimately agreed to let him ride with her. Leaving him behind felt unsightly. Thank you. Oh, by the way, could I ask you to handle tomorrow morning as well? Ask your guards tomorrow morning. Rumors could start otherwise. Good point. Understood. Irina and Arad mounted the horse together. I'll take the reins, Irina said. Sitting in front, she held the reins while Arad sat behind her, his arms loosely around her like a back hug. Under the moonlit sky, the horse trotted down the road. It was early winter, and the northern chill was no joke. But neither Arad nor Irina seemed bothered. Being a native of the north and capable of using mana to ward off the cold, Irina was fine. As for Arad, his body well suited to everything but combat had quickly adapted to the northern weather, despite him not being a native. This adaptability often amazed the locals. The two remained silent as the horse moved. What on earth is this? Irina, meanwhile, felt overwhelmed by the awkwardness. Riding a horse together like this, half embraced by a man, it was a first for her. Normally, her heart would be racing like mad, but right now, it wasn't as intense. It was likely because of the earlier misunderstanding, disappointment, and embarrassment at the factory. Should I say something? The silence was becoming unbearably uncomfortable. Why are you going to such lengths? She asked finally, her words layered with meaning. What do you mean? Unsurprisingly, Arad didn't catch her nuanced question. Instead of clarifying, Irina decided to wait and see how he would respond. Are you asking why I'd be so generous as to lend out my horse? Well, it's for the employees and the company. If giving up one of my horses helps them work more efficiently and finish the construction even 1 second faster, I'd gladly do it. His response was exactly the kind of work-obsessed answer she should have expected from him. I see. Hearing this, Irina sighed inwardly. This man is the real deal, more so than even me. How did someone like this manage to make such a bold confession to me in the magical realm? She wondered, recalling their previous encounter. Back then, she must have squandered the opportunity bestowed by the Rensselaer ancestors. Still, his dedication as a leader is admirable. Though his answer was frustrating and disappointing, it also stirred a sense of respect in her. You're already doing more than enough for the employees, not to mention the soldiers helping with the construction. It's excessive. Still, a part of her felt a twinge of jealousy. If even a fraction of the care and attention he poured into the company could be directed toward her, she'd be happy. The Northern creed is to repay kindness with loyalty, isn't it? Treat them well, and they'll serve loyally in return. Not every Northerner follows that creed, Irina replied, recalling recent reports from the inspectors. Not all Northerners were skilled fighters. Not all were courageous. Not every Northerner valued honor and promises above all else. While many adhered to such ideals, there were always exceptions: people who formed gangs, corrupt officials who embezzled funds meant for war veterans, traitorous citizens colluding with enemies, and nobles plotting rebellion. Human greed knows no bounds. That applies to our employees too. Eventually, they'll take your generosity for granted. By Irina's standards, what Arad was doing bordered on saintly altruism. Even on Earth, with its more developed concept of human rights, such actions would have been praised as remarkably fair. Here, in a world just emerging from its medieval age, his conduct was outright shocking. Arad once told me he prioritizes character when selecting people and trusts his instincts in dealing with them. But how many of the current factory workers did he personally select? She recalled a conversation from her first day at the company, when she had helped him make a detection device. They had discussed his approach to recruiting talent. Right now, Arad is relying solely on the Northern creed. That's dangerous. TL note, rate us on novel updates. She recalled a conversation from her first day at the company, when she had helped him make a detection device. They had discussed his approach to recruiting talent. Right now, Arad is relying solely on the Northern creed. That's dangerous. The more she thought about it, the less jealous and the more concerned she became. As much as I hate to admit it. Because of this, Irina, now truly concerned, offered Arad her advice. You shouldn't be too kind or overly familiar with your subordinates. Is that so? Of course, Irina hadn't always harbored such distrust toward humanity. It was a perspective she had only recently acquired through personal experience. Most Northerners don't consider getting paid for their work an act of kindness. They see it as a contract, a fair exchange of their labor for appropriate compensation. Isn't that how it should be? If someone works, they deserve to be paid. That's true, but you're overdoing it. Our organization is highly sensitive to security. This level of care is necessary to minimize betrayal and desertion. As I said earlier, those who will betray you will do so regardless. Arena recalled her experiences in the abyss of the magic realm. She also thought of the recent treasonous incidents that had occurred. Betrayal knew no rank. Knights and nobles had betrayed her for their reasons, just as maids and servants had theirs. Besides, didn't you tell me on my first day here that you rely on your instincts when selecting people? How many of the current employees did you personally vet? The North is short on talent. If I tried to personally evaluate every single hire, we'd run out of recruits. But don't worry, I carefully assess anyone in key or executive roles. Even so, you're being too generous. Even if you saved their lives, gave them homes, jobs, and hope, they're only human. Eventually, they'll take it for granted. The words that came out of Arena's mouth, disguised as merry, were laced with mistrust and cynicism. She hadn't always been this way. Once, she had trusted and loved her subjects and subordinates deeply, aspiring to emulate her late mother. But that had only earned her resentment and betrayal. Arad gazed up at the night sky. Even so, it's something I must do. Finally, he spoke. Of course, there will be those who let me down. Nothing is absolute in this world. That's why we must focus on probabilities. Probabilities. The better I choose my people, and the better I treat them, the closer the probability gets, not to 0 or 100% but close enough. Though his words sounded reasonable and well thought out, Arad's inner thoughts diverged from his explanation. This is the North. It reminds me of a certain frigid country back on Earth. The Industrial Revolution, harsh labor conditions, the ensuing Red Plague, and the rise of strong, uncompromising. Ugh, my head. The cold North seemed to offer two options, the chaos of the Red Plague or the path of Nordic welfare. Better the latter than the former. Arad pushed aside his unease and spoke again. When I treat my employees sincerely, the number of people who betray me decreases significantly. But even a small number of traitors could endanger you and the company. Nothing in this world is absolute. We must prepare for that possibility. And if a handful of traitors are enough to bring down an organization, then that's a failure of its leadership. Arena felt a pang of guilt. Arad's words seemed directed at her. What if Arad hadn't come to the abyss of the magic realm? What if she hadn't had his salt? What if she didn't have his fertilizer? Countless scenarios flashed through her mind. Mary, you're making a serious mistake. A mistake. Unaware of her inner turmoil, Arad continued. You're too fixated on the possibility of betrayal by a few. You're neglecting the overwhelming majority who are loyal. You can't condemn the entire forest because of a few rotten trees. Arena shivered with embarrassment at his words. Why didn't I think of that? In hindsight, there were hundreds, if not thousands, more people around her who had responded to her sincerity with faithfulness. She had taken their loyalty for granted, like the air she breathed, while fixating on the betrayal of a few. Gripping the reins, Arena lowered her head to hide her flushed face and tear-filled eyes. Sitting behind her, Arad couldn't see her expression. In that sense, I think the Grand Duchess is truly remarkable. Out of nowhere, Arad began praising Arena, the Northern Grand Duchess. Despite the times, hasn't she managed to provide at least some support for war veterans? Regardless of the amount, that's something worthy of great praise. At novel bin at. That's. And what about taxes? Even with 70% of the budget allocated to military spending, she ensures taxes don't burden the people too much. She's careful not to cross the line, ensuring her people aren't overburdened. That's only possible because the Rensselaer ducal house and the northern nobles have practically abandoned luxury. That's all thanks to the policies established before the current Grand Duchess. That makes it even more impressive. What? Arena blinked, taken aback by the sudden compliment. Policies like these usually only last for the reign of the ruler who introduces them. But the current Grand Duchess has steadfastly upheld them. I deeply respect that. That's what led to the rebellion. In the Empire, northern nobles were seen as wealthy commoners at best. Ironically, the Grand Ducal House's policies, while garnering public support, also fueled noble dissent. That was inevitable, Arad replied in an indifferent tone. If the rebels had gotten what they wanted, would there have been no rebellion? No. Instead, there would have been a massive uprising among the common folk. The Empire would have swallowed the North whole. You seem to hold the Grand Duchess in high regard. Of course. She's a paragon among rulers. I'd wager there isn't a leader in all of Arcadia who surpasses her. This time, Arena's face burned for an entirely different reason. The Grand Duchess is truly a wonderful person, isn't she? Hearing you say this, President, makes it undeniable. Hearing such high praise from Arad, a man who had lived through a golden era, Arena couldn't help but feel giddy and flustered. TL note, rate us on novel updates. The Listener of the North, 1. Arad's praise of Arena continued unabated. She's not just good, she's the best. If she'd been born in another kingdom, she'd have unified the continent by now. Is she really that exceptional? Absolutely. Anything else? Other good points about Her Highness the Grand Duchess. For one, during the recent rebellion of the northern nobles, she minimized the use of collective punishment. I think that was a brilliant decision. Some might say the punishments were too lenient, but I see it differently. The North has a small population and a limited pool of talent. Overzealous purges would only endanger it further. But do you think those spared by her leniency are grateful? They might just be sharpening their blades for revenge. That's possible. But I'd wager the majority are doing the opposite. The opposite. They're likely working harder than anyone to prove their loyalty. I imagine Her Highness foresaw this and made her decision accordingly. I hadn't thought that far ahead. Irina hadn't been considering such long-term outcomes. She'd simply realized that applying collective punishment as the law dictated would implicate far too many people. It was overwhelming, so she restricted its scope as much as possible, blaming herself for being too lenient. During that process, mistrust and cynicism had gradually taken root in her heart. But this feels oddly comforting. Those memories, and the wounds they left behind, seem to be healing somehow. Is there more? More good things Her Highness has done. There are too many to count. I'd need to write a book. If that book gets published, it'll sell like crazy. It'd even boost the company's profits. More praise. I wasn't wrong after all. Overcome with dopamine, Irina trembled with exhilaration. Writing a book, not a bad idea. I'd be happy to help with it. Would you? Your help would certainly be invaluable. I'll try drafting it during our evening study sessions. Yes. The disappointment she'd felt during their earlier uneventful study session dissipated completely. Her worries about Arad's employee management methods were long forgotten. Even the embarrassment and confusion from earlier revelations were fading. It seems like Mary is really fond of Irina. She's happier hearing her sister praised than receiving compliments herself. Arad chuckled inwardly at Mary's reactions. Her innocent admiration for her half-sister was both endearing and charming. Of course, much of what he'd said was embellished. I felt bad for making that remark about leadership responsibility earlier, and I said it in front of the Grand Duchess's illegitimate sibling, no less. The sudden cascade of praise for the Grand Duchess was born out of guilt. Not to mention, Her Highness is frugal. Lately, I've heard porcelain from the Empire is being sold cheaply in the north. So Arad doubled down, extending his ode to Irina to a second, third, and even fourth verse. Yes, that's true. But it's not exactly cheap. Still, I've noticed some northerners buying porcelain. It seems like they've recently had more disposable income. That's a concern of mine as well. It feels like we're sliding back into the trade deficit we only just escaped. Right. Why would the Empire, busy using porcelain themselves, sell it to us at a lower price? There's always a reason. They're probably planning to make it popular first, then raise the prices. Exactly. They did the same with spices and silk. And how did Her Highness respond back then? Well, she didn't really do anything. She just made do with what was available. If there wasn't any, she did without. Irina reflected on her experiences at Novel bin Adat. She rarely wore silk clothing except for court meetings or formal events. Most of the time, she wore garments made from simple linen. It was the same with spices. When prices soared, she avoided them entirely, grimacing as she forced herself to eat bland, foul-smelling food. If Arad's salt hadn't been introduced, that's how things would have remained. Her restraint and practicality. I deeply admire those qualities in Her Highness. For Arad, this was just more material for his ongoing praise. Hearing him praise something she'd never thought of as admirable, Irina was stunned. The things she'd hidden out of shame, the things she'd never considered worth mentioning, were suddenly being lauded. Wearing fine clothes or eating luxurious food doesn't confer dignity. Leading by example does. That's the mark of a true leader. Is that so? Of course. In that sense, Her Highness's response to porcelain is exemplary. What response do you mean? Not allowing porcelain into the high tower at all. Oh, trends flow from the top down. If the pinnacle of Northern society doesn't use porcelain, the nobles and officials below will naturally hesitate to adopt it. It wasn't intentional. Irina had simply been uninterested in porcelain. She'd thought, how many good swords could I buy for that money? But even if the high tower resists, it won't last forever. The pleasure from his praise faded as Irina's worries returned. Could he? She began to pin her hopes on Arad. True. Eventually, even the high tower will have no choice but to adopt porcelain. If everyone in the north with money uses it, the Grand Ducal House won't be able to avoid it. Exactly. It's a serious issue. That's why the time has come to launch the first business venture we've been delaying. Oh, her hopes were rewarded. Though calling it the first venture feels odd. It's what I originally planned to do first with Arad Company. Irina tilted her head in confusion, then suddenly straightened up. Now that you mention it. Irina tilted her head in confusion, then suddenly straightened up. Now that you mention it. She vaguely recalled Arad once talking about a first business item in passing. We ended up not discussing it because of all the chaos afterward. With all the incidents and busyness since then, it had slipped her mind. Could it be? Is the first business item something like porcelain dishes? It's similar. By the way, I have a favor to ask of you. Anything. Please, go ahead. I need you to personally deliver a letter to Her Highness the Grand Duchess. Excuse me. Arad, without further ado, pulled a letter from his pocket and handed it to Irina, who was sitting in front of him. Originally, he had planned to deliver the proposal himself in the near future, but the course of their conversation had changed his mind. I'd like you to deliver this personally. Me? Why me? Besides, I don't have a high standing. If you say you're a representative of the official trading company, Her Highness will understand. But why me? I'll be busy designing new products for a while. Teo will also be occupied setting up the necessary personnel and production lines for them. So, this is, don't worry. You can handle it. What? Though his excuse was utterly absurd, Arad pressed on with unwavering determination. If I say it was my idea, neither Irina nor her advisors can object. Arad genuinely hoped that this would bring Irina and Mary closer together. After all, the girl in front of him, despite being illegitimate, adored her older sister and took pride in her family. How could such devotion not be endearing? Especially when she was happier hearing praise for her sister than receiving any herself. As her employer and someone loyal to her, how could he not intervene to help? Don't worry, Mary. I'll ensure the bond between you two flourishes. I'll show you what it means to be part of a family-like company. This, ultimately, was the driving force behind Arad's meddlesome behavior. And while I'm at it, I might as well earn points with the future Grand Witch. Of course, there was an additional, secondary motive, but Arad was convinced it was merely a side quest. The next morning, Arad appeared at the bustling construction site of the second factory. From here to here, build according to these plans, he instructed the witches who were assisting the construction using earth spirits. A kill? Are you planning to make bricks or pottery? Something similar. A request from Arad wasn't something to take lightly. To the witches of the High Tower, Arad wielded influence comparable to the Northern Grand Duchess or the Grand Witch Isabel, perhaps even greater, though the design looks different from a typical kill. Oh, you're right. It's got a curious structure. Arad's penchant for intriguing, mysterious knowledge, coupled with his good nature and striking appearance, only added to his charm. Let me see. Interesting. You want us to build this inside the factory? This looks fun. I want to do it too. The witches abandoned their current tasks to pore over Arad's blueprint with intense interest. Wow, by the way, is there anything our boss can't do? Even his drawings are amazing. Can you draw our portraits later, too? The blueprint, devoid of any apparent magical elements, made it easier for the witches to openly marvel at and critique Arad's work. Portraits? Build this according to the plans, and I'll consider it. Really? A portrait by Count Jin himself? I need to start dieting right away? Ha ha ha. All right, everyone, let's focus on finishing this before the factory walls go up. As Arad dangled the incentive and got the witches back to work, Mary, seemingly having just arrived, approached him. President. Ahem. The witches, who had been laughing and chatting moments earlier, fell silent in an instant. Well, get back to work now. Good luck, President. You too, Mary. Muttering their goodbyes, they quickly dispersed, moving as far from Arad and Mary as possible. What in the world did the old witch tell them about Mary? Watching them scurry away, Irina couldn't help but wonder. Mary, you're a bit late today, Arad remarked cheerfully, turning to her. Well, it's your flexible hours policy, so it's no issue. I was late because I was carrying out the task you assigned yesterday, she replied, recalling the meeting she'd held that morning with her advisors. Oh, that was quick? So, what did they say? They've agreed to proceed via the Frost Knights. Someone from their ranks will be coming to brief you soon. Just make sure you're prepared. Although it was technically her reporting to herself, she maintained her composure and acted naturally. Excellent. Unaware of the truth, Arad simply smiled in satisfaction. By the way, I overheard your conversation with the witches earlier, Irina said cautiously, her gaze lingering on his face. What about? You mentioned drawing portraits. Yes, I did. That portrait. Her Highness the Grand Duchess would surely appreciate one as well. Arad scratched his chin, pondering for a moment before nodding. Good idea. I'll set aside some time for that. You can deliver the message to Her Highness. Thank you. She'll be delighted, Irina said, genuinely pleased. But her joy was short-lived. Also, when you discuss the portrait with Her Highness, suggest including a composition of you and the Grand Duchess together. Think you can handle that? What? If Her Highness agrees, let me know. I'll come by right away. Irina felt as though things were spiraling out of control. Why are you suddenly adding such a strange condition? Artistic inspiration, Arad replied nonchalantly. A portrait featuring the two of you would be a historic masterpiece. What? If done well, it could become a priceless cultural treasure for our descendants. With Mary's face filled with confusion and disbelief, Irina stared at Arad at novel bin at. Well, let's focus on the task at hand for now, he said, dismissing her bewildered expression as he turned back to the construction inside the second factory. TL note, rate us on novel updates. The Listener of the North, 2. A week later, the second factory of Arad Company was finally completed. Inside the newly completed factory, there were 2 kills designed by Arad and crafted by witches. These kills were so massive that they took up half of the entire interior space of the second factory. Late at night, under the glow of magic stone lights, while I was inspecting the inside of the newly completed second factory, I heard Teo's report from behind me. Both the materials and equipment are fully prepared, boss. You've worked hard. What about the selection of employees to be assigned to the second factory? While acknowledging his efforts, I inquired about the progress of the project. Yes, we prioritized retired soldiers and their families. We ranked them according to their hand skills. Hire even those who lack hand skills. We can use them for cleaning, simple manufacturing, and transportation work. Understood. We'll also need to train the selected employees. Fortunately, some of the selected employees have experience in making pottery or stoneware. We can use them to provide basic training. Well, that works out perfectly. Although porcelain from the eastern regions is renowned, Arcadia also has its own techniques for crafting pottery and stoneware, like jars. The difference is that, unlike porcelain, the local pottery was fragile, heavy, and, most of all, not visually appealing. After hearing Teo's report, I shifted my gaze to Mary, who was standing beside me. Mary, are you ready? Yes, all ready. She was dressed differently than usual, wearing something that looked like work clothes. For reference, both Teo and I were also wearing similar attire. Before we move on to full-scale training and production, we need to create some prototypes. The reason the three of us gathered here at this late hour is for this very purpose. A product that can be made with nothing but the dexterity of ordinary human hands, no magical knowledge, no circle etched into the heart. A product that is simple to make but, by the current standards, exceedingly rare and valuable. That product is none other than ceramics. Let's begin. I decided to demonstrate the entire process of making ceramics, from A to Z, in front of Mary and Teo. It was necessary for me to try making it first so I could establish an efficient production process and training system. First, the soil must be refined. I prepared soil, feldspar, limestone, silica, and magic stone powder. After measuring the appropriate proportions, I mixed them all together. Fire the ceramics in a kiln heated by mana stones, using the lowest grade magic stone powder. Unlike Earth, this world has both mana and magic stones. I was already curious about what kind of unique properties the resulting ceramics would have. Not to mention, I even added black soil that wasn't used in the original timeline of the Silver Age 1. If I said I wasn't excited, it would be a lie. Puff, puff, puff. After the soil refinement was complete, I stumped on the refined clay with my feet. Mary and Teo stood there, staring at me in a daze as I worked. From this point on, you two should help as well. I waved them over, motioning for them to join in on stomping the clay at novel bin at. If we manage to create something worthwhile, you can each keep one of the pieces you helped make and use it. Yes. Understood. Both of them eagerly stepped forward and began imitating my movements, as if they'd been waiting for this moment. I need to gauge the training and skill acquisition time for employees based on these two. The reason I had them join wasn't to keep them from getting bored. If that were the case, I would have told them to go home. I wouldn't have made them wear work clothes either. Mary, who has excellent hand skills, and Teo, who is average. These two are perfect samples. Once we finished stomping the clay, we moved on to the next process, the clay wedging step. After some time, the wedging was complete. Since we weren't mass-producing or working alone, the process went smoothly. With that, the clay was fully prepared. It was now time to move on to the actual production of ceramics. Make any shape you want for the vessel. The three of us began the basic shaping process with the prepared clay. We can assign employees without hand skills to soil refining, stomping, and wedging. The shaping, trimming, and glazing processes should be assigned to those with good hand skills. Even as I shaped the clay, my mind was constantly working, running simulations of efficient production processes. We should differentiate the designs and patterns too between a standard version and a luxury version. I'll also need to build a separate workshop next to the second factory. From time to time, I reviewed and revised the production process in my head. After crafting the basic frame and outer shape, I moved on to the next step. Follow my lead. Turn the wheel with your foot while refining the shape with your hands. Now came the most iconic step in pottery making, wheel throwing. Whir, whir, whir. Using my foot, I spun the wheel and shaped the finer details of the ceramic vessel. They're both doing better than expected. While turning the wheel, I glanced over at Mary and Teo. Although they appeared a little awkward, they followed along surprisingly well. Mary seemed to be doing well because of her naturally good hand skills, and Teo, as a former knight, was quickly adjusting thanks to his physical coordination. Once the three of us completed the wheel throwing process, it was already well past midnight. Before the moisture completely evaporates, we have to do the trimming and carving. As soon as the wheel throwing step was complete, we moved straight to the process of carving patterns, trimming the base, and smoothing the surface of the ceramics. As expected, Mary is definitely skilled. Mary was unusually focused on carving swords and shields into the surface of the ceramic. Her attention to detail was so meticulous that even I couldn't help but nod in admiration. With both the shaping and carving completed, it was finally time for a break. Now, we just have to wait for them to dry completely. The drying process had arrived. Normally, this step takes up a significant amount of time since the pieces need to be air-dried in a shaded, well-ventilated area. But where are we right now? This is a fantasy world where magic exists. Take the pieces we worked on and bring them to the drying room. We also need to test if the drying room is functioning properly. The second factory had a dedicated drying room. If the two kilns took up half of the factory space, the drying room occupied another 30%. About an hour should be enough. Naturally, I had embedded magic stones, which I personally carved, into the walls and ceiling of the drying room. The glow of wind and darkness attribute magic stones sparkled, significantly accelerating the drying process. While they dry, let's tidy up. Cleanliness and organization are the most important aspects of any factory. While waiting for the drying to finish, we spent an hour cleaning and organizing the factory's interior. 1 hour later, we pulled out the fully dried ceramics from the drying room and placed them inside the prepared kiln. From now on, they would undergo a bisque firing at a temperature between 850 and 920 degrees Celsius. Whoosh! The kiln blazed to life. I lit the fire in the first kill, which had been set up specifically for bisque firing. Of course, since this was a fantasy world, I used a magic stone to ignite the fire. Please, let it succeed on the first try. Recalling the max level skills and knowledge stored in my mind, I stared intently at the flames inside the kill. Kills exist not only in the north but also across the Arcadia continent. As I mentioned before, people in this land have been making pottery and vessels for a long time. But that was about it. As I mentioned before, people in this land have been making pottery and vessels for a long time. But that was about it. The structure of the kills used in Arcadia had clear limitations. The control over the fire was crude, and they lacked knowledge of the proper clay composition, the most crucial aspect of ceramics. This is precisely why Eastern white porcelain is treated as a treasure. I wish I could enchant this kill too. Bisque firing takes up a lot of time, so I couldn't help but click my tongue at the inefficiency of the production speed and output. If I could deploy a barrier spell inside the kill, the production time would be drastically reduced. Of course, enchanting the kill was entirely possible. After all, I'd seen it done before, a phenomenon where the flow of time inside and outside a space differed, thanks to a barrier magic I'd encountered in the depths of the abyss. But the cost is the problem. Spending that much just for ceramics would be overkill. Time-altering barrier magic is one of the most advanced types of magic, and it would require at least a high-grade magic stone to make it work. Compared to the magic stones I used for the drying room, this would be on a completely different level of extravagance. Let's call it a day. As for sleeping arrangements, it's too late to head back to the inner city, so let's rest at the temporary dorms and return tomorrow. After one final glance at the ceramics placed inside the kill, Teo, Mary, and I left for the day. The next morning, after a quick wash, I headed back to the second factory, where I found Mary and Teo already there. The two of them were gazing at the bisque-fired ceramics inside the kill with eyes full of excitement and anticipation. I think I understand now why Eastern white porcelain is so beautiful. When so much time and effort goes into it, it's no wonder it's so beautiful. Although they didn't say it aloud, their faces reflected the childlike excitement of kids on Children's Day as they eagerly awaited their very own ceramic creations. Let's get right to it. Yes. Understood. Inside the second factory, where all access was restricted, the three of us stood before about 20 bisque-fired ceramics. The process was only about 70% complete, so the distinctive beauty and texture of white porcelain were not yet visible. From now on, we'll paint designs using pigments. The three of us poured all our focus into the next step. Mary and Teo approached this task with eyes sparkling with excitement, treating it less like work and more like a fresh, fun experience. Their smiles, brimming with joy, were more childlike than adult-like. Mary is carving swords and shields, and Teo is doing flowers and trees. It feels like they've swapped roles. Is Mary planning to gift hers to her sister? I recall Teo mentioning he's been seeing a certain lady recently. At novel bin at. As I watched them carve and paint their ceramics, I couldn't help but chuckle. Meanwhile, I kept my design simple, a calm depiction of deer and forest animals. If we can mass-produce porcelain similar to Eastern white porcelain, the North will escape poverty for good. Indeed. Currently, all the porcelain circulating throughout the continent features designs and shapes that cater to the taste of Easterners. But if we introduce ceramics with Arcadian-style designs, I guarantee that every single gold coin on the continent will flow straight into our hands. After finishing their paintings, Mary and Teo's eyes glowed with conviction. That's exactly right. I nodded, agreeing with their assessment. The Arcadia continent was currently in the middle of a porcelain craze similar to how Europe was obsessed with chinoiserie during the Renaissance. In the past, it was Eastern spices and silk that gripped Arcadia by the throat. But that was no longer the case. Recently, Arad salt has been steadily eating into the spice market. The silk trade was also on its last legs. About 10 years ago, the Empire's southern region and the Royal Alliance successfully started their own domestic silk production. But porcelain? Not yet. Alright, if you've finished the design, carefully dip your pieces into this. With the painting and carving complete, we moved on to the glazing process. After carefully applying the glaze, all that remained was the grand finale, the final firing, where the ceramics would be fired at 1300 degrees for over 10 hours. Come back tonight. Have the soldiers guard the area thoroughly. We placed all the ceramics into the second kill, which had been set up specifically for this final firing. Alright, let's get back to work. I led Mary and Teo, who kept glancing back at the kill with lingering attachment, out of the factory. It felt like I was guiding foreign tourists on a pottery workshop tour. Late at night, Mary, Teo, and I returned to the second factory. Everything's clear during the shift. Thanks for your hard work. After thanking the knights and soldiers who had been standing watch outside the factory since the previous night, we approached the kill. It's finally time. The sound of dry swallowing and heartbeats thudding echoed around me. Did it succeed? The bisque firing went smoothly, but I felt the same tension as them. To be honest, even as someone from Earth, I didn't know every detail of how to make ceramics. All I was doing here was applying the max-level knowledge I'd obtained from the game Silver Age 1. The skills I was relying on were under the life skills category of the game. Since it's knowledge from 100 years in the future, it shouldn't have failed. The game Silver Age 1 was set in an arcane punk version of Arcadia 100 years into the future. If you compared it to Earth's historical timeline, it would be like skipping the Renaissance and Age of Exploration with magical engineering, then jumping straight into the Industrial Revolution. It resembled the Belle Époque era of Europe. Some areas even showcased magical technology that was far more advanced than modern Earth. This created a large gap in cultural and technological differences between the early and late stages of the Silver Age. There was even a growing movement to name the era that followed the Silver Age. Some people were already calling it the Platinum Age, claiming it had surpassed even the ancient Golden Age. Phew. Even with the future knowledge of the Platinum Age at my disposal, I couldn't stop the subtle nervousness from creeping in. The success or failure of this ceramic business would have a significant impact on the future plans I had for this world. Let's open it. With Mary and Teo's expectant gazes fixed on me, I began removing the ceramics from the kiln. Whoa! Incredible! As each piece of finished porcelain emerged from the cooled kiln, their eyes lit up with pure amazement and delight. From their lips poured an endless stream of exclamations, like a waterfall of joy and awe. The listener of the North. 3. The color isn't white porcelain. As I pulled the pottery directly from the kiln, I stared at it with eyes full of amazement. This is celadone. What emerged from the kiln was a stunning blue-green ceramic. But how? I didn't add saltpeter. Of course, celadone exists on Earth too. Goryeo celadone, to be specific. But it's a little different from Goryeo celadone. This wasn't the same as Goryeo celadone. After all, Earth doesn't have magic stones. This had to be nothing more than a coincidence. Did it happen because I mixed in that black soil from the old greenhouse farm? Just as white porcelain from this world differs in luster and color from the white porcelain of Earth, the same could be said of this celadone. The celadone from the North, made using powdered magic stones, had a lighter hue than Earth's celadone. Was it like this in the game too? Even as a seasoned veteran of Silver Age 1, I hadn't paid much attention to pottery production. Despite being a jack-of-all-trades max-level character, all I remembered was vague knowledge like, do it like this, and you'll get a pretty vase. I didn't have any detailed information about celadone or white porcelain. This is the most beautiful blue I've ever seen in my life. It's even more beautiful than Eastern white porcelain. I mean it. Once all the ceramics were pulled from the kiln, Mary and Teo gazed at them with trembling eyes, admiring each and every piece. This is strange. I used all kinds of different magic stones, so why do they all have the same blue color? As I examined the celadone pottery, I tilted my head in confusion. I didn't know the reason, but I didn't feel the need to investigate it further. What mattered was that the result was good, and I had plenty of other things to handle. Thus, the first ever production of celadone in the North and all of Arcadia had ended in success. But there was still one more step for me at Novel Bin at. Quality testing. I picked up a finished celadone piece and tapped it with my finger. Tang, tang, tang. A clean, clear ringing sound echoed like the chime heard from high-quality white porcelain. I picked up the vase that Teo had made and examined it. There's a small flaw. On the side of Teo's vase, there was a tiny pinhole-sized defect. I shot a glance at Teo to gauge his reaction. It's for personal use anyway, so I'll let it slide. According to quality control standards, a piece with even a minor flaw like this would normally be smashed without hesitation. But since it wasn't for sale, I decided to let it pass. I didn't want to risk souring my relationship with the employees over something like this. Boss? We did it? We did it? Our company's going to be rich? No, the entire North and Rensselaer will be rich. Completely oblivious to the fact that his vase had a flaw, Teo shouted with delight, practically bouncing in place. If I think back to the Arad Salt days, it's a bit regrettable. I gazed at him with a hint of nostalgia. Sure, Arad Salt opened up a path for northern merchants, low-rank adventurers, and commoners to make a living. That was no small feat, but that's all it accomplished. When I think about it, I and the High Tower didn't really gain much, did we? Back when Arad Salt first began production, even Her Highness, the Northern Grand Duchess Irina, had likely been unaware of the true consequences. She might even have secretly regretted it. But it's different this time. This celadone can only be made by Arad Company, and the merchants allowed to sell this celadone would be limited to the High Tower's official merchant guilds. In Rensselaer, there were two official guilds. One was the long-established Rune Merchant Guild, and the other was my very own Arad Company. We'll handle the development and production, while the Rune Merchant Guild will handle distribution and sales. Of course, I could have let Arad Company take care of distribution too, but greed invites disaster. Boss, this time we have to make sure Imperial merchants don't steal all the profit. Even if they do, we should only let the ones that benefit us get involved. At that moment, Mary spoke up from the side. Exactly. That's why I asked you to petition Her Highness the other day. Her words were sudden, but I knew exactly what she meant, so I nodded in agreement. How's that going, by the way? They say it's in progress at Solaris in the mid-northern part of the Empire. Is that so? I hope Sir Balzac and the Frost Knights handle it well. They will, especially if they see this celadone. Indeed. Merchants are driven by profit, after all. But, isn't Count Intir one of those nobles known for being an opportunist? Will he really oppose the Empire and the Imperial family? Especially when his wife is. Trust me, I can guarantee he's currently the man who despises the Crown Prince the most in the entire Empire. Well, if you say so, boss, then it must be true. When Arad Salt was first produced, it was the Imperial merchants who profited the most. The north only shares a border with the empire, while the sea route is blocked by icebergs and frozen waters. As a result, we could only sell Arad salt to imperial merchants. We have to simplify the distribution structure as much as possible. Imperial merchants would buy Arad salt cheaply from the north, then resell it in the central and southern empire, and even as far as the capital of the Royal Alliance, Bardenheim. They marked up the price tenfold. Despite this, Arad salt was still cheaper than the imported eastern spices, and its flavor was better. The demand was so high that they couldn't stock it fast enough. We do all the work, and the empire makes all the money. It's infuriating. The thought of those people, with whom we already had a strained relationship, profiting off of us was intolerable to the typical northern mindset. But we can't personally sell directly in the empire either. The north is subject to discrimination and contempt even when it comes to its mercenaries and adventurers. It's the same story for merchants. One of the most infamous examples was the 20 Northerners Law, a law dating back to the empire's past. No more than 20 Northerners may gather outside of the north. Only Northerners with special permits from the emperor may gather in larger numbers. This law, born from fears of past invasions by Northerners, was now an anachronism. Due to this law, Northern merchants faced significant disadvantages when conducting trade within the empire. I refocused on reality and spoke. Anyway, you both did well. I praised Mary and Teo, who had spent 2 days making pottery with me. Now, I'm going to make something clear here and now. After briefly acknowledging their hard work, I turned back to the Celadon. I still had something left to do. If the Celadon pieces Arad made had any defects, I wouldn't be able to stand it. Quality control. I picked up a stew bowl that caught my eye. Its edge was slightly chipped. Crash. Without hesitation, I threw it on the ground. HNGK. Mary let out a loud scream, and Teo sucked in a sharp breath. But I tilted my head in confusion. Why didn't it break? The Celadon, despite being thrown with full force, was perfectly intact. Arad Company's first rule is, I picked up the blue bowl again. Quality control. I threw it even harder this time. Clang! The bowl still didn't break. No matter how many times I threw it, the ceramic wouldn't break. The only thing that echoed throughout the factory floor was the clear, crisp chime of porcelain. Clang! Quality. Clang! Control. Even after several attempts, the bowl remained perfectly intact. No way. At this point, I couldn't help but feel something was off. I picked up a different piece of Celadon and threw it at the ground as well. Clang! Still unbroken. Mary and Teo had already clutched their own Celadon creations tightly to their chests, trembling as if I might seize them next. They looked at me like squirrels guarding their last stash of nuts for winter. TL note, rate us on novel updates. Mary and Teo had already clutched their own Celadon creations tightly to their chests, trembling as if I might seize them next. They looked at me like squirrels guarding their last stash of nuts for winter. It won't break. Leaving the two shivering behind me, I pondered why this Celadon wouldn't shatter. Could it be the magic stone powder and the soil from the old greenhouse farm? It didn't take long for a rough theory to form in my mind. The magic stone powder might have played a role, but I suspected the real culprit was the soil from the northern greenhouse farm blessed by Mary. The reason for the Celadon's blue-green color was probably the same. Hand me a hammer. What had started as a simple quality control check had now turned into a full-fledged durability test. With a hammer in hand, I walked up to the bowl I had first thrown. This time, I swung with my full strength. Clang! Finally, the bowl cracked. But it didn't shatter. There was just a large fracture running through it. Huff. Frustrated, I raised the hammer and swung it twice more. Clang! Clang! At last, the bowl broke into 3 pieces. Phew. I let out a heavy breath, wiping the sweat from my brow. My eyes glinted with determination as I continued the statement I'd left unfinished earlier. Arad Company's first rule is quality control. Amazing, unbreakable pottery. This is the highest possible quality. We won't even need magical storage boxes from the Empire anymore. Wait a second. Somehow, I had the feeling that my idea of quality control had been completely misunderstood. The next morning, Teo, the Chief Operations Officer, of Arad Company, had been granted a vacation. Not just him, but Boss Arad and Mary, the boss's secretary and acting dean of the academy, were also taking the day off. Feeling at ease, Teo strolled through the inner city, away from the factory district. After 2 straight days of work laboring by day and making pottery by night, he had barely gotten any sleep. But strangely enough, his body felt full of energy. Held firmly in his arms was none other than the North's very first Celadon, the creation he had poured his heart into. Teo stepped into a particular building in the inner city, cradling the Celadon with great care. The moment he spotted a familiar figure at the counter, he called out loudly, "Maria, Teo." At the counter stood a small framed woman with a sweet, innocent look. Her eyes widened in surprise when she saw him. "What are you doing here? Isn't this during work hours?" "I got a special leave today," Teo responded with a grin as he glanced around. "How's business? Sold any books today? You're my first customer." This was a small bookstore in the inner city. Since the literacy rate in the north was low, bookstores were rare. Even in the High Tower, the capital of Rensselaer, there were only a handful. Running a bookstore in such a region hinted at something unusual about the woman's background. "I'm the first customer today? What an honor." "Honor? It just means business is slow. So, what brings you here today?" I came to see if you had any new arrivals. New arrivals? You already finished the last book you bought. Of course. Wow. Her eyes lit up, brimming with admiration at novel bin at. It was worth staying up late to read. Seeing that light in her eyes filled Teo with an indescribable sense of joy. That gaze was the reason he devoured book after book like a starving wolf. Then, how about this book? It just arrived from the Empire. If you're recommending it, Maria, then I'll take it. Don't say weird things like that? Anyway, I'll give you a discount just this once. Their story started a while back. At that time, Teo still had one arm. Although he had been recommended for the position by his half-brother, Sir Rosie, adjusting to his new job had not been easy. Teo had spent his whole life swinging a sword. Sure, he knew how to read and write, but wrestling with paperwork was a different beast entirely. On his first day, he was already hitting an invisible wall. While he eventually learned to use an abacus for calculations, most other office tasks left him confused. Boss Arad Jin, being a patient man, didn't rush him. Even so, Teo decided he couldn't stay idle. He figured that, at the very least, he should read some books on Merchant Guild operations and administrative work. His plan was to buy some books, grab some snacks, and return to the barracks to study. That's when he stumbled across a small bookstore in the inner city. Here, let me get that for you. Huh? Oh, thank you, milady. No need to thank me. You're from the expeditionary forces, right? It was on that day that Teo met Maria for the first time. If anything, I should be the one thanking you. Thanks to you, I can live in peace like this. What kind of book are you looking for? I'll help you find it. Not like there's anyone else here anyway. I'm Teo. That's my name. I'm Maria. Maria. She was a kind-hearted lady who had offered him a bit of help while he struggled to pick books with only one arm. That day, Teo fell in love at first sight. Ever since then, whenever he had free time, he would visit her bookstore. Even after he got a prosthetic arm and became more adept at handling administrative work, his visits didn't stop. Arad Company paid wages weekly, and Teo spent most of his pay at the bookstore. To date, he has bought a total of 7 books from Maria's store. Considering that papermaking and printing technology were still underdeveloped in this world, buying even 1 or 2 books a month was a significant expense. Yet, Teo did it without hesitation. For Maria, and for that glowing gaze of admiration. TL note, rate us on novel updates. Maria's bookstore was small, but it had everything it needed, arranged with charming precision. There was even a small space where customers could sit and read the books they picked out, but, of course, it wasn't free. Yet, for some reason, Theo got to use it without paying. Apparently, it was a special discount for regular customers. Whatever the reason, Theo sat in that space and read a book. Before he knew it, Maria was sitting right in front of him, reading a book as well. It seemed like she had naturally gravitated there due to the lack of customers. Of course, Maria was completely focused on her book, but Theo's attention had long since shifted from his book to Maria. Ahem. By the way, doesn't the bookstore feel a bit plain? I think it'd be nice to decorate it with something. Theo spoke casually, seizing the moment to bring up the topic as he subtly prepared to take something out from his coat. For example, maybe you could place a piece of pottery somewhere. Pottery. Maria lifted her gaze from her book, looking at him like he was speaking nonsense. Do you have any idea how expensive porcelain is? Is it that expensive? Of course, it is. But I see it often these days. Theo knew perfectly well how much porcelain cost. After all, he was the operations manager of the Arad Company. But for now, he pretended to be ignorant, continuing the conversation with Maria. Even if you see it often, there's no way a poor store like ours could afford it. From what Theo had heard, Maria's father was a government official in the high tower. And with the money it'd cost to buy porcelain, I'd rather buy more books. I could probably buy at least 50 more books with that amount. Hearing this, Theo figured her father must either be an upright and honest official or someone in a lower position, considering how frugal Maria was. Besides, taking care of porcelain would be a hassle. You'd have to worry about cleaning it, and there's always the risk of theft. Theft? This is the high tower, and it's even in the inner city. I'm just saying it's a possibility. If you had something as valuable as a gold coin sitting right there in plain sight, wouldn't people be tempted? Aren't books expensive too? Each one usually costs more than 1 silver, right? Some rare ones even go for the price of a gold coin. Now that you mention it, you're right. Books are definitely expensive, but I've never heard of a thief targeting books. That's because anyone interested in books wouldn't need to resort to theft. Hearing you say that, I feel like having a couple of pieces of pottery wouldn't be such a bad idea after all. Not that I could afford it. With each word, Theo's heart beat faster. Maria, without realizing it, seemed to have a subtle interest in porcelain. Which is why, Maria, I prepared something for you. With a sly grin, Theo pulled a piece of porcelain he had worked hard on for 2 days out of his coat and held it out to Maria. Maria's eyes widened as she gazed at the blue porcelain vase. What is this? It was a beautiful blue vase, unlike anything she had ever seen before. The surface was smooth and glossy, and simple yet familiar northern flowers were delicately painted on it, albeit a bit clumsily. For Maria, who had only known books, it was as if a whole new world of art had opened before her eyes. This is a piece of porcelain I made over 2 days at the company. At novel bin at. TT Theo, you made this. Maria was even more shocked than when she had first laid eyes on the porcelain. In fact, she was just as stunned as she had been the day he suddenly appeared with 2 arms instead of 1. Your company, could it be? Yep, that's right. Arad Company. The one that makes Arad salt and the one that made my new arm. So, where do you think we should put it? But I can't accept something this expensive. It's not expensive at all. I guarantee you that, soon enough, this porcelain will be cheaper than most books. Really. Besides, this porcelain is special. It's one of the very first porcelain pieces made in the on the entire Arcadia continent. And on top of that, I made it myself, staying up all night. Maria understood perfectly. She had already sensed Theo's feelings for her for some time. To be honest, she didn't dislike him. He was a sincere, earnest man who used to be a knight, and she had been waiting for him to take action. But since he kept coming to the bookstore without making a move, she had been unsure if he even had feelings for her at all. Is this a confession? Maria believed that the porcelain vase before her was a reflection of Theo's heart, his sincerity, and his affection. All right, then I'll do my part too. Her heart pounded, but Maria calmed herself. She took a breath and faced Theo with newfound resolve. Ahem, did you say you're off work today? Huh? Yeah, that's right. Then, I'll close up early. Want to have dinner together. He had shown this much effort and sincerity for her. Surely, she ought to muster some courage as well, Maria thought. Oh, of course. I'm fine anywhere. Since you gave me a gift, I'll buy dinner. No way. I've got plenty of money. Don't kid yourself. I know you spent it all on books. You should start saving. You're going to need money for a lot of things in the future. Both of their faces flushed red as they gazed at each other. Even though it was winter, it felt as if a warm breeze had started blowing around them. Rensselaer Castle. The Palace of Glory. The bedroom of Irina, Grand Duchess of the North. Irina, having finally received some vacation time, released her transformation and returned to her room. No one had spotted her on her way in. She had used one of the secret passageways known only to a select few in the high tower. The moment she stepped into her bedroom, she collapsed onto the bed. She didn't even bother to change her clothes or wash up. Though it was broad daylight, she didn't care one bit. If Isabel saw her like this, she would no doubt scold her. But even if she did, Irina would just ignore it. After working for 2 days straight, I deserve at least 1 day off. Irina felt no guilt. She was taking what she rightfully deserved. Still, it was fun. Lying in bed, she gazed at the ceiling with a faint smile. Then, she reached for something inside the bag hanging from her waist, a bag marked with Arad's sincerity. What she pulled out was a blue water bottle she had just finished making at the second factory. Shah. The sun's rays poured in at just the right angle, hitting the surface of the bottle. The patterns of swords and shields she had painstakingly carved and painted the night before shimmered faintly as if they were infused with mana. It almost seemed like green leaves were pouring out of the bottle. It's beautiful. Staring at the mesmerizing glow of the bottle, Irina was suddenly overcome with a strange feeling of tears welling up in her eyes. Why am I feeling like this? Why am I feeling like this? Her mind flashed to something she had heard before. There's a saying that in highly cultured empires or kingdoms, there exist works of art so moving that they can bring people to tears at a single glance. Back then, I had dismissed it as nonsense. But now, I understand. This must be why wealthy people on the continent were so obsessed with porcelain. Shah. The leaves rustled as the wind blew through the window, carrying the cold, sharp air characteristic of the northern region. Even in the middle of the day, the wind was fierce. But to a native northerner like her, it simply felt refreshing. Is that the one, my lady? A familiar voice echoed from the bedroom entrance. Old hag, can you at least make some noise before you enter? Startled by Isabel's voice, Irina clutched the blue water bottle tightly, nearly dropping it. She knew, thanks to Arad's early morning demonstration on quality management or whatever he had called it, that this porcelain wouldn't break easily. But still, something precious was something precious. I've been making plenty of noise since earlier, my lady. Huh? You have? Are you sure you're not getting too relaxed these days? Look at this and tell me if you wouldn't be distracted, too. Goodness, it's beautiful. How could it shine with such a color? By the way, I made it. So this is what you've been up to, living practically at the factory these days. Yep. This should be declared a treasure of the north. A tea treasure? Don't do that. If it's declared a treasure, I wouldn't even be able to use it as a water bottle. Ahaha, that's true. Both Irina and Isabel stared blankly at the blue water bottle for a while. After a moment of quiet admiration, Irina spoke up. By the way, there are other porcelain pieces at the factory. They're still prototypes, though. Isabel's expression shifted into a knowing smile. Actually, Sir Arad just brought them to the inner citadel. What? Arad came to the inner citadel. Yes, and thanks to him, the news about porcelain is spreading like wildfire throughout the high tower. What's he doing here? Why would he come all the way to the inner citadel himself? I heard he wanted to request an audience with Her Highness. He wants to see Her Highness. Irina flinched as if she had been struck by lightning and began hurriedly changing her clothes. She even removed the leather cover that had been wrapped around the Arad's sincerity bag. Calm down, my lady. I told them it might take a little time, so there's no rush. Isabel tried to reassure her, her voice steady and calming. Oh, and by the way, my lady, I heard from Sir Arad that you're on vacation. Huh? Yeah, I made porcelain for 2 days straight without any proper sleep. So, I decided to take the day off today. While you were on break, did Sir Arad say anything else to you? Nope. He just told me to hurry up and go rest. I see. Isabel gave her master a look full of unspoken thoughts. Her gaze said, I have so much to say, but I'll stay quiet for now. Seriously, what's the problem here? Isabel's thoughts turned to the frustratingly slow pace of Arad and Mary's, Irina's, relationship. There had been countless opportunities for them to make progress, both in the past and now. Even if it wasn't Grand Duchess Irina but Mary instead, it was still obvious. Two grown adults, alone in one space, and nothing happened. This time, they were in the factory making porcelain together. Sure, Theo, the company's employee, had been there too, but before that dinner study session? Anyone could see that was a signal from Arad toward Mary. Yet, nothing had come of it. How was that even possible? But seriously, why would Arad personally request an audience with Her Highness? Old hag, have you heard anything about it? Isabel's spiraling thoughts were interrupted by Irina's innocent question. Her one and only master had already finished changing into more formal attire. Yes, it seems he wanted to showcase the completed porcelain pieces and had something he wanted to discuss with Her Highness directly. Is there something he wants to tell me that he can't tell Mary? Irina tilted her head, looking curious yet slightly hopeful. They say it has something to do with a portrait. Apparently, he passed along a message about it through Mary before, but he still hasn't received a response. Her expression instantly stiffened, all traces of excitement vanishing from her face. Is something wrong, my lady? What's this about a portrait? Isabel looked at Irina with concern, her brow furrowed. Well, it's... Irina explained the situation with the portrait to Isabel. My lady, why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Isabel tilted her head, confused at novel bin at. Old hag, I've been way too busy these days. Irina shot Isabel a look that practically screamed, isn't it obvious? Still, I don't get it. Why does he want to draw Mary and me together in the same portrait? Maybe. A knowing glint flashed in Isabel's eyes. Maybe he thinks Mary is your relative or your half-sister. What? No way. It's possible. If the spirit manipulation magic embedded in that necklace of yours glitches even slightly, misunderstandings like that could happen. Wait a second. Then could that also be why their relationship isn't progressing? A wild new possibility popped into Isabel's head, but for now, she decided to focus on the task at hand. Does that mean all the times Arad has sent messages to me through Mary? Perhaps it's because he's genuinely concerned for Mary. It might seem like he's being nosy, but it could be coming from a place of affection. Hearing this, Irina tilted her head upward as if scanning her memories. Do you have anything else to add? Something that Her Highness did well, perhaps? She remembered it clearly. Her reaction was undeniable. Has it really gotten this complicated? The more she thought about it, the more plausible Isabel's theory seemed. If your theory is right, then what do we do now? Well, for starters, we should have Sir Arad finish that portrait he mentioned. It'd be odd if we kept stalling any longer. Wait, can the illusion spell on the necklace even handle something like this? I'll see if I can tweak it. It might actually be easier than I thought. Alright, I'm counting on you, old hag. Still, it's just a theory for now. When you see Sir Arad later, be sure to ask him properly. Of course. As they talked, they continued to prepare for the audience chamber. The audience hall of the High Tower was crowded with countless people. High-ranking ministers, ladies-in-waiting, attendants, knights, and even witches, all of them gazed with mesmerized eyes at the newest miracle born from the north. At the center of their attention were 17 porcelain pieces produced by the Arad Company. Originally, there had been 20 pieces, but 2 had gone to Theo and Irina, and 1 had been sacrificed during quality control testing. Impressive. The voice of Sun, the northern ice wall, echoed through the hall. He had been temporarily placed in charge of guarding the High Tower and protecting Irina in Balzac's absence while he was on a mission. Truly impressive. For a man like Sun, whose life had been far removed from art, it was rare for him to be so awestruck. Tap, tap, tap. He knocked on one of the porcelain pieces with his knuckles, his eyes filled with wonder. To think it's this sturdy. The porcelain the Empire sells shatters if you grip it the wrong way. Of course, Sun's admiration wasn't for the porcelain's color or elegant design. He only cared about its durability. Who the hell are you, really? After giving the porcelain a quick once-over, Sun shifted his gaze to Arad. Just as the rumors say, Arad replied nonchalantly. Yeah, sure, just as the rumors say, Count Jin. Ha ha ha. Their conversation was brief, but the mood between them wasn't exactly friendly. This was no surprise. Sun and Arad had spoken privately several times before. So, I hear you confessed to Her Highness in the depths of the demonic abyss? How do I know? The knights who fought with you heard everything. Why's your face turning pale? Sick? TCH, northerners like us don't catch colds, but you're not one of us, huh? Be careful. And right after you came back from the abyss, you made her a bag as a present? Yet, after that, you've been avoiding her? Don't tell me, you believe that superstition? What? You gave up after being rejected once? You call yourself a man? Seems like you're getting close to that merry lady lately. What? You're saying there's nothing between you two? Are you impotent or something? If it weren't for all your achievements and the fact that you saved my crippled subordinates, I wouldn't even acknowledge you as a man, you know that? Their conversations had always been like this, pure chaos. The dislike points between Sun and Arad were firmly maxed out. How's it going with that girl Mary lately? Sun asked with a smirk. Nothing is going on, Arad replied firmly. Do you, perhaps, like men instead? Please, stop. Just then, a sharp voice echoed from the throne at the front of the hall. Her Highness the Grand Duchess is entering. The crowd, which had been standing around in a disorganized manner, instantly lined up in neat rows. Isabel's clear announcement was like a bell calling everyone to order. We greet Her Highness, the Grand Duchess. Shortly after, Irina, the Grand Duchess of the North, appeared and sat upon the throne. So this is porcelain, is it? Irina gazed at the 17 porcelain pieces and tried her best to look as though it was her first time seeing them. Count Arad Jin, you've done an excellent job. Truly, thanks to you, the North will now become wealthy. But, as someone who was terrible at acting, Irina's performance was painfully awkward. Her gaze, her tone, and even her expression were off by 2 whole notes. Still, thanks to Isabel's prior coaching, her speech was flawless, even if her delivery wasn't. Rensselaer will spare no support for the production of this porcelain. I swear it before the eternal flame. It was an open declaration of royal favor and support from the sovereign of the North. The ministers and nobles present had no objections. After all, it was a move that made perfect sense at Novel bin Adat. Now, what shall we do with these 17 porcelain pieces? Soon enough, we'll be able to produce them in vast quantities. However, since these are the very first ones ever made, I believe they hold a special meaning. So, what do you propose? I would like to dedicate all of them to Her Highness. And since her birthday is approaching, consider them a gift. Is that so? Yes, please accept them as my birthday present to you. Very well, I shall treasure them dearly, Arad. These porcelain pieces. Arad made them himself. And now they're my birthday present. Irina's voice, which had been dry and dull until now, suddenly grew lively. Her excitement was barely concealed. Your devotion is duly noted, Count Jin. Your Highness, I do have one more request. Speak. Well, it's a sensitive matter. I'd prefer to discuss it in private. Very well. Come to my office later. Irina granted Arad a private audience, her heart subtly tense. Later, in Irina's office, the door to the office opened, and Arad stepped out, his face glowing with satisfaction. I'll take my leave, Your Highness. Go on, then. Once everything is prepared, I'll create a masterpiece like no other. I look forward to it. Irina saw Arad off personally. Her expression was a little worn out, as if her energy had been drained. Once Arad was fully out of sight, she let out a long, heavy sigh. Her mind replayed her conversation with Arad. Why do you want to paint a portrait of both Mary and me? Mary is a kind woman. She admires you deeply and takes great pride in being part of Rensselaer. She's a treasured employee of mine. So, I wanted to give her a small gift. She sees you as a big sister. I see. If I have offended you, I offer my sincerest apologies. I will accept any punishment you see fit. No, that won't be necessary. I understand now. Arad had just praised Mary to Irina. But in the past, he had also praised Irina to Mary. Her heart swelled with happiness, but at the same time, a subtle unease gnawed at her. Outside the office, Isabel, who had been eavesdropping, also let out a sigh. Good grief. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Sun, who had appeared without warning, clicked his tongue as well. As someone filling in for Balzac, Sun had been keeping close tabs on Irina's activities as Mary. The 3 of them, Irina, Isabel, and Sun, gathered like conspirators in front of the office. Looks like the old hag's theory was correct. Indeed. According to the Knights and Arad's employees, it seems they have a similar impression. Things have gotten way too tangled. I'll conduct more research on modifying the illusion spell. It might actually be simpler than I thought. I'm counting on you. The trio sighed in unison. Everyone in Irina's office stood silently, their eyes fixed on the direction where Arad had disappeared. A cold wind, symbolic of the North's winter, swept past them. Haven, the North's trade hub. Unlike the past, the North had now become a must-visit destination for imperial merchants. The reason was simple. Because of Arad salt. Because of Arad salt. And, because of Arad salt. Sure, there were rare monster byproducts and magic stones, but you could find those in other regions if you searched hard enough. But Arad salt was exclusive to the North. That one product alone was enough to draw hordes of imperial merchants to Haven, the North's major trading port. Recently, the northern regions outside of Haven had become increasingly unwelcoming toward imperial merchants and adventurers. What? You're saying you don't need porcelain? On this day, the merchants from the Empire were met with another shocking development. What? Are you people insane? We're offering you Eastern porcelain for just 1 gold coin each? Back in the Empire, it sells for 2 gold coins, but thanks to His Highness the Crown Prince's decree, we're offering it for half the price. But for some reason, the northern merchants completely stopped buying porcelain. Not reduced, they stopped entirely. 0. None at all. 1 gold coin for this vase, and you're not interested. The imperial merchants were baffled. This was an incredibly generous deal, but not a single northern merchant showed the slightest bit of interest. These primitive, uncultured savages? As expected from these barbarians? His Highness, the Crown Prince, must be so frustrated, trying to spread culture and civilization to these backwater fools. The imperial merchant cursed the northern merchants in his mind. All right, then. How much would it take for you to buy it? Name your price. He was now more curious than anything else. Just how far did their stupidity and ignorance extend? Maybe 1 silver coin, and I might think about it. You've gone mad. Hearing the northern merchant's absurd suggestion, the imperial merchant cursed out loud without meaning to. What? You're the crazy ones. Who's trying to sell this ugly, plain, white bowl for a whole gold coin? Not one to back down, the northern merchant shouted right back, pointing at the vase. Here, take a look at what we use nowadays in the north. With a proud smile, he pulled out a blue porcelain vase. It had a soft, radiant blue glow, and intricate northern flowers were etched onto its surface. The imperial merchant's eyes widened to the point of almost tearing apart. First, the stunning, one-of-a-kind color captured his gaze. Next, the design and patterns, distinctly Arcadian in style, captivated his heart. What is this? I've never seen anything like it. Where did you get this? I'll buy them all. I'll pay 2 gold coins each for the whole lot. The imperial merchant, in the blink of an eye, switched to a submissive, respectful tone, bowing his head toward the northern merchant. But the northern merchant looked unimpressed. He casually tapped the blue porcelain vase against the side of his wagon. Tap, tap, tap. A clear, resonating chime echoed from the porcelain. Tang, 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 tang. The elegant, melodic sound was unique to blue porcelain. Stop, stop. You'll break it. Seeing the merchant nonchalantly bang the porcelain against a wagon, the imperial merchant screamed like a madman. He looked at the northern merchant like he was some kind of mystical beast. Wait. Then, it hit him. The vase wasn't breaking. It didn't crack, chip, or even scratch. What? The imperial merchant's mind couldn't comprehend what was happening. As realization dawned on him, his obsession with the blue porcelain became absolute. He was prepared to sell his soul for it. Bishop Trading Company, one of the empire's 3 great trading companies. At the top of the company was Intir, a man with an extraordinary rise to power. He was the 3rd son of a fallen noble family, born into near poverty. But now, he had become the head of one of the empire's greatest trading companies. That alone was impressive. But his achievements didn't stop there. Intir also married well. Using his wealth and proven competence, he secured a marriage with the House of Havana, one of the most prestigious families in the empire and a branch family of the imperial lineage. His wife was no ordinary noblewoman, either. She was none other than Marchioness Alicia von Havana, the blazing sword master, a legendary figure known across the entire continent. Their marriage was considered a perfect match. The Havana family, which had fallen into financial trouble due to failed business ventures, gained wealth and stability. Meanwhile, Intir, who had wealth but no power, gained political influence and noble connections. This marriage was described as a tiger growing wings. And that wasn't all. Intir was also a political genius. Using his wealth and his wife's influence, he quickly took control of the imperial social circles. His position allowed him to bridge the gap between the emperor, crown prince, and the imperial nobles. Some people even referred to him as the Shadow Chancellor. With overwhelming wealth, a prestigious in-law family, a beautiful and powerful sword master wife, and the grandiose title of Shadow Chancellor, Intir was a man with seemingly nothing to envy. Not the emperor. Not the crown prince. Not even the archbishops of the church. He had it all. At least, that's what people thought. Until recently. Happiness that had once seemed eternal. The dreamlike happiness shattered naturally, as if it was destined to happen. Why do I feel like these kids don't look like me at all? Intir had always had an eye for detail, honed from years of watching people closely. He had 2 children with Havana, a son and a daughter, 2 years apart in age. To be honest, even when they were infants, he had a strange feeling. Their features were too sharp and beautiful. For a man like him, with average looks at best, his children's appearance was too perfect. And then there was their hair color and eye color at novel bin at. Both children had the classic, defining features of imperial bloodline nobles: blonde hair and red eyes. Intir, on the other hand, had dark brown hair and brown eyes. There was no genetic link between them. He tried to convince himself otherwise. They must have inherited their looks from their mother. After all, Havana was a beauty. She was known for her extraordinary appearance, even in a family full of good looks. However, as the children grew older, began to walk, and started talking, he could no longer deny it. No matter how he looked at it, the boy looked exactly like Crown Prince Candraman. Not just a vague resemblance. He was a carbon copy. To be fair, many members of the imperial family had similar facial features, so this resemblance could be explained as a coincidence. But Intir's instinct screamed at him. There was not a single drop of his blood in those children. The mirror therapy project. 1. So that's why you've been calling yourself neutral, Alicia von Havana. Looking back, it all made sense. Before her marriage, the Marchioness Alicia von Havana had been surprisingly close with the Crown Prince Candraman. They had frequently exchanged glances during balls, hunting events, and swordsmanship training. Back then, Intir had assumed it was only natural. They were distant relatives who had grown up together. After all, blinded by love, he had convinced himself that everything was perfectly normal. The idea that the Crown Prince and his wife were having an affair was too horrific for him to even consider. And every time she returned from the imperial palace, she'd demand intimacy. Alicia and Intir didn't have a particularly active marital relationship. But on rare occasions, they would share a bed, typically during their honeymoon period or whenever Alicia returned from a visit to the imperial palace. All this time, as all the puzzle pieces fell into place, Intir's dream of happiness crumbled. His once sweet dream of a blissful marriage had turned into a nightmare called reality. He let out a cry of despair. What made it worse? What truly crushed him was the fact that, despite knowing the truth, despite having truth and justice on his side, he was powerless to do anything about it. The people he was up against were a sword master and the crown prince. And what was he? Just a nouveau riche merchant with lots of money. If he tried to bring this issue to light, he'd be branded for insulting the imperial family. Worse, his wife would kill him before it even reached that point. With every passing day, Intir withered away. The Marquisate of Havana, located in the southern part of the empire, was a warm and prosperous land. But for him, it felt suffocating and freezing cold. He had to force himself to smile at his children, knowing not a drop of his blood ran in their veins. He had to grovel in front of his wife, pretending to be her obedient husband. It was unbearable. One day, a new opportunity came his way. I've been assigned to lead an expedition to the western border. I'll probably be stationed there for 2 years. An expedition. The emperor collapsed from old age, and Bardenheim, the capital of the kingdom's alliance, is making suspicious moves. It can't be helped, then. Do what you must. At Novel bin at. Please support the supply lines, darling. Supplies? Won't the imperial army handle that? You know very well that the support from the imperial family is always lacking. Of course. It was a moment of unexpected salvation. When the emperor collapsed due to old age, the kingdom's alliance saw a chance to act. Countless messengers and carrier pigeons flew in and out of Bardenheim, the alliance's capital. The western border of the empire grew restless. The crown prince, who was serving as regent, assigned Alicia von Havana to lead the western expedition. Alicia accepted without hesitation. I'll be back. Be safe. Stay healthy. And just like that, the woman he hated and feared the most had left for the battlefield. The suffocating feeling that had plagued Intir's heart began to fade. This is my chance. He would not waste it. The moment she left, he seized the opportunity. He began to reclaim control of his trading company's branches. Until now, those branches had been infiltrated and taken over by his wife's family. He reassigned all of Havana's people. The Marquisate's agents didn't even complain. Why? Because the new postings were in prime locations like the imperial capital and the wealthy southern provinces. It was a flawless maneuver. The heavens are helping me. The head of Sigma has been purged. The Mongar orcs are on the move. With the Imperial Intelligence Agency Sigma in turmoil and the Duke of Doom leading an orc subjugation campaign, Intir had the perfect chance to lay the groundwork for his rebellion. He quietly built up an anti-royal faction. He gathered support from nobles who had grievances against the imperial family. He poured his wealth into their cause. Revenge. I will have my revenge. I'll destroy that cursed wench and her lover. But there was a problem. He needed more time. The expedition to the western border wouldn't last forever. Once his wife returned, she'd figure it all out. The Shadow Duke of Doom would eventually return, and when he did, his anti-royal faction would be crushed. If the Crown Prince ascended to the throne, his revenge would be no more than a hopeless dream. I need more resources. Stronger forces? More influence. Just a little more time, and everything would be ready. So, he risked everything. One day, an intriguing rumor reached his ears. Arad Salt, you're telling me they've discovered a new spice in the north. More rumors followed. Mary's blessing? Fertilizer that allows crops to grow even in the northern cold. This is the most beautiful porcelain I've ever seen, and it's hard to break, too. The North made this. These words were like a siren's call for a merchant like Intir. He had his justification. He didn't hesitate for a moment. He left the Marquisate of Havana. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. No more suffocating mansion. No more pretending to love children who weren't his. He followed the scent of money like a bee drawn to flowers. He headed for the north. Solaris, the largest city in the imperial north central region. Inside one of the Bishop Trading Company's branch offices, a tense scene unfolded. You're not ordinary adventurers, are you? Intir's eyes sharpened as he gazed at the 3 adventurers standing before him. The mood in the room was grim. 6 of his hired bodyguards lay unconscious on the floor. He was alone, surrounded by 3 strangers. Yet, Intir remained composed. What do you want? Is it money? Or are you trying to prove your skills to become my bodyguards? Even now, he maintained his calm, smiling faintly. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Sloppy work. He clicked his tongue in disapproval. Your clothes are too clean. You've got church pendants to pretend you're faithful, and you've gone to great lengths to mimic the central dialect. But, his gaze grew sharp. You can't fool me. You're northern. Silence. The 3 men didn't move a muscle. They didn't deny it. Actually, I'll take it back. Intir chuckles. You're not just ordinary adventurers. And you're not ordinary northerners, either. He glanced at them with an almost amused look. My wife is a sword master, you know. She taught me a few things. I can't sense mana, but I can feel it. You guys aren't just adventurers. I'd bet you're at least A-rank adventurers. His words carried an undercurrent of dread. His eyes, unlike his calm demeanor, were filled with depth and unease. You're not here by accident. You were sent by Renslet, weren't you? The Frost Knights, right. The moment he said it, Intir's lips curled into a grin. I didn't expect the branch manager here to have this kind of connection. I guess I left him here for too long, huh? He glanced around, his mind sharp as ever. All right then. Why have you come to see me? How did you know I'd be here? His fingers inched toward his hidden bell, ready to summon every guard in the building. All right then. Why have you come to see me? How did you know I'd be here? His fingers inched toward his hidden bell, ready to summon every guard in the building. Even if he summoned every employee in the branch, Intir wasn't confident they could defeat the 3 men standing before him. Word is, your life hasn't been easy lately with your wife and kids, Lord Intir. The one who broke the silence was the oldest of the 3 northerners. A man with a rugged, weathered face, like an adventurer who had seen countless battles. How do you know that? Intir's face hardened in an instant. The playful smirk on his lips was gone, replaced by a stiff, straight line. How do you know about my situation? He wasn't shocked that they knew his identity. He was shocked that they knew this much about his personal life. This was a secret that only he, his wife, and a small number of people in the imperial family knew. We have eyes and ears everywhere, Lord Intir. And the blessing of the eternal flame has been with us. The Frost Knight's intelligence is sharper than I imagined. The old adventurer spoke calmly, then suddenly ripped off the pendant hanging around his neck. It was the pendant of the Imperial Church, a symbol of devotion. But it had served its purpose. If you want to have an honest conversation, you should look at the situation, not the person. Not a bad line. Who said it? Some smart young man from the north, I think. Promising youth, then. Indeed. So, in that spirit, let me show you something. The old adventurer drew a dagger from his waist. For the first time, Intir flinched. There was no one here to take that dagger for him. All his guards were unconscious or outside the room. Watch carefully. The old man's dagger began to glow with an intense aura. The sharp, deep blue energy was so vivid that it seemed like the very air around it was freezing solid. The temperature in the room dropped. The air became so sharp it felt like it would cut his skin. It was the exact opposite of the suffocating, fiery aura that his wife, Elisha von Havana, emanated. A swordmaster. A northern man. A swordmaster. A cold, cutting aura. And an old man. There was only one person who fit this description. The Frostblade of the North? Balzac. SHH. The old man put a finger to his lips. Why would someone like you? Even for imperial nobles who looked down on northerners, there was one group of people they acknowledged. The Northern Knights. Even imperial nobles respected the strength of Northern Knights. And Balzac, a sword master known as the Frostblade, stood at the pinnacle of all Northern Knights. He was a living legend. Do you think we can finally have an honest conversation now? Intir's eyes widened with shock, but something else emerged from within them. A glint of desire and joy. Let's step away from this intense scene for a moment to discuss something else. If we were to convert the currency of this world, gold, silver, copper, into modern Korean won, KRW, things might look like this. 1 copper coin equals 10,000 KRW, $7.50 USD. 1 silver coin, 100 copper, equals 1 million KRW, $7.50 USD. 1 gold coin, 20 silver, equals 20 million KRW, $15,000 USD. This conversion system applies to the current era in the North and is roughly modeled after the financial logic of a game called Age of Silver 2 set 100 years ago. If you wanted to trade something cheaper than 1 copper coin, you would resort to bartering or cutting up copper coins at novel bin at. Of course, this comparison is somewhat forced and not an exact science. However, as the world advances, alchemy and metallurgy improve, and coins become more common. By the era of Age of Silver 1, which is set 100 years later, the value of currency drops significantly. In that future world, 1 copper coin is only worth about 1,000 KRW, $0.75 USD. Due to inflation, magic-infused paper money also starts to circulate. For now, though, the North follows the old system, where a bowl of stew costs 1 copper similar to a bowl of Korean gukbap priced at 10,000 KRW. On the surface, it may seem like the North's economy is poor, especially since low-tier adventurers only earn 3 to 5 copper coins per day. But if you consider that this is a harsh, frozen wasteland constantly under threat, you'd realize it's actually a miracle the economy is as stable as it is. Maintaining this kind of economy in such a hostile environment is no small feat. There are countries on Earth today where a full day's wages only get you a single can of soda. Yet, the North manages to operate an economy that feeds, houses, and supports its people. Arad's industrial complex. Is it payday today? Yes, sir. This stable economy is one of the reasons Rensselaer was able to run such a smooth and efficient business. Did you prepare the silver and copper coins? Last time, there was a big fuss because we had gold but not enough silver. Of course. Thanks to the revenue from the recent sale of porcelain, we have more than enough silver coins this time. Let's go, then. If not on payday, when else will the entire staff see my face? Haha, I'll lead the way, sir. With manager Teo leading him, Arad moved toward the warehouse of the industrial complex. The warehouse held large sums of gold and silver coins, and its security was top-notch. Knights and soldiers patrolled the perimeter, while the warehouse itself was protected by security magic and enchantments. Are you here, sir? Yes. Is everything ready, Mary? Right in front of the warehouse's entrance, Mary was waiting alongside the other employees. Yes, we just finished calculating the performance bonuses. Cutting it close, huh? If it weren't for these new abacus devices, we might not have made it. Good. Let's begin. Understood. Mary handed Arad the finalized payroll documents. Sir Jin, should I open the warehouse now? Go ahead. Girls, open the door. In addition to the employees, several witches stood near the warehouse entrance. They chanted as they unlocked the magic seals and enchantments. Open sesame, gold, appear, abracadabra. The enchantments on the warehouse began to dissolve. While waiting for the seals to fully release, TE decided to fill the silence. Weekly payments. At first, I thought it was strange, but it's grown on me. Feels pretty good. It's good for the workers too. Feels like they're getting a big paycheck every week. Actually, Teo, you were a knight, weren't you? Shouldn't this feel familiar? No, sir. I was actually talking about how much better it is to get paid weekly rather than monthly. I see. So it was the opposite of what I thought. Indeed, sir. Teo chuckled. But Arad's gaze shifted toward the warehouse, where the sound of locks being undone echoed. In this other world, wages were usually paid on a daily basis or per task. Officials, knights, and soldiers received monthly salaries since they were part of reputable government organizations. However, in the private sector, payments were made as needed. This was because overall social trust and credit were low. On top of that, there were too many people living hand to mouth. With tomorrow being uncertain, you expect them to wait a month? It's a wonder they don't start fights with knives. The current weekly pay system had only been established after offering free meals to employees and their families for a while. It was barely settled after much effort. Once the company builds more credibility and the employees are well off, we'll switch to a monthly salary system. Why the regret? It's actually better this way. We'll reduce the effort of doing this every week to just once a month. As I said that, I placed my hand on the warehouse door, which had its barrier deactivated. Goo 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 gung. The moment my hand touched it, the security magic on the large, solid iron door was released. After passing through the iron door, I went through several more doors. At last, I arrived at the innermost room, where a small hill made of silver and copper glistened. No matter how many times I see it, it's always stunning, isn't it? Indeed, it is. There were some gold coins mixed in, but the majority were silver coins and copper coins. I really wish the era of paper money would come already. Even while marveling at the endless trove of gold and silver, I longed for paper currency. This was especially true when I considered the costs associated with storing and managing all this wealth. In the north, there was essentially no such thing as a bank. Should I take this chance to start a bank and a lending business? For a moment, I was tempted by the idea. No, not now. I'll save that for later, when I've gathered more capital and have the chance to recruit financial talents from the empire or the kingdom. I quickly put the thought aside. For now, my top priority was expanding the company. Above all, there was no one in the north with the talent to take on that responsibility. It's a shame this body doesn't have any knowledge or skills related to banking. Even though I was a max-level all-master in production and manufacturing, good at everything except combat, I wasn't omniscient. Back in the game era of Silver 1, I'd managed a trading company, but I'd never run a bank. Returning to the present, while I was scanning the room filled with silver coins. Is the silver coin from the United Kingdoms? I spotted a silver coin with a unique design and picked it up. Unlike the Empire's silver coins, which had the face of Emperor sold, this one had the profile of a different person. It appears to be a silver coin issued by the Kingdom of Scania, said Teo, recalling a book he had recently read. Scania, huh? That's the island nation at the southernmost edge of the continent, right? Yes, that's correct. It's astonishing and fascinating to think that a silver coin from there made its way to the northernmost part of the continent. Well, money knows no borders. For a moment, I gazed idly at the silver coin from the faraway land. Its size was the same as other silver coins. It was twice as large as a 501 coin from Earth and about 1.5 times as thick. For reference, the gold and copper coins were about the same size as these silver coins. On both sides of the coin was the face of a monarch. Naturally, the face varied depending on the issuing country, but their value was nearly identical. Even within the United Kingdoms and the Empire, which were at each other's throats, coins bearing the faces of other nations' monarchs circulated without issue. At most, there was a slight premium or discount, but they were widely accepted. After all, if you melted them down, it was all the same metal. It was even said that these gold and silver coins circulated as currency in the distant eastern continent. For the north, the most commonly used coins were those issued by the Empire, featuring the face of the emperor. This reminds me of North Korea. They were so anti-American, but they still used US dollars. At novel bin at. I was lost in such musings when I suddenly felt someone's presence behind me. It was likely Mary, coming to report that the employees had gathered outside the warehouse. One day, I hope the face of Her Highness will be stamped on these gold, silver, and copper coins. I threw the comment out casually, making sure Mary could hear. This was because there was a chance that Mary was a spy sent by Grand Duchess Arena. Our odd company was growing rapidly every day. If I didn't make statements like this to showcase my loyalty, I never knew when I might be targeted. The face of Her Highness on gold, silver, and copper coins? I hope that day comes soon. Your loyalty, President, moves even a former knight like me. It was practically an ad-lib, but the effect was extraordinary. Both Mary and Teo, who were nearby, trembled with excitement, as if merely imagining it thrilled them. Until then, we have no choice but to use coins bearing the faces of foreign monarchs. Continuing with the performance, I asked, We're supposed to take out 178 silver coins and 964 copper coins, right? Yes, I'll prepare the exact amounts. Although the warehouse was filled with hills of silver and copper coins, they weren't stored haphazardly. They were stacked in organized bundles. Each bundle consisted of 20 coins. This time, we took out bundles that matched the amount to be paid, placing them in the prepared chests. Once everything was packed, the weight was considerable. With me, Teo, and Mary each carrying a share, we stepped out of the warehouse. Outside, all of the company's employees were waiting eagerly. Our odd company now has nearly 300 employees. They bowed their heads or removed their hats to greet me as I emerged. If you run off to the pub, gambling den, or red light district as soon as you get your pay, you'll get a wage cut. Go straight home and give it to your wife. Half-jokingly, I made this announcement, causing the employees to burst into laughter. Hand it out. Yes, sir. Hand it out. Yes, sir. We handed the chests over to the employees in charge of wage distribution. The payroll staff, who worked under the orders of Teo and Mary, were people who could at least do basic calculations. They were a mix of both men and women. Most of them were second, third, fourth, or even fifth sons and daughters of northern noble families. Since only the eldest sons inherited family wealth, the rest had to find a way to make a living whether noble or commoner. The struggle was the same. As a result, recruitment was surprisingly easy. Of course, each candidate had to pass my personal interview and a background check by the Frost Knights. Employee number 125. Yes. The payroll staff flicked the beads of their abacus and flipped through documents with one hand as they called out employee numbers. The reason for calling employee numbers was to avoid confusion with people of the same name. Name, Mark. Worked on clay mixing at factory number 2, with 3 days of overtime. Yes, that's correct. The first person to be called was an elderly man with chimera prosthetic arms on both sides. With the performance bonus included, it's 70 copper. Take half a silver coin and 20 copper. Thank you. Next. Employee number 29. Yes. The next worker walked forward with a sluggish gait. For the record, employee numbers were called randomly. If they were called sequentially from number 1, then those with later numbers would always have to wait longer to be paid. Name, Bill. Assigned to bone processing at Factory No. 1. And so, the wage payments began. Employee number 109. Employee number 88. Employee number 17. There were a total of 6 tables set up in front of the warehouse, and the employee numbers were called without pause. Thud, 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 thud. At the same time, the sound of silver coins being split in half echoed. The weekly wage of the lowest level workers typically ranged from 50 to 70 copper, depending on overtime and performance bonuses. If we paid them entirely in copper coins, it would be too bulky. But if we paid in silver coins, the amount didn't divide neatly. As a result, every payday, a special guillotine-like device was used to split silver coins in half. This is something else. Only in the North could something like this be allowed. If this were the Empire, there'd be an uproar. Even though the faces on the coins belonged to foreign monarchs, and especially since I didn't have much affection for the Emperor of the Empire, seeing them sliced in half gave me an odd feeling. If we eventually stamp Arena's face on the gold, silver, and copper coins like I mentioned earlier, wouldn't this be a problem too? I felt a twinge of unease. They didn't misunderstand what I said earlier, right? Swallowing dryly, I glanced at Mary and Teo. Watching the faces of monarchs from all over the continent being sliced into pieces made me feel oddly tense. If Arena's face were ever printed on currency, I vowed to ensure it would be on paper money, not coins. Employee number 299. Yes, I'm employee number 299, Sarah. You're assigned to first stage molding at factory number 3. Worked overtime all 5 days this week and achieved performance goals 3 times this week alone. Even as I was lost in all sorts of thoughts, the wages continued to be distributed. Yes, I worked really hard. 110 copper. Take 1 silver coin and 10 copper. Thank you so much. You should be thanking yourself for working so hard. Next. Not all employees were paid the same wage. This particular employee, a woman named Sarah, was a widow whose husband had died during the recent expedition to the extreme north. She had 4 young children to care for and worked harder than anyone else. On top of that, she had nimble hands, so she never missed a performance bonus. President, thank you so much. Summoning her courage, Sarah bowed deeply to me before she left. If anything, I'm the one who should be thankful. Go home quickly. Your children must be waiting anxiously for you. Yes, sir. Even though I witnessed this scene every week, it never failed to make my heart ache. Sir Rosie. Yes, President. Watching Sarah's light footsteps as she headed home, I called out to Sir Rosie. I could have asked Mary, but she was busy helping the payroll staff split the silver coins. Did you make all the arrangements for this week? Yes, sir. The entire High Tower Guard force is on security duty. Even Commander Soon himself is patrolling in person. He always goes above and beyond. This is the perfect time to exercise the privileges of an official merchant. No need to feel burdened by it. Everyone in the High Tower knew it was payday for our odd company. Every restaurant and tavern in the area would be fully prepared to welcome our employees. However, there would inevitably be those who targeted women like Sarah, seeking to rob them of their hard-earned wages. Distribute a small amount of copper coins to the soldiers on security duty today as a token of gratitude. For that reason, I made full use of the privileges of being an official merchant. Meanwhile, a man had been watching the scene at Arad Company with astonished eyes for some time at Novel bin Adat. What kind of paradise is this? What on earth is happening in the north? This man, who had just climbed up to the high tower alongside Balzac, was none other than Intir, a great merchant. The north that Intir visited under Balzac's guidance was like a different world. To be clear, the north was still neither prosperous nor peaceful. The harsh cold made every breath feel like it was freezing his lungs, and along the way, he had to fend off attacks from monsters and wild beasts amid snowstorms. And yet, despite the harsh environment, Intir sensed hope and peace in the people living in this unforgiving land. Not a single bandit appeared on the road from Haven to Hightower. Perhaps it was because nature itself was already so wild and brutal, but there was hardly any instance of people preying on each other. I haven't even seen a single beggar along the way. There's no way they could have cleared them all out just for me. Even in the affluent southern regions of the empire, it wasn't uncommon to encounter bands of thieves and groups of beggars. This was due to the nobles' ruthless exploitation of the people. But not in the north. I knew the north had lower taxes, but I didn't realize it was being enforced so thoroughly. In the north, unity was a matter of survival. The moment internal divisions arose, nature, beasts, and foreign powers would devour them whole. Is it because of the rebellion that happened recently? The north, which was already leaning towards centralization, has become even more centered around the Grand Duchess. The nobility's power is almost non-existent now. Was there ever a place on this continent where the central government was this strong? If the modernist scholars who advocate for absolute monarchy saw this, they'd probably call it a utopia. The main roads of the north were regularly patrolled by soldiers and knights. According to rumors, high-ranking knights, known as enforcers, also carried out covert patrols. So, how do you feel after taking a look around our north? To be honest, I'm surprised. When the elderly knight Balzac asked, Intir responded truthfully. Was it always like this? Intir was a grand merchant and a noble of the empire. But in front of the Frostblade Balzac, he maintained a respectful tone. It wasn't like this before. Then when did it change? Less than a year ago. At Novel bin Adat. Balzac gestured toward the main road outside the city. The people they encountered on the road were mostly low-level adventurers or ordinary commoners. In the empire, such people were considered the most dangerous. At any moment, they could turn into bandits or robbers. Is it because of Arad salt? Close enough. But in the north, that wasn't the case. Everyone was too preoccupied with gathering weeds. Rather than risking their lives in bloody fights, it was far more profitable for the destitute to collect the weeds used in Arad salt production. But even with everyone gathering weeds, there are no disputes. Usually, that would lead to fights over territory and monopolies. Those kinds of idiots get their heads cut off without exception. Besides, the north has plenty of land but few people, so there's no need for such stupidity. Ah, I see. The knights and soldiers of the north don't bother with people. They just patrol outside the cities and villages, thoroughly hunting monsters and wild beasts. It's more organized than I expected. Intir crossed the north like a tourist, and Balzac acted as his guide. After 15 days of travel, the two finally arrived at Renslet's main fortress, the High Tower. There it is, the High Tower. By the way, do you see those large, wide buildings on the outskirts? That's the factory complex operated by the Arad Company. So that's where the famous northern porcelain is produced. It looks like they've built even more since I last left. With a blank expression, Intir gazed at the massive buildings near the High Tower. His eyes were fixed on the vast factory complex on the outskirts of the fortress. Even for a grand merchant like him, it was the first time he'd seen such enormous production facilities. Where would you like to go first? Would you like to pay your respects to Her Highness the Grand Duchess in the High Tower? Or would you prefer to visit the factory complex first? I'd like to see the Arad Company first. Intir hesitated slightly, worrying that his decision might be seen as rude. Normally, when visiting a noble's domain, one would first pay respects to the ruling lord. Follow me. It's payday, so they'll only be working a half-day this morning. We can even have lunch there, it's free for us. Balzac accepted the request without hesitation. Payday? Half-day work? Free meals. Intir repeated the unfamiliar terms like a mantra, finding them strange and intriguing. On their way to the Arad Company's factory complex, Balzac's thoughts wandered. So Count Jin's words were true. I still can't believe it. Even though Intir was an imperial noble, Balzac found it impossible to hate him. In fact, he felt a growing sense of pity. His wife has been cheating on him for years, and to make matters worse, all of their children are actually cuckoos, and the lover is the crown prince, of all people. Knowing this, he still can't do anything because his wife is a swordmaster. Balzac imagined himself in Intir's position. Ugh, just thinking about it made him feel sick and dizzy. Come to think of it, Sir Balzac. At that moment, Intir called out to him. Speak. Did you deal with those tailing me? The ones following me from behind? Of course. There were 4 of them. The Frost Knights took care of them before they could send any carrier pigeons. Their bodies are probably being digested in some monster's belly by now. I see. Thank you. Intir clenched his teeth as he expressed his gratitude. To my shame, I had no idea. I didn't realize I was being watched this whole time. It was only recently that Intir learned he had been under surveillance for a long time. Fortunately, Eode and Carrot from the Frost Knights detected the spies and swiftly took care of them. Our knights said they were no ordinary operatives. It's understandable that you didn't notice them. Honestly, it's a shame we couldn't capture them alive. Their skills were too good for that. I should have gone myself. Balzac's tone was tinged with regret. Capturing someone alive is much harder than killing them, especially when the enemy is highly skilled. That couldn't be helped. Do you have any idea who's behind it? Most likely my wife. TCH. At this point, if he started a rebellion, I'd understand. Balzac now trusted Intir. Arad's words echoed in his mind, don't trust people, trust the situation. At this moment, those words felt more meaningful than ever. How did Sir Arad know all this? When Arad first suggested recruiting Intir, everyone was skeptical. Intir was the husband of Havana, the Marchioness of the Empire. Havana and Intir were also leading figures of the modernist faction in the Empire. Recruit him? That made no sense. But Arad had said, I guarantee that right now, Intir despises the imperial family more than anyone on the continent. So you're saying that Marchioness Havana and Crown Prince Candraman are having an affair? And all the children are cuckoos? That's right. Unbelievable. Why would a swordmaster of all people? That's exactly what Intir thought, and that's why he got stabbed in the back. At the time, no one believed Arad. Regardless, could you bring him to the north? There's something I want to try with him. Even the Frost Knights can't move freely in the Empire, especially not in the southern lands ruled by Marchioness Havana. There's no need to travel south. We'll lure him here instead. Why would he leave the warmth of Havana's estate to come to the north? Because the Arad Company is about to launch a revolutionary new product. For a merchant like him, that's reason enough to come, regardless of his personal problems. All right, I'll contact the Bishop Trading Company in the mid-northern region of the Empire to make the arrangements. Everyone thought it was a long shot, but they decided to trust Arad's plan. After all, this was Arad, and his words always held weight. Everyone thought it was a long shot, but they decided to trust Arad's plan. After all, this was Arad, and his words always held weight. This mission was personally requested by Her Highness the Grand Duchess. A few months later, the seasons shifted from summer to autumn, and eventually to winter. By that time, Balzac and the senior knights of the Frost Knights had no choice but to acknowledge it. Everything was unfolding just as Arad had predicted. Just who is he, really? Arad claimed he had once been a low-level adventurer wandering the continent. But from what Balzac had seen, Arad was anything but ordinary. Could he be the one who seized the relic of the Golden Age that Isabel mentioned? Or perhaps, as Her Highness suggested, he's one of the ancients? No, neither of those seem quite right. The deeper he dug, the more amazed and perplexed he became. There were too many mysteries surrounding Arad. But one thing is certain, Arad cares about the North and Her Highness more than anyone. And that's all that matters. Once again, Balzac chose not to trust the man named Arad, but rather to trust the results of Arad's actions. The operation's name is Mirror Therapy. What a fitting name. Just as the Empire used these methods against us, there's no reason we can't use the same tactics against them. With a grin, Balzac glanced at the back of Intir, who was walking ahead of him. Although Intir was clearly an outsider, not a single person at the Arad factory complex stopped him. Even the soldiers and knights from the high tower, who guarded the area with the utmost vigilance, stepped aside with a mere glance from Balzac, like sliding automatic doors. Thanks to this, Intir could freely explore the vast Arad factory complex. This isn't a mere trading company. It's not just a large workshop or a guild either. This is something completely new. The moment Intir set foot in the Arad factory complex, his mind spun with shock. Centralization? That's it. It's complete centralization, a centralized system that merges guilds, workshops, and merchant groups into one. To Intir, it was more dazzling than a gold mine. How is this possible? This brutally relentless, yet so efficient production process? How did no one think of this before? He trembled with excitement like a zealot receiving a divine revelation. No, someone must have thought of it before. But they couldn't implement it because of the stubborn, prideful master craftsmen and the guilds protecting their own interests. It felt as if a whole new world had opened before him. But as time passed, the ecstasy on Intir's face slowly shifted to one of seriousness. What's wrong? Not to your liking. No, it's not that. The food is delicious. But, do you really provide this kind of meal to employees for free? Of course. It all started with lunch. This isn't right. Providing free meals to employees? Do they realize how much money that costs? Are they doing this as a temporary measure to ease the transition to a weekly pay system? The shock of the factory's production system was nothing compared to the blow Arad Company's employee benefits dealt to Intir. And as he toured more of the Arad factory complex, his bewilderment only grew. I can understand giving employees 1 day off every 7 days, but they work only half a day on the 6th day as well? And they get paid for their days off, too? Why go to such lengths? Intir's head throbbed as he staggered, his vision spinning from the shock of this new and incomprehensible business model. Wait, that woman just got paid in silver coins. The sight of a female employee receiving silver coins as part of her weekly pay sent Intir into a full-blown shock. She earned quite a lot. It's probably because she worked hard and met her performance goals. No, I understand it's a weekly pay system, but you're paying them this much? And what's this about performance bonuses and overtime pay? Does that seem so strange to you? Adat novel bin adat. This goes beyond strange, this is complete madness. Even high-ranking imperial officials didn't receive this good treatment. There's much to learn here, but even more to avoid. Running a business like this, how do they expect to save any money? Ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. With a deep sigh, Intir clicked his tongue in frustration. He was convinced that, if they simply reduced these employee benefits, they could build 10 more of these massive factory buildings. For the first time, Intir began to feel the same mix of pity and exasperation that Balzac, Eot, and Carrot had felt toward him earlier. But I have to give credit where it's due. From a distance, Intir observed Arad. He's strange. No, he's a completely insane merchant. But a man of his caliber is still a man to be reckoned with. If I join hands with that man, maybe, just maybe, I can get my revenge. Intir, being a merchant, knew how to recognize value when he saw it. And right now, this place is overflowing with potential. A merchant, by definition, is someone who makes a profit from price differences. Their profession is essentially to buy low and sell high. By that logic, I thought of myself as a merchant. Why? Because I took raw materials with little to no value, processed them, and turned them into valuable goods for sale. That's technically still a price difference. But something about that felt incomplete. If ordinary merchants created more value from value, we created value from nothing. The difference was like night and day. That's why I didn't call it a merchant guild or a trading company. Instead, I named it Arad Company. The term company encompassed more than just a trading guild or a workshop. Because it wasn't a merchant guild, I was no longer a guild master but a president or CEO. Ah, President Arad. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Intir Bishop, president of Bishop Company. Ha 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 ha. The man who now stood before me was impressively quick to adapt. Yes, President Intir Bishop of Bishop Company. I've heard much about you. It's company, president. Not merchant guild, it's Bishop Company. Pardon. That's right. It's Bishop Company, and I am President Intir Bishop. So, President Arad, may I ask why you've summoned me so directly? Despite being deep in enemy territory, Intir showed neither intimidation nor hesitation. Are you planning to sell us the secret to producing northern porcelain, Mary's blessing, or perhaps the technique for crafting black magic prosthetics? If he was afraid, he didn't show it. It was obvious that Intir didn't genuinely expect us to transfer our technology to him. He was just testing the waters after all. There was no cost to trying. We have no intention of sharing our technology. Even if I were to approve it, the High Tower wouldn't allow it. I see. That's a real shame. Intir and I spoke to each other with the utmost courtesy. After all, I was a hereditary count of the north, and Intir was the husband of a Marchioness and the leader of a massive imperial merchant company. So, why did you ask to meet me? The north and the empire do not have good relations. That's true. And you, too, have a strained relationship with the imperial family. Intir's eyes flickered with understanding. He had fully grasped my intentions. What do you plan to offer me? Everything except for technology. Could you be more specific? Unlike Arad Salt, Mary's Blessing, and Northern Porcelain are distributed exclusively through the Rune Trading Company. In Renslet, there are two official merchant guilds. One is the Arad Company, and the other is the Rune Trading Company, which existed before the Arad Company was established. The problem is that the Rune Trading Company is too small. It can't handle the growing demand on its own. So, you're saying, the Arad Company will sell Mary's Blessing and Northern Porcelain not just to the Rune Trading Company, but also to Bishop Company. Intir's eyes sparkled with unrestrained joy. And there's more. There's more. The word more made Intir's eyes burn with sheer greed and madness. As the production volume of porcelain increases, several issues have arisen. Issues, you say? The North lacks skilled craftsmen and proper guilds. As a result, securing raw materials is a constant struggle. What do you need, exactly? Food, fabric, bricks, lumber, ingots, and glass. For now, those are the essentials. But don't imperial merchants already supply those goods to the north? We need more of them, and cheaper too. More and cheaper, huh? Intir's eyes grew sharper as he pondered my words. On your way here, you glimpsed our factory-style division of labor. We'll share that knowledge with you. With that, you will be able to produce more, at a lower cost, with less skilled workers. You really mean it, everything but the technology, huh? Correct. And if you wish, we'll even provide prosthetic arms and legs crafted with black magic. You're serious? On the condition that the patients are sent here to be fitted. In a world where hunting, war, and duels were commonplace, amputees were everywhere. Even in the empire and kingdoms, many nobles bore injuries that left them disabled. Adventurers, mercenaries, and knights with fully intact bodies were the exception, not the rule. To those people, the words black magic meant little. They wouldn't hesitate to bring sacks of gold and silver to the High Tower if it meant getting a functioning limb. Use this to extend your influence within the empire. My offer was so overwhelmingly generous that Intir's face shifted from joy to doubt. But, do you trust me? Ah, there it is. I was wondering when he'd ask that question. I trust your situation, not you. Perfect answer. Intir extended his right hand. We clasped hands firmly, exchanging a long handshake. There is one more favor I'd like to ask. While still shaking my hand, Intir confidently made his request. My life is in constant danger. My enemies are, well, you understand. His gaze shifted toward Balzac, who stood nearby. It was a bold request, but an understandable one. After all, he had just declared war on Crown Prince Canberman and his wife, Swordmaster Havana. He was right to feel uneasy. To protect himself from those two, Intir would need a guardian on par with a sword master. However, hiring such a guardian wasn't easy. No matter how much wealth or status a person had, the world's top-tier experts didn't move for money alone. I'm afraid that's difficult. I can't station Sir Balzac in the Empire. It would cause an uproar. Balzac was the sword master of the North, a man of legend. If he were to stay in the Empire, it would be seen as a de facto declaration of war. Then at least assign me some of your senior knights? No matter how much wealth and influence I build, if I die, it's all for nothing. Intir's voice was filled with genuine desperation at novel bin at. I understand. I truly did. In the original story, Intir was betrayed, robbed of his wealth and his merchant guild, and ultimately killed by his own wife, Havana. I couldn't turn a blind eye to his desperate plea. Does that mean you'll send some of your senior knights? When you return, a few senior knights from the Frost Knights will join your company as Bishop Company employees. This will also ensure smoother communication with the High Tower. That puts my mind at ease. Northern Knights are the strongest on the continent, after all. Intir recalled his first encounter with Balzac and nodded in agreement. But I shook my head. No, I'm still not at ease. Even if they're senior knights of the North, they're no match for a sword master. This time, I was the one expressing concern, not Intir. Intir tilted his head, puzzled by my words. That's why I came up with another solution. Sir Balzac mentioned he had a certain connection with someone. Someone. Intir turned to Balzac, his gaze filled with curiosity. She should be arriving soon. At those words, Balzac smiled knowingly. On the continent, there were official sword masters and unofficial sword masters. The official sword masters were Archduke Doom, also known as the Dark Grand Duke, Empire. Blazing Havana, Empire. Frostblade Balzac, Northern Renslet. Karen, Crown Prince of the Kingdom of Gargant, United Kingdoms. Unofficial sword masters were those with skills on par with a sword master but who did not wield swords in the traditional sense. Archbishop Teresia, Empire. Yukins, Master of the Golden Magic Tower, Empire. Ricard, Champion of the Emperor and Leader of the Royal Guard, Empire. Falcon, a divine archer from the Republic of Fez, United Kingdoms. Longos, an inquisitor from the Papal Court, Holy See. Additionally, in the north, there were two unofficial masters. Sun, the Northern Ice Wall. Isabel, the Great Witch of Spring. It's also worth noting that Her Highness Grand Duchess Irina was herself a sword master, though she deliberately kept it a secret. At this point, it's clear why the Empire is so wary of the north. This frozen wasteland with its sparse population somehow produced 3 sword masters. Some scholars even theorized that it was the harsh environment and the presence of magic stones in the north that created these miracles. There was one more superhuman of the north. She wasn't part of the Renslet faction, but she had strength equivalent to a sword master. Beep? Huh. Hearing the sharp, familiar sound, Carpe stopped what he was doing and looked up at the sky. Is that the Winter Hawk? It had been so long since he'd heard it that he thought it might be a hallucination. The sound echoed from the sky. Beep? It drew closer and closer. Her body was covered in countless scars from her long years as a mercenary. Her red hair, tied in a loose ponytail, swayed in the wind. Her body was covered in countless scars from her long years as a mercenary. Her red hair, tied in a loose ponytail, swayed in the wind. Her eyes were a piercing blue, her skin a coppery bronze, a stark contrast to the typical pale complexion of northern folk. Her imposing height and bulging muscles made it hard to believe she was a woman at all. On the surface, she looked to be in her 30s, but in truth, she was much older. The mercenary queen, Carpe, extended her hand toward the white hawk descending from the sky. It was unmistakable. This was the fabled beast of the north, the Winter Hawk. How did the Winter Hawk get here? Doubt clouded her mind. The Winter Hawk's range was, at most, limited to the north and the central parts of the empire. But this place was in the eastern region of the empire. It was the location of the Great Ragoite Wall, the continent's largest barrier, bordering the eastern wastelands, a savage land that marked the boundary between civilization and barbarism. For the Winter Hawk to have reached this far, it would have had to be deliberately sent from at least the mid-northern part of the empire. Does that mean the Frost Knights are nearby? Even though the Winter Hawk was a mystical beast, it couldn't locate someone as precisely as it had just done. This could only mean one thing: witchcraft was involved. It wouldn't have taken much. A strand of her hair, left behind in the north long ago, would have been enough for the witches to cast a tracking spell. Her initial sense of nostalgia at seeing the hawk quickly vanished, replaced by a flood of memories she had buried long ago, memories of debts she thought she'd never have to repay. Her gaze turned toward the hawk's leg, where, as expected, a small, folded piece of paper was tied. Rustle. She untied the message, and the Winter Hawk, having fulfilled its duty, soared back into the sky. Carpe didn't even watch it leave. Her eyes were fixed on the note as her expression grew more serious. At this point, her brow furrowed as she read the contents. There was only one line written on the slip of paper. Disciple, it's time to repay your debt. Come to the north. At novel bin at. Without a word, Carpe stuffed the paper into her mouth, chewed it up, and swallowed it. Then, she let out a thunderous roar. You piece of trash. It was her first contact with her master in 20 years, and it was the worst kind of message. Damn it, you old bastard. You actually did it. You really did it. What a typical northerner move. They're always so annoyingly meticulous when it comes to things like this. Carpe turned to the northwest and roared like a wild beast. Disciple? Disciple, my foot. I was your disciple for one measly week, and now you have the audacity to call me that? And for the record, I don't even use a sword anymore. On her back was a massive battle axe instead of a sword. Arg? Past me, you idiot? Why did you have to do that back then? Why did you have to be so reckless? Not far away, a group of her comrades watched her spectacle with cautious gazes. Looks like the boss is really pissed off, huh? You can't tell just by looking. Did that old guy, the Dark Grand Duke, ask her to do something weird again? No, this feels different. Carpe wasn't just any mercenary. She was the mercenary queen, and naturally, she was surrounded by loyal comrades and subordinates. SHH. Keep it down and focus on collecting the loot. Damn, these orc scouts were loaded. They had more loot than most humans. That's because they're Mongar orcs. No wonder even the Dark Grand Duke took action against them. Around the Red Wolf Mercenary Corps, which Carpe commanded, lay the bodies of 20 Mongar orcs. These orcs were larger, stronger, and more heavily muscled than ordinary orcs. Their tusks were longer, and their physical power far surpassed that of humans. Unlike ordinary orcs, these Mongar orcs were equipped with iron weapons that rivaled those used by Imperial elite soldiers. Though it wasn't as strong as Imperial steel or Northern cold iron, the fact that such powerful orcs had iron weapons was no small threat. Shouldn't we start moving soon? Yeah. If the knights see this loot, they'll definitely throw a fit. Then light up some incense. That should keep them off our backs. The mercenaries of the Red Wolf whispered among themselves as they kept an eye on Carpe. Having spent years with the mercenary queen, they instinctively knew that at times like this, it was best to stay quiet and wait. While she was still shouting profanities, Carpe's mind was racing. Ignore it? Just ignore it? I can pretend I didn't see it. No matter how much she thought about it, she didn't owe the North anything. Technically, she didn't owe the North, she owed Balzac, that stubborn old man. A long time ago, when she was still a lowly mercenary, she had crossed paths with Balzac while he was working as an enforcer in the demonic realm. Hey, senior knight? Tell me, how do I become a monster like you? Teach me your secrets. At the time, she was desperate. As a low-level mercenary, she didn't think she'd survive for long. I've got nothing to offer you, but I'll sleep with you if that's what you want. Do whatever you want with me. Hearing this, Balzac, already an old man at the time, clicked his tongue in disgust. With a face like that, where does your confidence even come from? Yeah, I'm not pretty, I get it, but sometimes, you've gotta try something different, huh? Or, don't tell me, you can't even get it up anymore. But Carpe wasn't one to be hurt by words like that. Forget it. I'll teach you. You've got a bit of potential, after all. Huh? Really? You're headed back to Haven, aren't you? It's about a week's walk. I'll teach you the basics of mana cultivation and weapon handling during that time. That should be enough to keep you from starving to death. Wait, there's no such thing as a free lunch. If we end it like this, it'll just feel unfinished. You're more stubborn than I expected. Fine, give me a lock of your hair. Hair? You're into that kind of thing. Idiot. If you ever become famous, I'll use it to track you down and make you pay me back. Gotta know where you are to call you, right? Oh, I get it. Sure. How much hair do you want? Should I just shave it all off? It's been annoying me anyway. And that was it. That was the only connection she had with Balzac. Now, 20 years later, he had called in the debt nearly 20 years ago. Back then and even now, the only sword master of the North, the Frostblade Balzac, stood like an immovable tree. Recalling her brief but intense encounter with him, Carpe naturally began to think about her homeland, the North. Suddenly calling me back to the North? For what? Damn it, like I'd actually go. She could just ignore it. But, the Northern Creed. Repay kindness, no matter what. The feeling of obligation buried deep in her heart sparked like a kindling flame. I thought I'd scraped every trace of the North out of me, but I guess you can't change your roots, huh? The North. That cursed homeland. It was a land of love and hate. Even now, when she closed her eyes, it appeared like a nightmare. The bleak, snowy land was always cold and hungry. Every winter, the sight of family and neighbors dying from the cold, hunger, or disease haunted her. Even after living a life steeped in slaughter and corpses, those memories remained vivid. They say it's changed a lot these days. Apparently, her homeland had changed recently at least, that's what she'd heard. Her gaze shifted to her subordinates, the members of the Red Wolf Mercenary Corps. The Red Wolves had sat themselves down and were cooking stew over a fire. They must have assumed their commander would be busy yelling and swearing for a while. The sight of the bubbling stew caused a sudden swell of emotion in Carpe's heart. Was it because of her subordinates? Absolutely not. It was because of the items they were using to make the stew. The stew was heavily seasoned with arad salt, and the bowls they were using were none other than the famous northern porcelain that had been making waves lately. This stew tastes amazing, even surrounded by the stench of these orcs. Arad salt really is the real deal. It's one of the reasons I keep on living. Kahahaha. And honestly, it tastes even better served in this porcelain bowl. Our boss is rough most of the time, but she's always on point with stuff like this, huh? Perhaps they were trying to improve her mood. The Red Wolves, who rarely praised anything, were now pouring out awkward compliments and flattery at novel bin at. You brats just gonna eat by yourselves? Hand some over to me too. Carpe, finding their behavior funny, decided to set aside her troubled thoughts for the moment. Yes sir, While the Red Wolf Mercenary Corps was personally led by the Mercenary Queen, it wasn't so wealthy that they could afford to splurge on porcelain bowls. The fact that Arad salt and northern porcelain were in their hands was partly due to Carpe's lingering fondness for her homeland. She silently stared at the stew in her porcelain bowl. The smell of the stew, which was free from the usual fishy or sour scent of mishmash meals, was thanks to Arad salt, made from the wild herbs and stone salt of the north. They probably need my help, huh? Her eyes narrowed as she thought about the letter from her homeland. A homeland that had now produced things as incredible as Arad salt and northern porcelain was calling for her for the first time in decades. Carpe gazed quietly at her comrades and subordinates. The Red Wolves were a mix of people from the north, the Empire, and the United Kingdom. These weren't ordinary mercenaries. Most of them were B to A rank mercenaries, skilled enough to thrive anywhere. No matter how strong her call to the north was, she couldn't drag them along like it was a given. Hey, you guys. She cautiously opened her mouth to speak to her comrades. If it's all right with you, how about we head to the north? Huh? What did you say, boss? Couldn't hear you. Before she could finish, she was interrupted. I said, I was thinking that maybe we should. Thudu-du-du-du. They were interrupted again, but this time, it wasn't her subordinates. Damn it, it's the Imperial Army. They sniff out loot faster than kobolds. If only they fought as well as they steal, those bastards. The sound of hooves thundering from a distance echoed through the air. The ground quaked, causing the stew in the bowls to spill over. Shortly after, a cavalry unit surrounded the Red Wolves. The unit consisted of 40 cavalrymen and 5 knights, one of whom appeared to be a senior Imperial knight. What do you think you're doing here? The senior knight at the front of the unit rode forward and addressed Carpe directly. Since Carpe wasn't just any mercenary but the Mercenary Queen, the knight had no choice but to step forward personally. Did you forget the clause to return immediately after combat is over? From atop his horse, the knight looked down on Carpe with arrogant eyes. Even though he was a senior knight, it was unusual for him to act like this toward the Mercenary Queen. We got hungry after fighting. You can't fight on an empty stomach, can you? Carpe leaned back, arms crossed, and spoke with a smirk. You dare talk back, mercenary filth. Filth, huh? Pretty harsh. Also, you're wrong. We're not just any mercenaries. At the end of the day, a mercenary is still a mercenary. A cold silence fell between them. Are you not afraid of being punished for disobeying orders? Huh? Typical noble knight stiff as a board, huh? Since when do mercenaries have to follow your orders anyway? Correction, it's not disobeying orders, it's breach of contract. Keep that in mind. We hired you. We pay you? Did you sign that contract with us? No, we signed it with the Grand Duke who oversees the wall. The contract clearly states that you are to cooperate with the defense of the wall. We did cooperate. Carpe pointed to the scattered bodies of 20 Mongar orcs. Don't play dumb. With all this blood spilled, monsters are bound to start sniffing around. If the mercenaries returned to the wall with the stench of orc corpses on them, monsters would surely follow them. You think we don't know that? How many battlefields have we fought on? Huh. The Red Wolves weren't fools. They had their own methods to eliminate the stench. If you knew that, why are you still here? This is a breach of contract and could even be seen as treason. Huh? Treason? By that logic, half the Imperial soldiers at the wall would be traitors. Carpe glared at the knight and his cavalry. What's with these guys? Why are they picking a fight today? Something felt off. Hey, deputy, did we get a new senior knight recently? She asked a familiar low-ranking knight standing next to the senior knight. Yes, he's Sir Alan, the third son of Count Felice. He just got assigned here. Ugh, filthy nobles. Carpe understood the situation immediately. This was just another spoiled noble brat on a power trip. Tui. She spat on the ground and turned away. All right, boys, pack it up. We're leaving. She didn't have time to waste on an overgrown brat playing knight. Carpe had a feeling after just a short conversation with the newly appointed senior knight. This guy had no real combat experience. This guy's a parachute recruit, isn't he? One of those guys who rise straight to senior knight thanks to family connections, not ability. His only combat experience probably involved chasing down bandits or hunting goblin packs near his family's estate. These types were essentially pampered ornaments raised on elixirs and sparring matches. I should have just stayed in the West. Spoiled by pride and arrogance, these men only saw what they wanted to see. And naturally, they looked down on Carpe even more because she was a northerner, a woman, and a mercenary. Some didn't even acknowledge that she was the mercenary queen. TCH. What a mood killer. Forget it, let's go. So dirty, so petty. I'm over it. The Red Wolf Mercenary Corps grumbled as they stood up, making sure to collect their loot as they prepared to leave. Hey, mercenary scum. Who said you could leave? But the senior knight wasn't about to let them go so easily. Leave the loot. His eyes fixed on the pile of orc loot that the Red Wolves had set aside. He. Kakaiki. The knights and cavalry accompanying the senior knight also cast greedy gazes toward the loot. These bastards. Carpe's lips twisted into a snarl. I thought something was off. So this was their plan from the start, huh? It was clear now. The knights weren't planning to handle Carpe or the Red Wolves themselves. Instead, they'd hidden behind their new senior knight, the backed by his family noble brat, and were using his authority as a shield to snatch the loot for themselves. The loot is ours. It's the price we paid with our lives. Think of it as compensation for overlooking your breach of contract and treason. Humph, a greedy northern wench. Filthy and shameless. Crack. The sound of Carpe grinding her teeth was so sharp it could be heard by everyone. Being called a northerner, a woman, and a mercenary at the same time was a triple insult she could never get used to. She had tanned her skin bronze to hide her northern origins, but apparently, that wasn't enough. Damn it. I should have just stayed in the West. Back there, we didn't have to deal with bastards like this. But in the East, these kinds of events always pop up just when I think things are going smoothly. At novel bin at. Ironically, this kind of contempt had only been resolved in one way, raw power. The moment Carpe became a nearsword master and earned the title of mercenary queen in the Western Empire, these issues disappeared. But here, in the Eastern Wastelands, things were different. They hadn't experienced Carpe's strength firsthand. To them, a northerner calling herself a mercenary queen was nothing more than a joke. Boss, what should we do? Well, it was only a matter of time before these kinds of idiots showed up. We didn't see many of them in the West, but it's about time. The Red Wolves began to crack their knuckles and loosen their shoulders, ready for action. No matter how quiet the boss is in the East, you'd think they'd have learned by now. Northerner, woman, mercenary, the trifecta of prejudice. Hell, Dane, didn't you nearly die to the boss back when you first joined for the same reason? Shut up, Hamel. That was years ago. Despite the tension, no one drew their weapons. This was the Great Ragoite Wall, and here, the first rule was fists before blades. Forget it. Leave the loot behind. But what Carpe said next was completely unexpected. What? What's she talking about? Is she sick or something? Even the Red Wolves were left dumbfounded. What's going on? Something's off. She's up to something. She's definitely up to something. The Imperial soldiers, who had been jeering moments ago, suddenly grew cautious. This works as a decent excuse. Of course, Carpe wasn't a pushover. Her heart was already half set on returning to the north. This moment felt like fate, a chance to tie up loose ends and create an excuse to leave. Let's go. Her voice sounded like a tragic heroine in a play. Sure. Why yeah. Let's go. The Red Wolves exchanged glances, filled with suspicion, as they began to pack up their things. Get on the wagons. The Red Wolf Mercenary Corps was no ordinary band of mercenaries. They were the best in the Empire, and they owned monster-taming premium war horses. Though they didn't have one horse for every mercenary, they did have several horses for use as supply wagons. Stop. Once again, the senior knight Alan blocked them. The cavalry maintained their encirclement, ensuring the Red Wolves couldn't escape. At this point, Carpe's eyes turned sharp and deadly. I noticed earlier. You lot are carrying northern porcelain. A mercenary with porcelain? Must have stolen it. Huh. Silence. The Red Wolves froze in place. But they weren't afraid of Knight Alan. They were afraid of the woman standing behind them, their own boss. And those premium war horses? How does a gang of mercenaries get their hands on such valuable beasts? Must be so you can haul all that loot, huh? Even the knights and cavalry following Alan began to grow uneasy. We'll be seizing the horses and porcelain too. As punishment, you'll walk back on foot. This is a merciful punishment, after all. Thwack. The sound of a stone smashing into Alan's face echoed through the clearing. Gulk. Nay. He fell off his horse. His elegant landing as a knight? Non-existent. He collapsed to the ground, his face in the dirt. How fast was that stone? It had come so quickly, and with such power, that even a senior knight had no time to react. Carpe's right hand lowered from its throwing position. Tap tap tap. Her hand reached behind her, grabbing hold of the giant battle axe strapped to her back. I swear, you people only understand one thing. She stalked forward, her eyes locked on the knight lying face down in the dirt. Pain. Thud. Her battle axe came down hard on the knight's face. But the sound wasn't a chop or slash. It was a heavy, blunt thud. Thud, 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 thud. Carpe wasn't using the blade. She was using the flat side of the axe to pummel him senseless. You stupid, arrogant, cocky, entitled little brat. The cavalry and knights rushed toward her in a frenzy. This crazy northerner. Haha, that's more like it. I knew the boss had something planned. Yeah, if you're gonna hit them, at least make it count. On the Arcadia continent, war horses are divided into two main categories. Standard war horses used in battles between humans. Special grade war horses used in battles against monsters. Unlike ordinary war horses, special grade war horses are incredibly rare. They are capable of withstanding the fearsome aura of monsters. In modern terms, they're as valuable as fighter jets. To be able to ride one, you had to be at least a knight with noble rank or the child of a wealthy family, and you needed sufficient skill to control the horse. And this was the Eastern Wastelands, a land swarming with orcs and monsters. If you saw someone on horseback here, whether they were noble or commoner, it meant they were likely the second or third son of a wealthy household. Those once proud men were now silently trudging through the wilds of the Eastern Wastelands. Their prized special-grade war horses were nowhere to be seen. Groan, groan. Sob, sob. If you listened closely, you could hear whimpering and sobbing among them. Black magic for sure. At the front of the group, Senior Knight Alan muttered incoherently, his face battered and bruised beyond recognition. His lips quivered, and his fingers clenched tightly around a pendant bearing the symbol of the Imperial Church. It has to be black magic? It has to be. Carpe, that northern wench, she must be an evil witch. Alan's trembling body oozed pure paranoia and delusion. However, not a single one of his subordinates cared. They neither pitied him nor respected him. They just ignored him. Is this guy really a senior knight? He can channel mana into his sword, so he's technically a senior knight, but he sure didn't look like one. The image of him being beaten like a dog by Carpe was seared into their memories. What? Who said the mercenary queen was only as strong as a senior knight? Who said that? You did, idiot. You idiot? I challenge you to a duel. Sure. Do it after we survive this hell first? Yeah. Even now, they trembled, remembering the scene where Carpe single-handedly wrecked them. Fine, the mercenary queen is strong, but what about the red wolves? Yeah, what's with those mercenaries? We should have known when they killed 20 fully armored Mongar orcs without taking any serious injuries. Don't act like that was some big revelation. We've killed 20 orcs before. Even the red wolves' combat prowess was unforgettable. What a disaster. We should have at least watched how they fought before trying anything. Their biggest mistake was underestimating their enemy. They'd only ever heard rumors of the mercenary queen and the red wolves. They'd never seen them fight. But they hadn't thought it necessary to see for themselves. They'd fought orcs before and come out victorious. That inflated their confidence, filling their heads with foolish pride. They're overpaying those mercenaries. It's ridiculous how much they're getting paid, and they still take the loot too. Mercenary queen and red wolves? Big deal. Let's teach them a lesson one of these days. It's just like those soft westerners giving out fancy titles to nobodies. Let's show them what real Eastern men are made of. Fueled by this kind of groupthink, they convinced themselves it would be easy. And now, here they were stripped of their pride, their horses, and their dignity. Ha! Ugh! Groans of regret and exhaustion echoed through the ranks. Getting beaten by a mercenary was humiliating, but I could live with that. But losing our special grade war horses, how do we explain that? Being beaten by the strongest mercenary company on the continent could be rationalized. It's not like we lost to just anyone. We fought the mercenary Queen Carpe and her red wolves. That's nothing to be ashamed of. This was the kind of delusional self-comfort they clung to. I'm done for. My family's definitely going to disown me. Forget about your family. Worry about being executed under military law. What if we just apologize? Maybe they'll give the horses back. How? You know where they went. We just follow their tracks. You want to follow tracks through monster territory with our current state. No choice. Let's just head for the Great Wall first. We're so dead. At this point, they only had one thing on their minds. Our special grade war horses. Asterisk. Dark Grand Duke Doom sat with a blank expression, his pale complexion making him look like a vampire. His 2-meter-tall frame and the massive greatsword strapped to his back made his presence utterly overwhelming. The mercenary Queen Carpe and the Red Wolves staged a rebellion. The report had been so absurd that his face remained expressionless for several moments. His pure white skin only made his scowl more terrifying. Why yes, Your Grace. They violated the military order, and they beat us all up and stole our horses. Adat Novel bin Adat. Senior Knight Alan, his face battered and bruised, sat before him. The gap where his missing teeth used to be was fully exposed as he spoke with misplaced confidence. That woman Carpe? She's a witch who's mastered the most wicked form of black magic. Doom's brows furrowed. Why do you think she's a witch? Huh. I'm asking why you think Carpe is a witch. Well, because she's a northerner, isn't she? Despite Alan's claims of rebellion, Dark Grand Duke Doom did not believe a word of it. 3. Huh. You made 3 mistakes. What? You made 3 mistakes. What? Doom's icy glare locked onto Alan. First, you say they committed treason, yet somehow you're still alive. Curious, isn't it? Second, you claim they disobeyed orders by taking orc loot? Did you really think you could spin that nonsense in front of me? If you had half the courage you're showing now, maybe you wouldn't have been beaten to a pulp. The cost of maintaining a special grade warhorse was astronomical, even if the imperial family subsidized part of it. Because of this, knights and cavalry were always on the lookout for side earnings. They weren't alone in this practice. Manning the Great Ragoit Wall required a massive military force, and no matter how wealthy the empire was, it wasn't possible to pay every soldier and knight a comfortable wage. Knowing this, even the Dark Grand Duke Doom turned a blind eye to the necessary side hustles of his soldiers and knights, but only to a certain extent. And third, the mercenary Queen Carpe and the Red Wolves are our equals. You've been stationed here long enough to know that, haven't you? Watching the idiotic look on Alan's face filled Doom with the urge to kill him on the spot. Unbelievable. Losing the special grade war horses was already frustrating. Getting humiliated by mercenaries was also annoying. But what truly enraged Doom was something else entirely. Where is the report of Carpe and the Red Wolves' return? Doom ignored Alan and directed his question to his lieutenant. We haven't received any reports from the gates. There's been no sighting of the Red Wolves at any of the fortress gates. The lieutenant, sensing the growing rage of his lord, apologized profusely, his face filled with dread. A cold, creeping anxiety slithered into Doom's heart. Kew. At that moment, a white homing pigeon flew toward him and perched on his arm. Doom retrieved the letter from its ankle. His face remained blank as he read the message. But the energy radiating from his body told a very different story. The sheer pressure emanating from Doom was palpable. Eek. Adat Novel bin Adat. Tremble, tremble, tremble. Everyone around him, knights, soldiers, officers, trembled uncontrollably. Do you know what this is? Doom waved the letter in his hand. It's a report. The Magic Corps on-site used divination magic to see exactly what happened. They wrote down everything you did. His cold, cutting words landed like daggers on the crowd. Doom slowly turned toward Alan, the root of all this chaos. You had the audacity to stand before me and lie. Grab, Kurg. With one swift motion, Doom grabbed Alan by the throat. His massive 2-meter frame lifted Alan clean off the ground. Ak, ga. Alan's legs kicked desperately as he dangled in the air like a man at the gallows. A so-called senior knight in name only. GGHHK? SP spare me. D-Duke. Despite being a senior knight, Alan's resistance was utterly futile. You caused a massive loss to the Empire. GGHHK? I'll reimburse the horses, with my family's fortune. Horses. Doom's eyes widened with disgusted disbelief. You still don't understand. Squeeze. GKKH, cock. Despite his crushing grip, Alan's life clung on like a cockroach. Do you know how much effort it took to bring Carpe here? Do you have any idea? He spoke each word slowly, making sure everyone heard him. Carpe and the Red Wolves were originally stationed in the western and southern fronts, battling the kingdoms. I had to beg her to come here. I had to endure that witch Marchioness Havana's endless insults and sabotage. Cough? Gasp? Alan's face turned a shade of purple as his air supply was cut off. You can't recruit someone like Carpe with money alone. Respect and sincerity. Those are the only things that can move her. Everyone around him fell deathly silent. And it's not just about her. Do you realize how much influence she has over the entire mercenary network? One single recommendation from her can alter the entire flow of mercenary recruitment. Especially northern mercenaries who make up 30% of all mercenaries on the continent will never work for us. Only now did Alan's subordinates realize the gravity of the situation. This was my greatest fear when I stationed Carpe here. Unlike the western and southern fronts, where she's well known, the eastern wastelands don't respect her as they should. Finally, Alan's body went limp, his lifeless eyes staring into nothing. I warned you, but you just had to ruin it. Thud. Doom flung Alan's body aside like a rag doll. Silence. This is my fault. It's my fault for not training you properly. It's my fault for letting a background-backed fool like him climb the ranks. No one dared to speak. The Mongar Orc main force is approaching. Unlike the scouts you've been fighting, these are real warriors. His gaze locked onto the cavalry and knights who had joined Alan in his little scheme. I will give you horses. Not special-grade war horses, of course. Just ordinary horses. You will ride them and find Carpe and the Red Wolves. Then, you will bring them back. Doom's cold, precise words carried the weight of a death sentence. Humbly, respectfully, with absolute deference. I will give you exactly 15 days. He raised his hand, and 2 senior officers stepped forward. Albert, Wren. Yes, Your Grace. Accompany them. If they fail to complete the mission within 15 days. His eyes narrowed. Kill them on the spot. Understood. The knights who had joined Alan's scheme visibly paled. Their fate was clear. If they succeeded, they might live. If they failed, they'd die on the spot. Doom wasn't giving them a chance to survive. He was giving them a chance to die with dignity. The Grand Wall of Ragoit, which stretched across the eastern ruins of the Empire, was vast and towering. Naturally, it had its share of small cracks and gaps. These were tiny crevices that even the tightly packed alarm spells and barriers covering the wall couldn't completely seal. For mercenaries, who never knew what might happen, these little openings were essential. They were especially useful for secretly selling off loot or smuggling contraband. If none existed, they had to create them. What's this? Was this passage always this wide? At this point, it looks like a wagon could just barely squeeze through. Captain. Something feels off. How are Hamel and Dane doing? The bleeding has stopped, but they're done as mercenaries, Captain. Those bastards? I swear I'll never work at this damn wall again. You should have just killed them or chopped off their arms and legs, Captain. Idiot, if we did that, we'd have a kill order on our heads. Carpe gritted her teeth, checking on her 2 injured subordinates inside the wagon. Hamel, Dane, you 2 hanging in there? How does it feel to see your ancestors after so long? Inside the wagon were 2 members of the Red Wolf mercenaries. One had lost his legs, and the other had lost his arms. Just leave us behind, Captain. Captain, it's been a pleasure working with you. Cut the crap. After confirming the pale, ghostly faces of her subordinates, Carpe gave the order to enter through the small passage. This feels off, but we don't have a choice. The pursuit squad will be on our trail soon, following our footprints. Yes, ma'am. Even though the ominous feeling remained, Carpe and her mercenaries had no better option. They decided to enter through the gap. But seriously, this hole is way too big. Did an earthquake hit recently or something? It feels way too artificial to be natural, Captain. Are there other smugglers using this route besides us? These guys have no sense of subtlety. At least keep it discreet, damn it. Well, it works for us. We won't even have to unload those 2 from the wagon to get through. As she led her team through the passage, Carpe clicked her tongue in frustration. If the orcs find out about this, there's gonna be a huge mess. Tisk tisk tisk. Should we report it to the Imperial Army? What's in it for us? Besides, they'll figure it out once they track our footprints. Just as they were about to fully pass through the hidden passage. Hold up, there's someone there. At novel bin at. Hey, you, who the hell are you? Everyone, prepare for battle. Carpe and the Red Wolf mercenaries quickly raised their weapons, shouting toward the presence ahead of them. They had sensed people waiting for them. These aren't amateurs. Adventurers? No way adventurers would have this kind of presence. The ones who widened this passage. It must be them. 5 men, dressed as adventurers, stood in front of them. It was clear from just a glance that they were no ordinary travelers. Are you mercenary King Carpe and the Red Wolf mercenaries? One of the men, who appeared to be the leader of the group, finally spoke. A northerner, huh? At the sound of his accent and voice, Carpe and the 30 Red Wolf mercenaries immediately realized who they were dealing with. Though the men's clothing and appearance thoroughly concealed their northern origins, the way he spoke with a northern accent was a deliberate choice to reveal their identity. That's right. We'll escort you? The high-ranking knight of the Frost Knights spoke calmly before stepping ahead of them. Wait a second. How did you know we'd be here? Carpe remained on high alert, her gaze sharp as she questioned them. Instead of answering, the Frost Knight pointed to the sky. Beep. High above, a white winter hawk soared gracefully through the air. Currently, the north was a place where imperial citizens faced heavy restrictions on their movements. Unlike in the past, imperial merchants and adventurers were no longer free to roam throughout the north. Here, this is proof that we've been faithfully paying taxes to the High Tower all this time, so let us pass like before. Denied. Why? Some of you merchants could be imperial spies. The sins of your kind are far too many. We're innocent. We have nothing to do with those spies. Doesn't matter. Trade is only allowed here in Haven. Double? We'll pay double the usual escort fee. Still not happening. At best, imperial merchants were allowed to conduct business only at Haven, the border point between the Empire and the North. The system worked like this. Imperial merchants would bring food, silk, clothing, and glass to Haven, where northern merchants would buy them and transport them further into the north. It was a system that would have been unthinkable in the past. The north really has grown a lot. It's because of Arad salt and porcelain. Just a year ago, Rensselaer had no choice but to accommodate imperial merchants, even those openly acting as spies for the Empire. They had been allowed to move freely across the north, all the way to the High Tower. This was because, at that time, northern food and supplies depended on the flow of imperial goods. North's porcelain? Any more porcelain from the north? Please? I'll pay extra if you can bring me more porcelain. From the Empire to the Kingdom Alliance, the entire continent is going mad for porcelain. The Rune Trading Company is here. Everyone, move. Out of the way. We have to buy it all. At some point, however, the dynamic flipped. Now, it was the imperial merchants who were begging the northern merchants. To obtain more porcelain, they were forced to sell food, silk, and clothing at dirt cheap prices. Northern merchants, in turn, sold furs, magic stones, monster byproducts, Arad salt, and porcelain at premium prices in Haven. Imperial merchants, having barely managed to obtain northern goods, would then resell them at much higher prices in the Empire and the kingdoms. This is unbearable. It's too inconvenient. We need more Arad salt and porcelain. If only we could reach the High Tower, where the porcelain is produced. But greed knows no limits. And merchants, by nature, are especially greedy. So, imperial merchants and adventurers sought a way to enter the northern capital, the Grand Duchy of the North, and the High Tower. But no one could get in. Due to recent incidents, we can no longer trust imperial merchants and adventurers. For that reason, we will no longer assist you in traveling beyond Haven into the north. The north was infamous for its brutal cold. It was even more savage than the Empire's eastern ruins. There wasn't a single imperial merchant bold enough to risk the bitter cold, monsters, and deadly northern warriors just to reach the High Tower with only a small party. Some of the Sigma agents, disguised as imperial merchants and adventurers, had tried to enter, but none had returned alive. This is ridiculous. What kind of law is this? What kind of law, you ask? It's our law. It's entirely fair, you imperial dogs. Fair? What part of this is fair? Eventually, some imperial merchants, Sigma agents, and adventurers, also Sigma, couldn't take it anymore and confronted a northern official from the High Tower. All we're doing is giving you the same treatment we got under imperial law. Which imperial law are you talking about? There's no such law in the Empire. Is that so? No more than 20 northerners may gather outside of the north. That line was practically a mantra back when I studied in the Empire. If you're so confident, feel free to enter the north with just 19 mercenaries. But I can't promise you'll come out alive. If you're so confident, feel free to enter the north with just 19 mercenaries. But I can't promise you'll come out alive. The official's blatant hint that they intended to rob the imperial merchants was unmistakable. At that point, the imperial merchants realized that any further conversation would be meaningless. Do you think the North will get away with this? Oh my, has the North ever not gotten away with it? If that's how you want it, then northern merchants won't be allowed to operate in the Empire either. They haven't been able to operate freely for a long time. They've only ever faced discrimination, contempt, and persecution. We'll petition the Imperial Court. We'll demand the expulsion of all northerners from the Empire. Go ahead, see how that works out for you. Who do you think will suffer more? If northern mercenaries and adventurers leave the Empire and head to the Kingdom Alliance instead, who do you think will profit from that? Why you? In the past, such threats from the north would have been met with laughter. If anything, the Grand Duchy of the North's bluffs would have been welcomed. After all, it meant they wouldn't have to travel to the cold, harsh north. But now, those same threats stung bitterly. What in the world is the imperial court doing? They gorge themselves on taxes and bribes, but they can't even handle a bunch of northern savages. The emperor's health is failing, and invaders from the east and west are threatening the empire. We can't afford to make things worse by antagonizing the north. Looks like the crown prince, who's acting as regent, is still too inexperienced. SHH, he's the future emperor. Damn it. The frustration and dissatisfaction of the imperial merchants continued to build until finally, I'll go myself. A man stepped forward, representing the imperial merchants. I'll go alone, without an escort or any attendants. I'll confront the northerners and prove my sincerity. The man was none other than Intir Bishop, one of the great merchant lords of the empire. Master Bishop, it's too dangerous. Without risk, there is no reward. But if something happens to you, what will become of us? Then my in-laws will have a field day, I'm sure. Pardon. Despite the pleas of his subordinates, Intir set off for the north with a cold sneer. Of course, in truth, he was practically dragged there by Balzac, but the public story was different. 2 months and 15 days passed. The season had shifted from early winter to late winter, according to the empire's calendar. Most people had already assumed that Intir Bishop was dead. At House Havana, his in-laws, preparations for his funeral were quietly underway. Various merchant groups were already moving to carve up the Bishop Trading Company like vultures. But then, I, Intir Bishop, have returned. The man who had walked alone into the depths of the north had come back. From now on, we are no longer a trading company. We are a company. No one knew what he had seen in the depths of the north, nor what he had witnessed at the high tower. Buy up large plots of land outside the city, and build on them? Start hiring workers immediately. I don't care if they're beggars or vagrants as long as they have intact limbs, hire them. Whatever had happened, one thing was clear: he had been profoundly changed. As soon as Intir returned to the empire, he began making earth-shattering moves one after another. What kind of mess is this? It looks like my in-laws were planning to take over while I was gone. Well, too bad for them. I'm back now, and the interim management is over. As soon as he returned, Intir rapidly restructured the Bishop Trading Company. He re-established control over the company, which had been on the verge of being devoured, and reorganized it into the Bishop Company, a new system entirely. Don't want to cooperate? Refusing to obey. During this restructuring, some executives and branch offices influenced by the Marquis of Havana displayed rebellious behavior. Then kill them. Utilizing elite mercenaries and skilled operatives from who knows where, Intir swiftly crushed any signs of rebellion. We're seeing signs that the southern branch is moving toward independence. For regions that were too distant for Intir to handle directly, he didn't resort to brute force. Don't sell a single shard of northern porcelain or a drop of Mary's blessing to them. Same goes for Arad salt. Send word to every other trading company as well. Intir had secured an exclusive, near-monopoly contract with Rensselaer. Pass this list to the northern merchants in Haven. Tell them not to sell to any of the listed trading companies. They'll understand since it's an order from the High Tower. This meant that Intir had essentially seized control of the supply and pricing of northern porcelain, Mary's blessing, and Arad salt. His influence in the empire had grown so enormous that it was practically absolute. Imperial Northern Central City, Solassus. Inside the Bishop Company's Northern Central branch, which was on track to become the company's new headquarters. Ha ha ha, he 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 he, hi 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 hi. Intir Bishop clapped his hands like a man who owned the entire world. Feeling that good, huh? A mercenary with brown hair and brown eyes asked him with a smirk. Of course, I'm so happy right now. I'm so glad I didn't kill myself. I don't think I've felt this kind of joy in over 10 years. Well, as long as the employer's happy, that's all that matters to us mercenaries. The mercenary, whose appearance was ambiguous enough to make it difficult to tell if they were a man or a woman, chuckled. Still, it's shocking. I always knew that Alicia had a thing for men, but I didn't expect her to have that kind of relationship with the imperial crown prince. The mercenary idly fiddled with the necklace that allowed them to maintain their transformation. This mercenary was none other than Carpe, leader of the Red Wolf mercenaries. The necklace allowed her to change her appearance at will, letting her move unnoticed. Alicia von Havana, the Marchioness of Havana, was a swordmaster known as the Flame Sword. Carpe had crossed paths with Alicia many times while working in the southern and western parts of the empire at Novel bin Adat. They weren't particularly friendly, it was a purely professional, business-like relationship. If anything, Carpe felt a sense of rivalry toward her. Ahem. By the way, mercenary queen. SHH, you know I'm being hunted by the Dark Grand Duke, right? Call me Phil. Oh, right. My bad, philosophy. So, what do you want? I heard you're a master-level fighter, almost like a sword master, right? How strong are you, really? At the sudden question, Carpe could immediately tell what Intir was getting at. Don't worry. I can handle Alicia just fine. She's too predictable in battle. Really? Yeah. Not all sword masters are the same, you know. What about the Dark Grand Duke? That's impossible. The moment I saw him at the Grand Wall, I knew it for sure. That man isn't called the strongest in the empire for no reason. Ah, I see. Why do you think I'm going through all this trouble to stay hidden? Carpe's words made Intir feel like he was riding an emotional roller coaster. But you probably don't need to worry too much. Balzac, that old man is about as strong as the Dark Grand Duke. I could tell the moment I saw him at the High Tower. Oh ho ho ho. Besides, the Dark Grand Duke is too busy to leave the wall just to kill a mere merchant. If a figure like that made a move, it would be impossible to hide. Thank goodness. Thank the heavens. Feeling truly relieved, Intir let out a long, deep sigh. Ahem, it's almost time to head to the outer district. Phil, get ready. All right. Dane, Hamel. Yes, Captain. We're ready. Two mercenaries with mismatched arms and legs responded. They had lost their limbs at the Grand Wall, but had been given prosthetics at the High Tower. All right, let's head to the first factory in the outer district. Carpe and her Red Wolf mercenaries surrounded Intir's carriage like an iron wall as they moved. By the way, all the horses they were riding had been acquired from the Grand Wall as compensation. The seed from the north, too. Life for the poor was equally harsh in both the north and the empire. The only difference was in the source of their suffering: nature and monsters for the north, and nobles for the empire and the kingdoms. If the north suffered from food shortages due to harsh winters, then the empire and kingdoms faced the same due to the nobles' relentless exploitation. If the people of the north lived under constant threat from monsters and barbarians, the people of the empire and kingdoms lived under constant threat of war. In fact, being oppressed by fellow humans might be more agonizing than being oppressed by nature or savages. Winter had arrived in the southern parts of the north. It was cold. Not as cold as the north, but still cold enough. It was also the season when jobs disappeared. This was especially true for the central northern regions of the empire, which bordered the north. Here, people struggled to reduce the number of mouths to feed, driven by noble exploitation. This region was also flooded with people who had deserted the army or fled conscription during the empire's never-ending small-scale territorial wars. As a result, the central northern empire was teeming with such people. For Intir, this meant there was no shortage of workers for his factory. Work, work, you wretches. I'm feeding you and sheltering you from the cold, so work like your life depends on it. Even late at night, heavy labor continued under the glow of lanterns at the factory run by Bishop Company. Cough, cough, cough. The sound of coughing echoed through the air. With sleeping quarters like livestock pens and workspaces that only barely kept the wind out, it was no wonder people were coughing everywhere. But no one dared to complain. Most of you used to be serfs, so this should feel familiar. Just think of it as having a new master. You've gone from serving a lord to serving a boss. Several years ago, Emperor Sold had declared the emancipation of serfs. It was undoubtedly a major achievement, but it also brought disaster. The newly freed serfs, unprepared for their new reality, flooded the cities, turning into beggars and vagrants. In the cold of winter, it wasn't unusual for hundreds of corpses to be discovered in alleyways and sewers each day. The Bishop Company is your new estate, and President Intir Bishop is your new lord. He is a kind and generous lord who offers you work. You're just serfs on a prosperous estate with a new master. For these people, Intir and Bishop Company were nothing short of salvation. You'll earn 20 coopers a week. If you work overtime, you can make up to 35 coopers. The wages were less than one-third of what workers at Arad Company received, but no one complained. However, you'll need to pay 20 coopers a week for your lodging, meal costs, break room fees, and uniform rental. So, in reality, the most you can take home each week is 15 coopers. Since food, lodging, and even clothing fees were deducted from their pay, much of their wages ended up right back in the company's hands. But no one complained. Be grateful to President Intir Bishop for giving you work during this cold winter. Tell me, where else can you find safe, stable work during this season? To someone from the north, this system might have felt chilling to the bone, a system filled with red-flavored exploitation. But for the people here, it was fine. After all, crowds of people lined up outside the Bishop Company, desperate for work. With a constant influx of replacements, nobody could afford to complain. When I saw Arad Company at the High Tower, I didn't understand it at all. So, I decided to run my factory my own way. As Intir toured the factory, his eyes glowed with excitement. This is it. This is the ideal factory system. Intir was certain of one thing: his factory's net profit would surpass that of Arad's factories. No waste, maximum efficiency. The factory's mass production system, which emphasized division of labor, was a seismic shift for the empire. Every product from the factory maintained a consistent level of quality, but the production volume was overwhelming. As a result, prices plummeted to one-fifth of what they used to be. President, welcome. As Intir entered the factory manager rushed over, rubbing his hands together eagerly. Hey, all of you, line up and greet the president. Manager, how many times do I have to tell you? Stop wasting time with that nonsense. Focus on production instead. Adat Novel bin Adat. Yes. Of course, sir. Thanks to his experience observing Arad Company, Intir had learned that it was more efficient if workers didn't stop their tasks, even when the president himself was present. Because of this, the factory's employees didn't even turn their heads, focusing entirely on their work as Intir walked past. Is this shipment headed to the Winters estate? Yes, sir. While inspecting the factory, Intir noticed a shelf filled with finished arrows. Don't mess this up. We went through a lot to win that military contract. Of course, sir. Intir had a natural eye for profit. He focused on products that could be mass-produced at low cost. Weapons like swords and steel items were difficult to mass-produce due to resistance from the guild and master craftsmen, but arrows could be mass-produced just fine. If only I could mass-produce swords, armor, and shields like these arrows. Intir watched the arrow production process with envy. If armor, swords, spears, axes, and shields could be made as systematically as arrows, it would revolutionize the industry. Damn those workshops, damn those guilds, and damn those prideful master craftsmen. Intir silently cursed the closed-minded master craftsmen and guild members of the empire. Even if he wanted to secretly produce imperial steel equipment, he lacked the secret knowledge and techniques passed down only within the guild. Even if, by some miracle, he did manage to produce them, the guild would use their influence to crush him. I bet the North is already mass-producing northern steel in factories. Unbidden, the thought of the North crossed his mind. He hadn't seen a weapon or steel production factory during his time in the North, but if it was Arad and the North, they'd definitely be preparing something like that. If only I could mass-produce imperial steel and weapons, I'd make an overwhelming profit. Imperial steel was famous across the continent. While northern steel had comparable quality, imperial steel had far greater prestige. But its fame came at a cost. Production time, process complexity, and costs were all high. We could take control of the market not only in the Empire, but also in Bardenheim and even the Eastern continent. He clenched his teeth in frustration. Someday. An opportunity will come someday. Shaking off his thoughts, Intir refocused on reality. The sound of arrows being crafted echoed in his ears. By the way, wasn't one of Baron Suleiman's sons supposed to be heading to the High Tower soon? Yes, sir. Along with Count Vetter's second son and Philip, the one-armed S-rank mercenary famous for his dueling skills. All of them were figures who had suffered injuries in battle or duels, resulting in disabilities. With his extensive merchant network, Intir had easily made connections with them. Rensselaer will probably handle it on their end, but we can't afford any mistakes on ours. Understood, sir. Intir profited from commissions while also reaping political and economic benefits. All right, let's head back. After a quick inspection, Intir climbed back into his carriage with a satisfied smile. Behind him, Carpe and her Red Wolf mercenaries stood guard. Whoosh! A harsh winter wind swept across the factory buildings. Carpe glanced at the factory windows, lit by torches and lanterns. Inside, she saw workers shivering as they toiled late into the night. So they earned 35 coopers for all that. Carpe didn't feel much as she watched them. The world's gotten so much better. Beggars and vagrants can earn a steady wage during the dead of winter. In truth, Carpe found it hard to complain about the Bishop Company's factory system. Where else could you find a place that took in people who would have otherwise died on the streets, fed them, gave them shelter, and even paid them? Having experienced the brutal winters of the North as a child and crossed countless battlefields as an adult, she saw the very act of working in this safe factory as a luxury. What she had seen at Arad Company in the High Tower, however, felt far more strange to her. Arcadia was a world where crimes like counterfeiting gold and silver coins were surprisingly rare. This was because the technology to measure the purity of gold and silver was more widespread and advanced than one might expect. All it took to create a currency tester was to embed 4 small, low-grade magic stones with different attributes into an iron plate. You'd simply place a gold coin or a silver coin on the plate. If the coin was real, it would emit a distinct glow, a gold glow for gold coins, a silver glow for silver coins, and a dark brown glow for copper coins. Even during the Dark Ages, Arcadia's version of the Great Cultural Revolution and the Age of Savagery, a period akin to the Mongol invasions and vandalism of Earth, this magic-based technology survived. Capitalism had endured even the madness and destruction of zealotry and barbarism. Well, it helps that the production method is so simple and foolproof, I muttered, placing a gold coin and a silver coin on the tester. Sheen, shine, shine. A bright golden glow for the gold coin, a silver glow for the silver coin. Seriously, fantasy worlds are a cheat. Just throw in the concept of mana, and suddenly, everything has a reasonable explanation. How convenient, I said sarcastically as I continued checking the coins. The process would continue until the magic stones embedded in the tester were worn out and needed to be replaced. President? Why are you suddenly testing coins? It was Mary, who had been quietly watching me for a while. By the way, Director Te had already left early to go on a date with the woman he'd been seeing recently. Why am I doing this all of a sudden, you ask? Yes, sir. The Empire's been too quiet lately. At novel been at. What? Don't you think we've been making too much money recently? Not just us, but even Bishop Company. I glanced at the new batch of gold and silver coins that had come in from the Empire and the Bishop Company. And yet, it's been strangely quiet. Hearing this, Mary's face grew serious. That's why I wondered if the Empire might have sent us a load of counterfeit currency. If I were Crown Prince Canberman, I'd probably do something like that. That does sound like something the Empire would do. Mary nodded with a look of deep understanding. So, what are the results? Surprisingly, every single coin is genuine. Same goes for the coppers. Should we be relieved or not? Relieved, I guess. After all, if counterfeit coins flooded the North, it wouldn't just be us who'd suffer, the Empire would take a hit too. Plus, the Bishop Trading Company would never stay silent if they found out. Right, that's true. Still, it's odd, just like you said, President. The Empire isn't the type to sit back and watch the North succeed without making a move. Exactly. The fact that it's so quiet is what makes it scary. I agree. For now, let's keep a close watch. Worrying about something that hasn't even happened yet is pointless. Yes, sir. Let's put our faith in Renslaet's Knights and the Frost Knights. Yeah, we should. I nodded and glanced at the large map hanging on the wall of my office. The map depicted the entire continent of Arcadia, with a special focus on the north and the Empire. Intir is doing a better job than I expected. My eyes lingered on the central northern region of the Empire. That's where we'd planted the seed. To think they copied our factory system so quickly. I'm impressed. I already knew exactly what Intir had done upon returning to the Empire. It's straight out of early Industrial Revolution Europe. The Bishop factory system was essentially a version of Arad Company's factory system, but with all the welfare policies stripped away. It was practically the perfect breeding ground for the Red Plague. The thought made me grin. Once I finish writing the Magic Engineering Handbook, I should also write a book introducing the red-flavored ideas of Earth. That'll be fun. Just imagining the Red Plague spreading throughout the Empire gave me a thrill. Unlike the North, the Empire had a much larger population of literate citizens. That meant it would burn brighter, faster, and harder. This is what they call soft power. It didn't matter if it was republicanism or communism. If something rose up and started harassing the Empire from within, it would be the best form of containment. To me, Intir Bishop was the very definition of a hidden peace. Ah, right. Mary. While staring at the map, a thought popped into my head. The portrait session is scheduled for 2 days from now. I know, sir. You do. Yes. Don't worry too much. I had a very pleasant talk with Her Highness the Grand Duchess. Everything's settled. Thank you. She didn't seem as happy as I'd expected, but I decided not to press the matter. She was probably just exhausted from balancing her duties at the Academy and the company. Still, it took a while. We originally talked about doing the portrait last summer, didn't we? Yeah, I thought we'd just do it separately. What was that? Ah, nothing, sir. I'm looking forward to it. Haha. Yay, me too. The plan to have our portraits painted had been delayed again and again. It was only now, well into the next summer, that it was finally happening. Everyone's been so busy. Even I had nearly forgotten about it. If Arena hadn't summoned me for it, I might have let it slip my mind entirely. This is the perfect chance to flex my max-level painting skill. Feeling a wave of excitement, I started making plans in my head. With my max-level alchemy skill, I'll develop oil paints that don't exist in this world. Then I'll paint a masterpiece with them. Everyone will be blown away. Just thinking about creating something from scratch made my hands tingle with anticipation. I'm itching to get started. I should practice a bit before I head to the high tower. I also need to develop oil paints. Even if it was just a side skill, my max-level art and crafting skills weren't for show. I hadn't used them much lately due to managing the company. Once the camera is invented, there won't be much point in painting like this anymore, so I'd better enjoy it while I can. Sure, I could just make a magic engineering-based camera, but that would ruin the romance. A portrait painted by the North's genius, Arad Jin, now that's romance. Besides, the artistic impact of a painting was far greater than that of a photo. Even if I eventually leave this world, the portraits I poured my heart and soul into will remain here for centuries. Just like Mona Lisa back on Earth. Cooking, inventing, running a company, as if all that wasn't enough, now I was about to achieve something in art too. If you think about it, there was a figure like this on Earth too, Leonardo da Vinci. I wonder if people in this world will one day view me as a mysterious figure of legend. I bet I'll be a staple topic on this world's version of Unsolved Mysteries. This, too, was a form of legacy building. Today was the only day off during the company's 1-week break. In Korea, a 6-day work week is seen as the mark of a black company, but in this other world, a 6-day work week is hailed as the sign of a white company. Running a business in a world where people praise a 6-day work week, after coming from a world where people were pushing for a 4-day work week, felt strangely ironic. Not that it matters to a workaholic like me whether it's 6 days or 4 days. The day off was ultimately for the benefit of the employees. As the boss, I still went to the company on my days off to work on research and development or handle pending approval documents I hadn't had time to review. This was the same at both Jin Industries back on Earth and Arad Company here. Once you run your own business, you realize it. The feeling that even if you're resting at home, you're not truly at rest. Even on vacation, you can never fully enjoy it. That being said, I couldn't impose this way of thinking on my employees. Nor should I. That's the difference between working for yourself and getting paid to do someone else's work. There's no statement more ridiculous than telling employees to act like owners. Mary, take tomorrow off as well. That's why I told Mary to take an additional day off. Suddenly, sir. Mary, who was riding next to me on horseback as we headed to the inner castle, frowned. For the record, the horses we were riding were premium-grade war horses. Carpe had gifted them to me as part of the medical expenses for his subordinates stolen right from the Empire's stables. It's because today's work will probably prevent you from resting properly. I made the suggestion with her well-being in mind, but in a way, it could also be seen as a result of her being dragged into the boss's hobby. So that's what you meant? Understood. I will gratefully take that rest. Mary nodded in agreement, apparently understanding my explanation. It was definitely my suggestion, and I had hoped she would accept it. But now that she had so readily agreed, I felt a bit strange. She's changed? She was different from when she first joined. Back then, Mary wasn't happy even when given a day off. She had shown so much passion, insisting on handling both her secretary duties and her academy work simultaneously. That passionate employee is gone now. Well, it's a natural development, I suppose. I nodded with a bitter smile and asked her a question. So, what do you plan to do on your day off? I'll probably just rest at home. I see. It seemed like Mary's MBTI likely started with an I, for introvert. As we exchanged our dull conversation, we arrived at the Glory Palace within the inner castle. From there, we used a high-pass route straight to the office of Irina Rune Renslet, the Grand Duchess of the North. It's bright and warm here. The witches have improved their skills considerably. The Grand Duchess's office was warm and bright. It wasn't just her office, the entire inner castle was like this. This was thanks to the magical heating artifacts that the witches had been crafting little by little. Count Jin, does this arrangement for space work for you? When I stepped inside, the chamberlains who had been on standby asked me this. Yes, it's perfect. Let's proceed as it is. Thanks to prior arrangements, everything from the interior design to the props had been prepared to perfection. Then I will inform Her Highness, the Grand Duchess. Please do. I gave a nod, and not long after, Irina appeared with her handmaidens. The ruler of the North, Grand Duchess Irina Rune Renslet, has arrived. It's been a while, Sir Arad. I will do my utmost to capture your highness's likeness. I look forward to it. After the formal greetings, Irina and I quickly took our seats. Both Mary and Irina are quieter than usual. Well, I suppose it makes sense for them to feel awkward. Seeing Irina and Mary look stiffer than usual lit a fire in me to draw them even more diligently. We'll be working with two themes. For the first, your highness will wear armor and wield a sword. Lady Mary, please change into adventurer attire and stand over there. Since it wasn't every day one could seize such an opportunity, I moved swiftly with my sketch. With my max-level manual dexterity stat and drawing skills, sketching and arranging the composition took less than 15 minutes. I paid extra attention to the faces of the two. I made them so detailed that all that was left was to apply color. I also jotted down notes on the sketch, detailing which colors and shades would go where, as well as the light and shadow contrasts. With that, the first theme was complete. It's done. I'll now begin the sketch for the second theme. Please change into the outfits I mentioned beforehand. The moment I finished speaking, both of them moved to another room to change. It took more time for them to change clothes than it did for me to sketch. But what's that old lady, Isabel, doing over there? During the short break, I looked around and spotted Isabel, the Grand Witch of Spring, in the corner. She was acting strangely. Unlike usual, she had a serious expression and was muttering something continuously. Curious, I started walking toward her, but someone suddenly blocked my path. How's the drawing coming along, Count Jin? Sir Arad, will you be adding color later? At novel bin at. It was Balzac and Son. Even with just the sketch, it's incredible. Would it be alright if I asked you to draw me later? If you have time, I'd also like to make a request. Of course. Once I finish this project, why don't you both visit the company sometime? Unlike Irina, the Grand Duchess of the North, I didn't need to visit them personally. After all, I wasn't just a count with an inherited title. I was also the leader of Arad Company. Much appreciated. I'll visit after the Grand Duchess's portrait is finished. By the way, is there anything you need? I'll visit too. If you need anything, just say so. Thank you for the offer. But for now, there's nothing I urgently need. Is that so? Well, if anything comes to mind, tell us anytime. Yeah, whether it's rare minerals or monster byproducts, we'll get them for you. Thank you. After expressing my gratitude, I glanced at Balzac and Son. Since the topic had come up, I started thinking about what kind of portrait I could create with the two of them as the main subjects. Wait a second. And before long, inspiration struck me like lightning. A battlefield scene set on a snowy plain, with Balzac swinging a frost-swept sword while Son blocks an enemy attack with a sturdy shield. Considering how close those two seemed to be, I thought about portraying them together, just as I had done with Irina and Mary. Hold on, why not include Eote, Sir Rosie, and Carrot as well? I could create a neoclassical style group portrait and display one in the High Tower's training ground and one at the company. The thought sent a thrill of excitement through me as I made an appointment with them. I'll schedule it as soon as possible. When you come, could you wear your combat gear as if you were on the battlefield? If possible, bring along monster corpses in their original form. Ha ha ha, I like it. Consider it done. Just hearing it makes me excited. Hearing my firm response, Balzac and Son smiled brightly. Well, I have training to attend, so I'll be off. Same here. I have patrol duty. And with that, they disappeared as swiftly as people with pressing business. I glanced around, feeling as though a storm had passed. Did Isabel leave already? After seeing off Balzac and Son, I had intended to approach Isabel, but she had vanished without a trace. We're done changing. Me too. Instead, Irina and Mary, who had just finished changing, entered the room. Even in the dead of winter, it suddenly felt like spring had arrived. Whoa, you both look absolutely stunning. Truly beautiful. Both of them were wearing dresses that noble young ladies of their age might wear. Irina wore a blue silk dress, while Mary was dressed in a red gown tailored from luxurious fabric. Is it really that beautiful? At my compliment, both Irina and Mary's faces turned red at the same time. Oh ho 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 ho. Their expressions were so incredibly charming that I immediately started moving my pen. Since I was only sketching, I was able to leave work before sunset. Mary said she would head straight home to her residence within the inner castle, so we parted ways. I, on the other hand, returned home with the help of the servants provided by the High Tower. For the record, my home was a 3-story building that also served as the main headquarters of Arad Company, located within the high tower. It's been a while since I've been back to headquarters. The Arad Company building, situated between the outer walls of the high tower and the inner castle, hadn't been used much lately. Most of my work was done at the industrial complex, so I ended up eating, sleeping, and living there for the most part. Bring it up here. Yes, sir. After arriving at the headquarters, I went straight to the 3rd floor at Novel bin Adat. The servants from the high tower followed behind me, carrying canvases. Put them both here. The 3rd floor was where my personal space was, including my bed and desk. I instructed the servants to place the 2 sketch canvases in the center of the room. You've done well. Here, take this. Thank you very much, sir. I handed each of the servants a small tip in copper coins. With bright smiles on their faces, the servants bowed deeply before leaving with light footsteps. After tossing my fur coat roughly onto the desk, I went back down to the 1st floor. Welcome back, boss. A young employee, who served as the building manager, was waiting on the 1st floor. He was in charge of maintaining the cleanliness of the building and managing the stables. In short, he was also a security guard. Originally, he was a servant assigned to me by the high tower, but I had taken a liking to his name and his work ethic, so I hired him directly. Jarvis, did anything unusual happen while I was gone? Nothing at all, sir. It's been pure peace and quiet. At Jarvis's response, I decided to bring a little excitement into his peaceful life. I'd like to take a bath. Could you fill the water on the 2nd floor? Well, there isn't enough water in the building right now. I'd have to go to the well to fetch it. Sure enough, the peaceful expression on his face cracked. Naturally, building managers in this world didn't just sit around guarding doors. They had to take on odd jobs too. While it wasn't their job to do major cleaning, they were still expected to handle basic dusting. If it snowed, they had to clear the area around the building. When I was present, they also had to fetch water for cooking and bathing. On top of that, they were responsible for emptying the chamber pots and ensuring there were goose feathers ready for wiping. Of course, it would be hard for you to do it alone. Here, take this. If someone only heard that description, they might think Jarvis was being punished for some crime. Even at the tail end of a medieval era, doing all those tasks alone would be difficult. With this money, you can hire the neighborhood kids to help. You can keep whatever's left. I handed him a pouch filled with silver coins. Peace returned to Jarvis's face. I'll head there immediately. This was what you call flexible employment. I only had one full-time employee, Jarvis, but he was a high tower native. If he walked just a few steps outside the building, he'd see familiar faces everywhere. With just a promise of 2 copper coins per person to help draw water, he could easily round up 5 kids in no time. Whether it's Earth or a fantasy world, everything becomes more convenient with money. The only reason the medieval era is uncomfortable is because people don't have enough money. If you don't have home appliances or smartphones, just hire several people to fill those roles. If security is shaky, hire mercenaries. If you need power, just mass-produce miraculous items and win the favor of the king. Power comes from your wallet. Long live the max-level jack of all trades. If I really put my mind to it, I could create Earth-style plumbing, baths, and toilets. But since I had human smartphones like Jarvis, it wasn't a priority for now. Jarvis would soon fill up the water tank in the 2nd floor bathroom-kitchen combo. Warming up that water with magic stones would take at least 3 to 4 hours. While I waited, I headed back to the 3rd floor to continue working on my paintings. First, I'll complete the Romanticism version. There were 2 sketch canvases I'd brought back from the high tower. Both were quite large, about half the size of a school blackboard. I need to capture the lingering afterglow of the 2 young ladies' blushing faces while it's still fresh in my mind. I set up the paints I'd made the day before using my alchemy skills and picked up a brush. Since this had been a long-term project, I finally found myself entering a state of deep concentration. How much time had passed? By the time half of the once blank canvas had been filled with color. Knock knock knock. Boss? Everything's ready. The water is warm now. With a knock at the door, I heard Jarvis's voice. Got it. You can head home for the day. Understood. Oh, and one more thing. From now on, unless I give specific instructions, do not enter my bedroom. I'm working on an important project, and it's dangerous. Understood. Since that day, I have been working on the paintings bit by bit whenever I have spare time. I ended up creating 2 versions of the portrait featuring Irina and Mary, one in the neoclassical style and the other in the romantic style. For the neoclassical version, I emphasized the heroic side of Grand Duchess Irina, portraying her clad in armor and holding a sword. For the romantic version, I focused on highlighting the beauty and camaraderie between Irina and Mary. I didn't realize painting could be this much fun. Back on Earth, I had never been able to draw this well. But with this body of Arad, I could do anything with masterful skill. Literally everything except direct combat. Thanks to this golden hands trait, I had become completely absorbed in painting. Whether it was something I had seen in real life or something I imagined, I could reproduce it perfectly on canvas. It has become my new source of joy, my latest hobby. Right? I should paint a few more solo portraits of Irina. After all, the whole reason for this was to create portraits of the Grand Duchess of the North. While I'm at it, why not try an impressionist-style portrait too? If I were to draw Irina in a surrealist or cubist style, that could be dangerous. Let's try it with Mary first. What had started as a simple project gradually spiraled into more and more variations. About 2 weeks passed like this. Isn't this kind of stalker-like? By the time I came to my senses, I was already deep into the realm of obsession. On the 3rd floor of my house, 23 portraits and character studies of Irina and Mary, done in various artistic styles, lined the walls. The 50 Pyong, approximately 1,650 square feet, room had essentially become an art gallery. I may have gone a little crazy. Look at this maddening space. No wonder my head felt clearer just from taking it all in. Time to return to my normal life. If anyone were to see this, they'd definitely be horrified. With that thought, I resolved to cool down my brief but intense passion for painting. Recently, Irina had been feeling uneasy about Arad. He had been half-hearted at work, leaving the office the moment his tasks were done. He even postponed the personal lessons he used to give regularly. What is he up to? He was always a quirky guy, so she had stopped being surprised by his actions long ago. But concern was a different matter. Of course, she had already asked him what he had been up to. But each time, Arad had simply grinned and said, "It's a secret." Surely it's not because of the painting, right? The first thing that came to mind was the painting. He wouldn't be obsessively pouring himself into painting like he did when he was making those bags and prosthetic hands, right? The suspicion briefly crossed her mind, but she quickly dismissed it. With a painting of that size, it would take time to complete. And he's working on 2 of them. No matter how talented he is, he'd take his time and work at a steady pace. At novel bin at. Back when he was making bags and prosthetic hands, Arad hadn't fully committed to his business yet. He was halfway living like a loafer. But the Arad of today was different. The Arad that Irina had observed up close was an adult who strictly separated work and personal matters. More than anything, Irina didn't believe that someone as capable as Arad would lose his composure over mere paintings. There must be something else going on. Her thoughts naturally drifted to another possibility. No way, could it be that he's seeing another woman? Her mind went straight to the worst-case scenario. Lately, he's been heading to the headquarters building far too often. Irina's heart, which had been warm just a moment ago, grew as cold as a frozen lake. But why didn't I notice? I didn't receive any reports about this. Her hands and feet began to tremble as she ran wild with her imagination. This is Arad we're talking about. He must have taken precautions. Then, suddenly, she shot up from her chair. "Lady Mary, is something wrong?" Her sudden movement drew the attention of the other employees in the office. "Where is the boss?" Unfazed by the stares, Irina focused on finding Arad. He said he had something to do today, so he left early. Arad had left early today as well, and he hadn't even informed her. Of course, Arad had announced in advance that he'd be leaving work early for a while, but that little fact had vanished from Irina's mind. "I'm leaving early too." Without hesitation, she threw on her fur coat and stepped outside. Then, she headed to the stable, which had been set up like a parking lot next to the building. A short while later, she galloped away on a premium-grade warhorse, one of the few horses capable of withstanding the northern frost. Her destination Arad's house. When she arrived at the Arad Company headquarters, she was greeted by Jarvis, the building manager and former servant of the high tower. Recently, whenever he comes home, he stays locked on the 3rd floor and doesn't come out. Jarvis didn't know Mary's true identity, but he had long since realized that she was someone of considerable status. That's why he treated her with utmost respect. "Do you know what he's been doing on the 3rd floor?" "From what I can tell, he's been painting." "Painting?" "Yes, but I don't know any details. He told me not to enter his room." "Understood. Then I'll go put your horse in the stable. Give the horse some carrots and water, please." "Understood. Is the boss on the 3rd floor right now?" "No, he went out to buy something and hasn't returned yet. He's been gone for a while, so he should be back soon. Why not wait on the 1st floor?" "All right." With that, she was left alone in the building. Is it really because of the painting? Irina stood still in the empty 1st floor hall, furrowing her brow. Would he really pour so much passion into painting? Of course, painting the Grand Duchess of the North was no small matter. But was it something that could make Arad lose focus on his other responsibilities? That didn't sound right. This is all for Arad's sake, and for the North's sake. With Jarvis in the stable and Arad out of the house, Irina stealthily made her way up to the 3rd floor. Creak. Carefully, she opened the 3rd floor door, relieved to find it wasn't locked. Gulp. She swallowed dryly. Thump 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 thump. Her heart pounded so loudly it echoed from her chest to her head. With slow, deliberate steps, Irina entered Arad's room. And then she froze, gazing around the room with a blank expression. What welcomed her inside the room was none other than herself. About 20 portraits were displayed throughout the room, filling the walls. At a glance, it was obvious who the subject of those portraits was none other than herself, the Grand Duchess of the North, Irina Renslet. If she had to borrow Arad's own words, the room reeked of obsession and madness. But to Irina, it felt completely different. Whoa. Her lips curled into a smile, and her eyes sparkled like a child looking at a room full of treasures. Her lips curled into a smile, and her eyes sparkled like a child looking at a room full of treasures. It was her first time seeing paintings with such colors and styles. Even as someone with no knowledge of art, Irina couldn't help but be in awe. The colors and realism of the portraits were so lifelike that it felt as if a god had lent him divine paint. "I've never heard of anyone creating paintings like this. The portraits of Irina hanging on the walls varied in attire, expressions, atmosphere, and artistic styles. In some, she was depicted as a heroic knight and sovereign, while in others, she was a noble lady exuding romance and elegance. Some of the paintings had colors so intense and provocative that they felt unfamiliar yet unforgettable, the kind of images that might linger in one's dreams. Beautiful. She couldn't take her eyes off each and every painting. Shudder, 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 shudder. For the first time in her life, Irina experienced an overwhelming flood of emotion. The ultimate joy that could be experienced through sight alone. Ah! The peak of that euphoria lay in two of the largest paintings. They were none other than the portraits featuring herself, the Grand Duchess of the North, and Mary, depicted with her true face as Irina. It was the scene where Isabel had used her illusion magic, and Irina had acted according to the illusion's appearance. A knightly Irina and a feminine Irina. An adventurer like Mary and a girlish Mary. All four sides of herself were presented on one canvas. Drip. Tears streamed down Irina's cheeks. So it really was because of the paintings that he was acting strange all this time. At last, she could only admit the truth. Arad had been utterly consumed by his passion for painting. The brief moment when she had entertained the worst-case scenario had now vanished like ashes scattered by the wind. But why? Why did he draw so many pictures of me? After wiping away her tears and regaining her composure, she glanced around at the dozens of Irina portraits that filled the room. Don't tell me. It didn't take long for her to piece together the reason. He was thinking of me all along. Me, not Mary. Her secret project, the one where Mary, Irina, would naturally draw closer to Arad, had a name in her heart. If Arad had known about it, he might have named it something like Operation Irina Wants a Confession. Frankly, though, she had been on the verge of giving up on the whole thing lately. Even her last counseling session with Isabel had ended with the conclusion, don't rush. Just let things develop naturally. I see now. I went about this all wrong from the start. She finally realized where she had gone wrong. The first button had been misaligned from the very beginning. In that sense, I think Her Highness the Grand Duchess is truly incredible. She's a paragon among sovereigns. I guarantee there's no ruler in Arcadia who surpasses her. The words Arad had often said to Mary now echoed in her mind. If Her Highness had been born in another kingdom instead of the North, she'd have unified the continent by now. Adat novel bin adat. Her Highness's achievements are so great, someone should write a book about them. Someday, I hope the silver, gold, and copper coins of this land bear her noble visage. Back then, she had taken those words as mere praise of her achievements. But now, after seeing the paintings, it was clear. Those words weren't just about her accomplishments. They were expressions of affection, perhaps even admiration. Then, it's time to reveal the truth. I'll tell him Mary's true identity. And then, under the name of Irina, I'll confess to him. Her resolve solidified. While stroking the necklace that enabled her transformation, she anxiously awaited the arrival of the room's owner. But at that moment, what's this? Her gaze was drawn to three peculiar paintings hanging in the corner. Is that doodling? Calling them paintings was an overstatement. They were bizarre, grotesque portraits. As she stared at them, her face grew more and more serious. Don't tell me, are these of Mary? Looking closely, it appeared to depict a woman with white hair and gray eyes. The only person with white hair and gray eyes was Mary. No way. Did he really draw Mary like this? No matter how she looked at it, it seemed like he had depicted Mary. Why, if it were a portrait of Mary, it should have made her happy. But instead, she felt far from pleased. One of the portraits had its eyes, nose, and mouth bizarrely distorted in proportions that made it unsettling to look at. Her skin tone was a sickly, undead-like pallor. Another painting had incorporated all kinds of animals, plants, and food to create Mary's face. Why did he draw only Mary like this? The first painting felt like a deliberate attack, while the second was odd but at least had some artistic flair. If she were being extremely generous, she could acknowledge its artistic merit. But that didn't mean she liked it. He must think less of Mary than I expected. Her heart, which had been soaring with joy, awe, and determination, now drooped like a wilted flower. If Arad had seen her at that moment, he would have been heartbroken. He would have tried to explain the concepts of surrealism and cubism on the spot. This necklace's enchantment reflects the wearer's inner self through their outward appearance. Your white hair and gray eyes are a reflection of your soul and mana. It's a sign of how noble and pure you are. For some reason, Isabel's words from the day of her first transformation suddenly echoed in her mind. I can't reveal Mary's true identity now. The courage she just mustered to reveal her identity and confess her feelings vanished. When Arad starts to see Mary in a better light, then I'll reveal my true identity and confess. She felt an anxious dread that if Arad found out Mary was really Irina, his perception of her might change. Mary came by. Yes. But it looks like she left for a bit. At that moment, she heard the sound of Arad and Jarvis talking downstairs. Manager Teo, was there any trouble at the industrial complex? Nothing noteworthy, sir. But where should I place this? Leave it in the first floor hall for now. The third floor is too cramped at the moment. Understood. You all heard that, right? Place everything over here. Even Teo's voice could be heard. Footsteps echoed as they climbed the stairs to the third floor. Irina panicked and dove toward the window. 2 days later, Arad arrived at the Glory Palace with 20 framed paintings, each encased in a protective cover. The paintings Count Arad Jin created are finally complete. Let's go see them. Hurry. They're paintings by Count Jin, no less. They're bound to be special. Word spread like wildfire throughout the high tower. People of influence, nobility, and their families all gathered like a tidal wave. Boss, there's a massive crowd outside. It looks like every important figure in the high tower has shown up, Teo said, glancing around with a look of amazement as he and the Arad Company employees moved the paintings covered with protective boards. Not bad. The more spectators, the better, Arad replied, grinning in satisfaction as he saw the gathering crowd. He was confident in his work. With this many people watching, his sense of pride only grew stronger. 18, 19, 20. Meanwhile, Mary had been repeatedly counting the paintings they had brought to the inner castle. Boss, is it really 20 paintings? In the end, she approached Arad to confirm. Yeah, it's 20. Spot on. Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. Why? And no reason. When Arad nodded, Mary stepped back. If you included the bizarre portraits of Mary, the total should have been 23, but only 20 had been brought to the exhibition hall. The paintings featured only Arena's portraits and the previously drawn compositions of Arena and Mary together. Well, it makes sense not to display those weird paintings. Mary, with Arena's true self hidden beneath, pursed her lips slightly. Her gray eyes reflected a mix of relief and melancholy. Your white hair and gray eyes reflect the nature of your soul and mana. It symbolizes nobility and purity. Isabel's old words, spoken when she had first handed over the transformation necklace, echoed in her mind again. I'll put off confessing as Arena. If Arad disliked Mary's appearance, it meant that he had, in a way, rejected the essence of Arena's soul and mana. That thought alone was enough to make her reconsider. I'll win his heart as Mary, based on my inner self, not my looks or status. Yes, she would win his love as Mary, not as the Grand Duchess Arena. It was the kind of twisted, self-imposed logic that could only arise from insecurity. Once all the protective boards covering the paintings were removed and the crowd had taken their seats in an orderly fashion, the maids who served the Grand Duchess began to appear around the hall. Her Highness, the Grand Duchess of the North and the representative of the Rensselaer lineage, Arena Rune Rensselaer, is now entering. The head maid, Isabel, announced Arena's entrance in a powerful, commanding voice. Tap, tap, tap. Soon, the illusion of Arena projected by Isabel's magic stepped into the hall. The real Arena, still disguised as Mary, shifted her attention to the illusion, focusing on her own performance. Rensselaer Rune Rensselaer. Rensselaer Rune Rensselaer. Rensselaer Rune Rensselaer. The official chant echoed through the hall, filling it with a sense of grandeur. Once the chant ended, Arena's illusion spoke. Count Arad Jin has finally completed his paintings, it seems. Yes, Your Highness. But as I painted, I grew a bit greedy. I ended up creating more portraits of your grace than I originally planned. I ask for your forgiveness. In response to her words, Arad replied according to the formal etiquette of the court. You are forgiven with joy. I look forward to seeing them. Although Arena had already seen the paintings beforehand, she focused her mind, playing her role as if this were her first time seeing them. You'll be more than satisfied, I guarantee it. Adat Novel bin Adat. Arad, brimming with confidence, gave the signal. The employees simultaneously removed the protective boards covering the paintings. Woeaea! Genuine exclamations of admiration echoed through the hall. Count Arad Jin's skill in painting far exceeded expectations. It wasn't just impressive. It was awe-inspiring. His paintings delivered shock and left lingering emotional resonance. That day, the 20 paintings displayed in the High Tower's Grand Hall became a monumental event for the people of the North, even for those with no prior interest in art. As expected, it's magnificent. It's just a painting, and yet, I feel an inexplicable sense of power from it. I think I finally understand why the continent's nobles are willing to spend dozens or even hundreds of gold coins on a single painting. Arena, her eyes sparkling, was deeply satisfied. These are the paintings that Arad practically sacrificed himself to create for me. Her heart filled with joy and pride. Unlike the bizarre portraits of Mary, which she had shoved into the furthest recesses of her mind, refusing to acknowledge, the portraits of Arena were breathtakingly majestic. I want to show this to everyone. I want the whole world to see me as painted by Arad. Her overwhelming pride led her to make a significant decision. I want these portraits displayed throughout the High Tower. I want as many of my people as possible to see my face. With that declaration, Arena ordered that 18 of her portraits be hung in prominent locations throughout the High Tower. I can create the protective frames for the paintings myself. They'll be enchanted frames, capable of withstanding fire and strong impacts. Excellent. As expected of Count Arad Jin. But just to be safe, Granny. Yes, milady. This is something we witches should assist with. I'll prepare an additional enchantment to go with the frames. What kind of enchantment will it be? It will allow people to see the paintings but prevent them from touching them. If someone unauthorized tries to touch it, their hand will pass through as if it were a mirage. Good. Place the 2 joint portraits of myself and Mary in my bedroom and office. Display the remaining portraits in the Glory Palace's Grand Conference Hall, the Banquet Hall, the Inner Castle's Plaza and corridors, and put one at Arad's industrial complex for everyone to see. That day, the people who were lucky enough to witness this historic event were truly grateful for Arena's decision. Thanks to her order, these incredible paintings would be on display for all to see. Is that our Grand Duchess? She's so beautiful. She's gorgeous. I didn't know a person could be so beautiful. The painting looks like it's alive. This goes beyond just being well drawn. Every time I see it, I get this strange feeling. Looking at her portrait in armor fills me with strength. The portrait of her in a dress smells like flowers for some reason. With that, the paintings became landmarks and must-see attractions in the high tower. Wanna meet up in front of Her Highness's smiling portrait? No, let's meet one of her in the fur coat this time. People began using the locations of the portraits as meeting spots. And more people were seen deliberately choosing routes that passed by the areas where the portraits were displayed. People passing by the portraits of the Grand Duchess found their gazes drawn to them without realizing it. They unconsciously spent more time on the streets where her portraits were displayed than on other streets. Even after seeing the portraits dozens, even hundreds of times, they continued to act this way as if it were natural. I think I'm in love with Her Highness, the Grand Duchess. I mean, not romantic love? It's more like how you'd love your parents. I feel the same way. Phew, so it wasn't just me. I'd lay down my life for the Grand Duchess. Me too. If I could die fighting for someone as beautiful, compassionate, and noble as her, it'd be an honor. I've been reading the Rensselaer scriptures lately. There's a whole section on Her Highness's words and teachings. You can't even read. That's why I paid a lot of money to learn how to read. I wanted to understand her words, even if it was just a little. This unintended butterfly effect was something even Arad hadn't foreseen. Thus began the birth of a fan culture in this other world. And the ripple effects were not limited to the high tower alone. Never in my life did I think I'd see such wondrous works of art in the north. This is a groundbreaking attempt. Such bold and striking lines? It's hard to believe. My heart feels like it's about to burst. These words came from people who had traveled north, crossing the freezing lands to visit the high tower. What kind of magic is this to create such vivid colors? And the shadows, too. Beautiful. So this is the Grand Duchess of the North. These were nobles and merchants from the south who had come to the north to receive Chimera automail treatments. The portraits captured their hearts. We could sell these paintings for a fortune. The north is currently the most talked about place on the continent. It's where Arad Salt, Northern Celadon, and Mary's Blessing are all produced. True, it's always been famous. A wild, half-civilized land of snowfields that has produced generations of sword masters. Don't forget the Demon Zone and the Great Northern Wall. And, of course, the rumors about the Grand Duchess of the North are worth their weight in gold. Now, if we were to sell that portrait, the merchants of Bishop Company couldn't take their eyes off the portraits of Arena hanging around the high tower. They've placed enchantments on them. And look at those frames. They're not ordinary frames either. Like parched travelers finding an oasis in the desert, the merchants gazed at Arena's portraits with longing. We should ask the Grand Duchess for permission. Yeah, it doesn't hurt to ask. Eventually, they worked up the courage to request an audience with the Grand Duchess. We humbly greet Her Highness, Arena Rune Rensselaer, Grand Duchess of the North and representative of the Rensselaer bloodline. Rensselaer Rune Rensselaer. With great effort, they secured an audience with Arena. And what reason do you have for seeking me out? Your Highness, we humbly request that you sell us the portraits displayed throughout the high tower. Denied. Arena refused them without a moment's hesitation. Your Highness, we will pay any price. Not just money, Your Highness. Consider fame and honor. Your beauty and name will be known throughout the continent. Adat novel bin adat. But the bishop merchants didn't give up so easily. Yes, Your Highness, if these portraits reach the empire, it will shatter the prejudices that imperial nobles hold against the north. They even enlisted the help of the visiting imperial nobles to persuade Arena. That's right. Many people in the empire still think of northerners as culturally ignorant. But if they see these portraits, people like me will start to revere the north and Your Highness. It's not just the empire, Your Highness. This would also raise the north's name and reputation across the many kingdoms of the continent. I personally promise to showcase these portraits in the capital of the allied kingdoms, Verdenheim. Their impassioned pleas left Arena deep in thought. I can't part with the paintings that Arad poured his heart and soul into. But, this could be a chance to change people's prejudices about the north. Money and fame. Both were things that the north and Arena herself desperately needed. But she didn't like the idea of selling these paintings. They were, after all, works that Arad had devoted himself to, almost as if possessed by a divine fervor. Isn't there a way to mass-produce these paintings like we do with Celadon? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her. They could mass-produce Celadon, so why not paintings? If it was anyone else, this might sound like nonsense. But if it was Arad, he'd surely come up with a way. I'll think about it. For now, leave. After dismissing the imperial nobles and the bishop merchants, Arena transformed into Mary and immediately headed for the industrial complex. The waves that started in the north met Bishop Company and grew tenfold. The northward current, as it would later be called, spread beyond the empire to the kingdoms. At the high tower, factories and academies expanded at an unprecedented pace. Thus, 2.5 years passed since Arad first arrived in this world. It was now late winter, bordering on early spring, the month of April, when the biting chill of the northern cold had begun to subside. At one of the lecture rooms of the newly opened Rensselaer Academy. This is how you blend like this, and voila, you've got a clean contrast between the light and shadows. Simple, right? I stood at the front, giving a lecture to 50 people known as the up-and-coming artists of the north. If you mix Arad Company's number 33 paint with the powder of a fire attribute magic stone, and then add water, ta-da, you get this color that's almost identical to the colors of a real sunset. The north had always been considered a culturally underdeveloped region. As such, there had never been a true artist profession in the north. But not anymore. the Rensselaer Academy was systematically training new painters, and these students were already part of the second generation of enrollees. See, isn't that simple? But for some reason, everyone in the lecture hall had blank stares on their faces. It was as if I were a certain uncle with a big afro, and I just told them, you can do it too. Just a happy little tree right here. The students attending my art class came from all age groups. There were elderly, middle-aged, and young adults all gathered in one place. About 20 of them were women, taking up a sizable portion of the room. But despite their different backgrounds, they all had one thing in common: they were the best artists in their respective villages. Explaining it 100 times won't do you any good. The only way to improve is to actually draw, and draw a lot. Even though some of the students still looked a bit lost, I wasn't discouraged. The first batch of students had been the same. All right, here you go. Brushes, paint, and canvases. Use as much as you want, as always. The moment they laid eyes on the free supplies, their previously blank expressions turned bright with excitement. For people who had only ever drawn with graphite on leather or carved images into wood or stone, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you get stuck while drawing, ask me anything. Forget about my status or rank right now. At the center of the classroom, I had displayed a few of my paintings for reference. There were 4 in total. 2 of them were additional portraits of Arena I had drawn after the initial batch. The other 2 were new character pieces featuring Balzac, Sun, and several senior knights. For practice, the students picked one of these works and tried to replicate it. It's a shame the printing press here isn't advanced enough to mass-produce copies of these paintings. Watching the students immerse themselves in their work, I reflected on how far things had come. What had started as a casual hobby had grown into something far greater. It had become a tool for public relations, far beyond its artistic or financial value. I never thought I'd live to see the day when we'd be selling Grand Duchess Arena merchandise, or that we'd have a fandom, or that I'd be running a photocard business. By the way, the photocards in this case were the portraits of Arena and the Northern Knights that the students were currently drawing. Surprisingly, it wasn't just Arena who was popular. Knights like Balzac and Sun were gaining their own fan bases, too. Even the imperial nobles, who usually looked down on Northerners as barbarians, acknowledged the strength of Northern Knights. Their work doesn't have the same emotional impact as mine, but that's fine. I can't spend all my time painting. After all, printing technology in this world was still at a primitive level. They could barely manage movable type for simple text printing. It was nowhere near the quality of Gutenberg's press. And even the Gutenberg press couldn't replicate paintings in fine detail. Not to mention, paper was still a precious commodity here. I really need to advance the tech tree for both printing and paper production someday. Of course, if I put my mind to it, I could build a Gutenberg press right now. But I was holding back on purpose. What good is advanced printing technology if paper is still rare? And most of the North's population is illiterate. If technological and economic development moved too fast, it could lead to problems. That's why I planned to sync the tech tree's progress with the cultural awareness of the Northerners at Novel Bin Adat. Once I had trained more literate citizens and established mass production for paper, I would push forward with printing. Boss, it's done. At that moment, I heard Mary's voice from behind me. Oh. I turned to see her handing me a stack of papers. They're as identical as ever. The paper she handed me was made from high-quality stationery. On each sheet, there was a short message and a signature from Arena Rune Rensselaer, the Grand Duchess of the North. I wish prosperity for the Honorable Scholar Viscount Longos of the Western Empire. Grand Duchess Arena Rune Rensselaer. These letters were to be included as autographed extras with the Northern Grand Duchy merchandise. Of course, they weren't actually written by Arena. They were written by Mary, who had practiced mimicking Arena's handwriting until it was indistinguishable from the real thing. The 2 of them were sisters, after all, so their handwriting was naturally similar. With a bit of training, she was now able to perfectly replicate Arena's handwriting. Is this really okay, though? Mary asked with a tinge of worry. It's fine. Her Highness approved it. That's not what I mean. This is Her Highness's signature. If this starts circulating everywhere, what's the problem? The official seals for contracts and payments are all done using her royal seal, not her signature. Well, that's true, but besides, didn't we ask Her Highness to create a public signature specifically for this purpose? Mary still looked uncomfortable with the concept of merchandising autographs. Where are the others? I asked. Here. With a conflicted expression, Mary handed over another set of papers. May the honor of Baron Kindenberg, the shining knight of the Northern Central Empire, grow even brighter. Balzac. This time, it featured the signature of Balzac. Did Sir Balzac agree to this without any issues? Surprisingly, he seemed happy to do it. Ah, capitalism at its finest. Look at this. This is the true power of capitalism. If it could be sold under the banner of the Northern Grand Duchy, I'd sell it. At this point, the only thing we hadn't sold was tourism merchandise. Actually, scratch that. We did have tourism packages for the Chimera Automail Clinic. Welcome to the world of multi-product, small batch production. This is what you call a custom luxury business. In fact, it's even more profitable than mass production. Merchandise related to the Northern Grand Duchy was sold primarily to nobles and wealthy commoners. This made handcrafted, personalized products far more suitable than large-scale manufacturing. That's why I hadn't fully embraced factory-style mass production. Her Highness is remarkably astute. To think she'd find a way to profit from her own portraits. I spoke with admiration, fully aware that the idea had technically originated from Irina. All of this had started with Irina's suggestion to find a way to profit from my portraits. That's true, Mary replied with a somewhat hollow tone, looking slightly defeated. Her voice carried a faint hint of regret. She must still feel conflicted about forging Irina's handwriting. What a sincere woman. Seeing her like that, I couldn't help but feel a little touched. All around the industrial complex, portraits of Grand Duchess Irina hung on the walls. In those portraits, Irina was depicted in various outfits and moods. Sometimes she was a noble lady, sometimes a gallant knight, and sometimes a serene woman gazing at the snowy landscape. While I had drawn a few of them myself, most of the portraits were done by the Academy's painters. The quality was quite good. In fact, in certain ways, they captured the northern aesthetic better than I could. Hanging portraits of a ruler serves as a subtle loyalty test. The more successful my company became, the more envious eyes would be drawn to it. The more successful my company became, the more envious eyes would be drawn to it. Even here in the north, I couldn't afford to be complacent. When a loyalty test suddenly drops out of nowhere, you never know who might fail. It's the same reason why some countries on Earth display portraits of their presidents or monarchs in public buildings. After finishing the lecture, I toured the industrial complex with Mary. We passed by several of Irina's portraits as we made our way to the first factory. How's the paint production going? It's progressing smoothly. We had a shortage of work for the first factory recently, so this came at just the right time. The interior of the first factory, where we used to produce Chimera Automail, had undergone significant changes. While the Chimera Automail production line was still in place, it now occupied less space than before. The larger portion of the factory was dedicated to producing paint. Even if the Bishop Company provides customers, the demand isn't high enough to keep the Automail production line busy. The Automail production line was useful, but its scale was too large compared to demand. Instead, paint production was now driving most of the factory's output. Mary gazed at the alchemy production line, now 3 times larger than before, and spoke. This worked out well in the end. In a way, we owe it all to Her Highness's blessings, don't we? That's true, I replied with a nod. At this point, nearly all the disabled residents of the north had been treated. As a result, most of the Chimera Automail being produced now was for clients from outside the north. But finding clients wealthy and daring enough to secretly visit the north was no easy feat. Only nobles who had both the money and the nerve to defy the church's pressure would even consider it. And nobles like that weren't common. For this reason, the first factory had been underutilized lately. Half of its workers had already been reassigned to the second, third, and fourth factories, which focused on the production of celadone. But with the rise of Northern Grand Duchy merchandise, the first factory had found new life. I should just repurpose the first factory as a permanent chemical production facility. I looked around the factory, observing the process of mixing magic stone powder, minerals, medicinal herbs, and other materials to produce paint. This world had something Earth didn't: magic and mana. As a result, alchemy here had far better efficiency than Earth's chemistry. Alchemy in this world was essentially the equivalent of chemistry on Earth, just with magic included. Let's go. Yes. After finishing the factory tour, I decided to head to my office with Mary. As we approached the office, I heard a familiar voice. Boss? There you are. It was Teo, walking briskly toward me from inside the factory. Teo, did you have a good talk with the rune trading company? I asked, welcoming him. Just a moment ago, he had been in negotiations with the executives of rune trading regarding the distribution of Northern Grand Duchy merchandise. It went well. But Teo nodded, glanced around, and leaned in to whisper something to me. Wait, what? I opened my eyes wide in surprise. When we reached my office, I found 2 unexpected visitors waiting for me. Lord Guard, how was your diplomatic mission this time? Were you safe and well? Count Jin. It's been a while, President Jin. The 2 visitors were Guard, the leader of rune trading and the chief envoy of the Northern Diplomatic Corps, and Intir Bishop, a key figure from the Bishop Company who had been actively working in the Empire. Guard, Intir Bishop, it's been a while. I didn't expect to see you 2 here, but it's good to see you nonetheless. Likewise, Count Jin. Indeed, it's been a while, President Jin. The 2 of them greeted me with warm smiles. But what brings you both here so suddenly? If you've come to the High Tower, shouldn't you have sought an audience with Her Highness first? I asked them, puzzled as to why they had come to the industrial complex before paying their respects to the Grand Duchess. We did request an audience with Her Highness, but she told us to speak with you at the industrial complex first. Guard replied with a relaxed grin. Did she now? That was unexpected, but it wasn't something I couldn't understand. Most of the High Tower's discussions were related to Arad Company anyway. It wouldn't hurt for them to discuss matters with me in advance. Besides, it's not like anyone could just see the Grand Duchess whenever they pleased. Intir, what about you? What brings you here? I shifted my gaze to Intir, curious about his reason for coming. Well, Intir opened his mouth to respond, but before he could finish, a loud voice rang out from behind him. Are you kidding me? People are actually buying this. Unbelievable. The voices belonged to none other than Carpe, the mercenary queen with her iconic red hair, and the Red Wolf mercenaries who followed her. In the original timeline, these guys would have caused a huge ruckus at the Great Northern Wall before fleeing to the United Kingdom of Kingdoms. But I had successfully caught them at just the right moment, possibly thanks to my absurdly high luck stat. This has to be a mistake. No way. I refuse to believe that people are actually spending gold coins on an old man's portrait. Carpe was staring at one of the portraits of Balzac hanging in the hallway. She looked genuinely appalled. Am I wrong, guys? Who in their right mind would pay money for this garbage? Whoa, whoa, whoa. This one comes with Sir Balzac's handwritten signature. Holy crap. Should I buy it? Should I just buy it? There's a portrait of Sun, the northern ice wall, too. Wow, look at this one of Her Highness the Grand Duchess. It's so pretty. Damn, it's pricey, but I really want it. Unlike Carpe, the Red Wolf mercenaries had stars in their eyes as they gazed at the portraits of Balzac, Sun, and Irina. Turns out the idiots who'd actually buy this stuff are right here. Carpe looked completely disheartened as she glanced at her starry-eyed subordinates. For the record, Carpe had blue eyes at the moment. Her appearance shifted slightly whenever she was in the north. My apologies, Count Jin. Mercenaries have skill, but they lack refinement. Intir closed his eyes tightly and bowed his head, embarrassed on their behalf. Ha ha ha. Standing beside him, Guard awkwardly scratched his head and let out a dry laugh. Please, come inside. Teo, keep an eye on the mercenaries. I led Guard and Intir into my office. As soon as he entered the room, Intir glanced at the ceiling with longing eyes and asked, would you be willing to sell me those magic stones that heat the space and light up the room? Thanks to the fire attribute mana stones crafted by the witches and me, the room was warm and cozy. The light attribute mana stones installed throughout the space provided bright lighting, even in the north's dim, sunless weather. Doesn't the Imperial Mage Tower sell similar products? They do, but the supply is limited, and the prices are ridiculous. At novel bin at. Not just the Empire, but even the other kingdoms had magic tools that used mana stones. The problem was that production was limited because of the mage's obsession with pride and artistic craftsmanship. It's no different here. No different, you say? But don't you have witches working in your factory? That's not as simple as it sounds. You have no idea how much effort it takes to manage those witches. Do you think I opened an academy for fun? I emphasized the difficulty of managing witches, but Intir didn't seem willing to give up. Yug, just have some tea and relax. I poured him a cup of tea, hoping it would calm him down. When I served tea brewed personally in the celadone I had made myself, Guard and Intir's expressions softened visibly. Even their obsession with the magic stones embedded in the ceiling seemed to have faded away. Wow, to think we're drinking tea personally brewed by Count Jin himself. On top of that, isn't this celadone also made by President Jin himself? It was definitely worth the long journey to get here. Ha ha ha. The two of them continued to savor the tea I had brewed, marveling over its taste repeatedly. Whoa, it's hard to believe this is the same kind of tea. How can it have such a deep flavor? I don't think I'll ever forget this, even when I return to the Merchant Guild. They don't call him the best chef in the north and the developer of Arad salt for nothing. Thanks to that, the awkward atmosphere from earlier had eased considerably. This color looks just like real skin. Should I touch it once? Did he grind up human skin to make this? Don't touch that. Man, you're being way too strict. I can just buy it, right? It's not for sale. Absolutely not. Come on. What's this? Is it enchanted or something? I could still hear the rowdy chatter of Carpe and the mercenaries outside my office, along with Theo's voice trying to mediate. To be able to drink tea from the southernmost tip while in the north, this is a rare experience. Intir deliberately ignored the commotion outside and continued our conversation. I'm glad it suits your taste. I only serve it to very important guests. It's truly an honor to be treated as a valued guest by Count Jin. Ha ha ha. Starting the conversation with casual small talk was customary. Of course, in the north, where pragmatism ruled, it was perfectly acceptable to get straight to the point. However, since Intir was an imperial citizen, it was natural to follow this approach. Hayes tea comes from Scania, one of the island nations in the Kingdom's Union, right? Since the situation wasn't particularly urgent, nor was I especially busy, I decided to indulge in this non-northern style of conversation. By the way, Hayes tea was always expensive, but it's gotten even pricier these days. We started our conversation while sipping on Hayes tea, a specialty product from Scania, an island country located at the southernmost end of the Kingdom's Union. It seems Bardenheim has been causing a lot of trouble for the Empire lately. I fixed my gaze on Intir. When it came to affairs concerning the Kingdom's Union, the Bishop Merchant Guild, which traded continent-wide, was more knowledgeable than Guard. Ever since I saved Irina, the original flow of history has been completely derailed. The butterfly effect that started in the north was now influencing the entire continent. Apart from the fate of certain individuals, natural disasters, and the development timeline of certain technologies, I could no longer rely on the timeline of the original history. Because of this, I had to regularly assess the political landscape of the Empire and the continent. Indeed, while there hasn't been an all-out war, large-scale skirmishes are occurring one after another along the Empire's western border. Intir couldn't hide his smile, likely thinking about his wife, who was currently stationed on the western front. The Kingdom's Union seems to be overdoing it a bit, don't you think? Even if the Emperor is bedridden, they're taking it too far. It's not as if Crown Prince Canberman is incapable of acting as regent. At the mention of Canberman, Intir's eyebrows lowered slightly before quickly returning to normal. It's probably because of the Northern Grand Duchy. The North? Are you saying it's because of us? Yes. The Kingdom's Union is doing everything in its power to prevent the Empire from seizing the North. No matter how hostile the kingdom's union and the empire were, they never stopped merchants from trading with each other. No, they couldn't stop it at Novel bin at. After all, most of the royalty, nobility, and even the imperial family of Arcadia were connected through political marriages. While one side fought, the other side continued to engage in trade, and neither the Pope of the Holy See, the Emperor of the Empire, nor the Archbishop of the Imperial Church could stop it. Recently, the Rensselaer name carries more weight in the kingdom's union than it does in the Empire. Is that so? Yes, absolutely. At the banquets and balls held in Bardenheim, nobles can't even dream of being treated as true nobles without Arad salt and celadone from the Rensselaer family. Hearing this, I felt a growing desire to establish direct trade with the kingdom's union as soon as possible. Bardenheim, the capital of the Union, is a city as prosperous as the imperial capital. If Rensselaer is being recognized there, it's as good as being acknowledged in all of Arcadia. In other words, the North's products were not only flowing into the kingdom's union but also reaching them through the empire. Just as spices and silk from the east had once reached the north. Just as tea from the distant southern kingdom was now present in my office. The kingdoms within the Union are desperate to prevent the empire, specifically the imperial family, from monopolizing the North's celadone, fertilizers, and Arad salt. It seemed the enemy of my enemy is my friend strategy one had proposed at the High Tower was working exceptionally well. I need to go a step further and establish direct trade routes with the kingdom's union. At the same time, I strongly felt the need for routes to directly trade and communicate with the Union's more northern-friendly kingdoms. It was frustrating that I couldn't do anything because of the colossal presence of the Empire blocking the way. If I could establish a direct connection with the Kingdom's Union, I could halt the Empire's growth far more effectively. In the original timeline, the Empire experienced its golden age under Emperor Candraman, also known as the Brilliant Emperor. After effortlessly annexing the North, the Empire achieved unprecedented growth in magic engineering, enabling it to centralize its power. With unified administration and military might, they crushed the noble assembly and the church, ultimately subjugating the Kingdom's Union as well. Having laid this foundation, Candraman's son, the benevolent Emperor Julian, solidified the thousand-year empire into an unshakable force. The current North is in a far better position than it was in the original timeline. But, it's still not enough. It's still too unstable. My gaze shifted to the map hanging on the wall of my office. It depicted not only the entire continent of Arcadia but also a detailed map of the North. My eyes locked onto a spot on the map, a coastal area to the northwest of the North, Jin County. The plan to create an ice-free port using the barrier magic of the greenhouse farms. I will make it happen within the next few years, no matter the cost. I had already conceived the plan back when I was appointed as a count. But to expand the greenhouse barrier over the frozen seas to reach the southern warm waters would require an astronomical amount of money. Not to mention, there were the monsters and barbarians inhabiting the frozen sea to deal with. If the Empire ever makes a serious attempt to swallow the North, the Kingdom's Union will respond with a large-scale offensive, not just these slightly larger skirmishes but a near full-scale war. Even as I stared at the map, recalling the events of the original history, Intir continued speaking. Will it really go that far? Yes. The only ones who don't realize it are the Northerners themselves. The Rensselaer name is currently the most closely watched in all of Arcadia. I'm happy that our North is being recognized this much. But at the same time, it's unsettling. Indeed, Count Jin. The moment I expressed my unease, Guard, who had been quietly sitting across from me, responded as if he had been waiting for this moment. The Empire, to be precise, the Imperial family, is up to something. As expected, he had recently returned after leading a delegation to the Imperial Palace. As the head of the Rune Merchant Guild, which served as an official merchant group, he had naturally conducted business in the capital during his visit. Did you notice anything unusual during your time at the capital? I asked Guard with a serious gaze. There was no specific information. I asked Guard with a serious gaze. There was no specific information. He shook his head before continuing. The Imperial Palace was quiet and peaceful. And that's exactly why it's terrifying. It became clear that the conversation we were about to have was the main topic at hand. Not just the Imperial family but also the Imperial Church is unusually quiet. Normally, those fanatics would be foaming at the mouth, screaming that the Rensselaer Church in the North is heretical. Even the Imperial family, the Church, and the Magic Tower have shown an oddly subdued reaction to the North's prosthetic limb industry. No matter how discreetly we operate, there's no way they wouldn't know about it. Following Guard's remarks, Intir also chimed in. Hearing that, my expression grew even more serious. Mary, who had been standing next to me listening to the conversation, also had a hardened look on her face. The entire world now craved celadone from the North. What an unbelievably beautiful color this is. This is even more beautiful than porcelain. And it's in Arcadian style, no less. Good heavens! I just dropped it, and it didn't even break. It wasn't just royalty, nobility, and merchants. Even commoners were infatuated. Everyone, from nobles to merchants to commoners, was captivated by the celadone that had suddenly appeared one day. Hey, what on earth did you do to the field to make it grow like this? Honestly, I'm just as shocked as you are. It's all thanks to that fertilizer called Mary's Blessing. It's incredible. Mary's Blessing? Where can I buy that? I heard it's being sold by the Bishop Company. Wait, isn't the Bishop Company the only merchant group that trades directly with the Northern Grand Duchy? Yeah, that's right. Not only Celadon but also Mary's blessing quietly made its way into the heart of empires and kingdoms. The fertilizer, which could make farming possible even in the frozen wastelands, had now been introduced into warmer climates. More Celadons from the north? Do you have any more northern Celadons? Please, I beg you, I need Mary's blessing. If I don't buy it now, my wheat harvest in spring will be ruined. My word. Did the north make this too? First, it was Arad salt, and now this? What in the world is going on up there? The name of Rensselaer of the North had become firmly established across the entire continent of Arcadia. It had become just as significant a geographical concept as the eastern continent. Is this northern art? It's beautiful. The Northern Grand Duchess must be a truly stunning woman. I finally understand why the Emperor and the Crown Prince were so desperate to propose to her. What kind of oil paints could possibly create these colors? Look at these bold lines and vivid expressions. Who called Northerners barbarians? Could they still say that after seeing this? Adding to that, portraits from the north spread like wildfire throughout the empire and kingdoms. Merchants from the Bishop Company and nobles who had traveled to the north to receive prosthetic limbs brought back northern portraits and character paintings, which quickly swept through Arcadia's social circles at Novel bin at. Lately, I've been seeing those belt-attached pouches everywhere. Ah, that's a northern-style bag. Northern style? Does that mean it was made in the north? You didn't know? It's the bag that the famous Northern Grand Duchess always carries. In addition, the bag that Irina always wore around her waist was quietly catching on with adventurers, mercenaries, and knights alike. Now, the North wasn't just amassing wealth, it was undergoing a massive cultural rebranding. Northern Romanticism, Northern Heroism, Northern Impressionism. The continental art world has created new categories like these. This is the Northern Grand Duchess depicted in Northern Impressionism, isn't it? I'm glad you recognized it at once. You're right. I went all out and bought it this time. I also won a romantic-style painting at an auction last week. It's hanging in my villa right now. Is that so? Indeed. Why don't you come and see it sometime? I'll head over immediately. Just as Mona Lisa paintings were displayed as decorative art pieces on Earth, it became fashionable across the continent to decorate estates with portraits of the Northern Grand Duchess. If only I had colors like these. Northern art is undoubtedly high level, but surely, we can do just as well. Paints? We need northern paints. Many of the continent's painters tried to imitate northern art, but their dreams were crushed due to the differences in pigments and tools. Selling a set of paints made in the north. If you want to paint like northern artists, you absolutely must buy this. The auction starts at 1 gold coin. Soon, through the Bishop Company, northern paints, brushes, and canvases began to be sold. I'll cover the cost of northern paints. Thank you so much. In return, I want you to paint a portrait of me and my family in the style of northern heroism. Nobles began to compete to sponsor impoverished artists, all in pursuit of portraits and character paintings done in the northern style. This was an outcome the imperial family never wanted to see. Naturally, the imperial family couldn't just sit idly by and watch this unfold. But responding with military or economic measures wasn't feasible. The continent was already hopelessly addicted to Arad salt, northern Celadon, and Mary's blessing. If the empire recklessly tried to interfere with the north, not only would the kingdom's union respond, but even the empire's own noble assembly would rise in revolt. The nobles' patience had already run dry long ago due to the expansion of imperial demesnes and the emancipation of serfs. The border between the empire and the north. The outermost edge of the northern demonic territory. A group of people gathered in secret. Is everyone here? Looks like it. No one followed us, right? Please. I may not be as sharp as I once was, but I was once the leader of Sigma. Sure. Activate the barrier. Even though this area was under the jurisdiction of the Frost Knights, it was still technically at the border shared with the Empire. The gathering was held in one of the few blind spots outside the Frost Knights' surveillance. Whir. But just in case, they activated several layers of protective barriers around them. So, what brings such esteemed figures from the imperial family and the church to this wretched place? A voice came from a figure clad in a sinister black robe and hood. His hoarse, eerie voice was paired with lifeless eyes that were a dull, murky gray. His skin was nearly ashen, devoid of vitality. It was a black sorcerer from the Devil's Den, welcoming the guests from the Empire. It's about that the thing you've been suspecting. The one who spoke was a woman in a white silk robe. The former head of the Imperial Intelligence Division, Sigma's ex-leader, Astra, was officially declared purged. But in reality, he was still alive. Somewhere in the harsh, desolate lands of the north. I'll definitely achieve results this time. Of course, his current situation was quite unfair. But there was no room for excuses. After all, someone had to be held accountable for failing to assassinate the Northern Grand Duchess, the creation of Mary's blessing, and the rise of the Rensselaer Church. I will repay His Highness's grace. Considering the weight of his failures, it wouldn't have been surprising if he had been executed for treason and his family had been ruined. But thanks to the mercy of the benevolent Crown Prince Canberman, he was simply demoted and secretly sent to this forsaken place. His family was spared from any harm. For the 1,000-year empire and the eternal imperial family. If one were a loyal servant of the empire, it was only natural to feel a sense of indebtedness. No matter how powerful the Northern Grand Duke may be, he can't control the entire north. We'll exploit every possible gap and breakthrough. Astra operated in the peripheral regions of the Northern Grand Duchy, where the influence of the Grand Duke was relatively weak. There, he focused all his efforts on rebuilding the shattered Sigma network. He moved in secret, evading the Frost Knights and the undercover agents of the North. He had to avoid the sharp eyes of Northerners, who were quick to view strangers with suspicion. An urgent message from the capital. One day, an opportunity presented itself much sooner than he had expected. Archbishop Teresia is coming in person to the demonic territory in the north, and she's meeting with the black sorcerers of the Devil's Den, that madwoman, and it was a truly monumental one. Some time later, another secret meeting took place in a remote part of the demonic territory, a meeting that not even the high-ranking knights of the north, the Grand Witch of the North, nor the Northern Grand Duke himself knew about. What a cursed land! It reeks of human folly and divine majesty all at once. A priestess clad in a robe of pure white silk embroidered with golden threads gazed at the barrier conjured by the black sorcerers. It was none other than Archbishop Teresia, who wrinkled her nose and pretended to shoo away the foul stench with her hands. And what a fitting bunch to inhabit such a cursed land. Her gaze shifted toward the other side of the clearing. There, a group of figures in ominous black robes stood in eerie silence. Take that as a compliment, fanatic. The black sorcerers, their bodies wrapped in ashen-gray bandages, watched Teresia with peculiar green glows flickering in their eyes. Fanatic? Huh? I'll take that as a compliment too. Even if she was a religious zealot, it seemed she still had the awareness to gauge her surroundings. After all, this place was deep within the heart of the demonic territory, right on the doorstep of the Devil's Den. And, surprisingly, Teresia dealt with the black sorcerers with far more flexibility than one might expect. Whew. Seeing her calm composure, Astra let out a long sigh of relief. Why on earth would an archbishop personally come here? The question lingered in his mind, but he pushed it aside, focusing on his role. Haha. Since everyone is busy, why don't we get straight to the point? His job was to mediate between the black sorcerers of the Devil's Den and the Archbishop of the Imperial Church. Didn't you already tell us the message, Astra? The leader of the Devil's Den, the necromancer Isaac, spoke with a low, raspy voice. We're fully prepared. As soon as we get that, we can start right away. Why yes, but just in case, I thought it'd be best to double-check. There's no chance for mistakes. This time, it was Archbishop Teresia who cut him off. Take it. She gestured behind her with a wave of her hand. At her signal, several high-ranking priests of the Imperial Church, who had accompanied her here, brought something forward. It was a coffin at novel bin at. This troublesome thing finally has a purpose, Teresia said, her eyes narrowing as she gazed at the coffin. Truly, the gods are merciful. Even these cursed, godless creatures are being given a chance at redemption. Her gaze moved back and forth between the coffin and the black sorcerers. Isaac also glanced between the coffin and the priests of the Imperial Church before finally speaking. You people are more twisted than we are. The reason an archbishop had personally come all the way here was none other than this coffin. Only an archbishop had the authority and power to control whatever was sealed inside. To confront the abyss, one must become an abyss deeper than the abyss itself. Teresia seemed unbothered by Isaac's words, responding with a sly smile. With this, our deal is concluded. I sincerely hope you succeed. She and the high-ranking priests began preparing to leave, clearly unwilling to stay in this place for a moment longer. Whir, whir, whir. The black sorcerers also started to dispel the concealment barriers, as if they had no intention of lingering either. Oh, wait. Teresia suddenly stopped, as if something had just occurred to her. She turned her head to look at Isaac. We have our reasons, but why do you black sorcerers despise Rensselaer so much? Debts must always be repaid, whether it's kindness or grudges. That's the northern way. What's that got to do with anything? We've lived in the North's demonic territory for generations far longer than the witches have. So, are you saying you're also northerners? It's not entirely wrong. Did you have some grudge against Rensselaer? Not with Rensselaer as a whole, but we owe a debt to the first Grand Duke Rune Rensselaer and the apprentice of the woman inside that coffin. Isaac stopped there, offering no further explanation. He clearly had no intention of saying more. Hey, I see. I can guess the rest. Teresia snickered as if she had figured it out. But you'd better be careful. If Rensselaer and the witches collapse, you might be next. Her words were hard to distinguish. Were they a warning or a provocation? Do you really think so? Isaac chuckled coldly in response. Who else would clean up the filth for the imperial family, nobles, and the church, if not for people like us? Just like now. His gaze fell on the coffin that had been brought in by the imperial church. Disgusting. Teresia scowled deeply. She quickly turned her back on them and left, her expression one of utter disdain. Behind her, Astra hastily followed. Imperial Palace. The deal in the demonic territory went smoothly. Hearing the report from Ricard, the current head of Sigma, Crown Prince Canberman nodded with a contemplative look. The Archbishop went through considerable trouble. Your Highness made significant political concessions to make it happen, after all. Upon hearing Ricard's words, Crown Prince Canberman furrowed his brow as if he had just bitten into a bitter herb. Proposing sainthood, for that Intir Bishop, of all people. The Crown Prince mentioned the name of Intir Bishop, the head of the Bishop Company, who had recently been making waves with his bold activities. Power-hungry fools. Though, I suppose I'm in no position to talk. After returning alive from the north, Intir Bishop seemed to have undergone some sort of epiphany. Suddenly, he began employing the impoverished, providing them with work, food, and shelter at Novel bin At. At the same time, he openly started forming alliances with the noble assembly. Naturally, the imperial family saw him as a threat and sought to check his growing influence. Honestly, it's hard to tell who the real degenerate is here. But just then, the imperial church stepped in. Using the massive donations from the Bishop Company and Intir's charitable deeds as justification, they pressured the imperial family. How about we apply some pressure on Intir right now? If we do that, public opinion will turn against us. It'll also stir up problems with our dealings with the church. No matter how impoverished the people might be, their numbers could not be ignored. Numbers formed public opinion, and when public opinion unified, it became the will of the people. The organization that understood how to manipulate the public's sentiment better than anyone in the empire was the imperial church. We should be working together, not against each other. It was obvious to anyone that the church was using this opportunity to keep the imperial family in check. Intir's behavior has been far too blatant lately. He used to act cautiously, always aligning with Havana's stance as a moderate. Did he have a fight with his wife? Or did something happen during his trip to the north? Regardless, he did offer large sums of gold and silver to your highness. Since when did merchants care about loyalty? Bribing both sides has always been their way. My apologies. That bribe was simply his way of asking us to overlook the backlash from the artisans and guilds. These days, Intir Bishop was at the top of Canberman's list of concerns. The fact that Intir had gone to the north alone didn't sit right with him. Could it be that he's caught on? The biggest reason for Canberman's suspicions lay in his secret relationship with Intir's wife, Havana. Ricard, fully aware of what the Crown Prince was implying, remained silent. Can we get rid of him? I mean, through assassination. We've already made several attempts. And they failed, I assume. The mercenaries guarding him are exceptionally skilled. Do we know who they are? They're a mercenary group led by a man named Philosophy. Phil? Never heard of him. He's using a disguise, but his habits and mannerisms were hard to fully conceal. We believe he's actually Carpe the mercenary queen and her red wolves. Damn that fool, Doom. What has he even been doing this whole time? Click, click, click. The sound of Canberman's tongue clicking echoed through the chamber, sharp and unrelenting. We need to deal with the north. Only by dealing with the north can we resolve Intir, the church, the noble assembly, and the kingdom's union all at once. After waiting for the tongue clicking to stop, Ricard spoke up. That's why we've been laying the groundwork for so long, haven't we? Our strategy of flooding the market with cheap porcelain to ruin the northern economy may have failed, but this time, we'll succeed, Your Highness. That's what you said last time, too. Look how that turned out. Just think about Astra, who was exiled to the demonic territory. Not even Arad Jin will be able to stop this. You do know, don't you? Arad Jin is said to have considerable skill in healing as well. What we've prepared this time is no ordinary plague, Your Highness. It's a plague imbued with black magic. If the previous scheme led by Sigma was a great famine, this time, it was a full-blown plague. And not just any plague, this one was infused with black magic. A plague created through black magic can't be cured using ordinary healing techniques. The only way to break it is through black magic or witchcraft. But the north is home to witches. Witches who are more familiar with black magic and sorcery than anyone. Indeed. That's why we sought the help of the church this time, isn't it? The being inside that coffin will prevent the witches from using their power. After all, it's the very source of the curse that binds them. Do you really think it will work? To be honest, I have my doubts. Despite Ricard's confidence, Canberman remained unconvinced. His Highness wants this plan to fail. Ricard immediately understood the true nature of Canberman's thoughts. No, to be precise, he wants partial success. He wanted the North to suffer a significant blow, but he didn't want the church's plans to succeed entirely. He's trying to wrest control back from the church. The imperial family and the church, they're the same, after all. Ricard sighed internally. Your Highness, if we fail this time as well, what will you do? Ricard cautiously asked his liege, his disappointment barely concealed. I'll be disappointed, of course. If this plan fails, even the curse that binds the witches will lose its power. Canberman responded in an aloof tone. If that happens, magic in the north will develop even faster than it is now. Ugh. Just thinking about it is despair-inducing. He didn't sound like a man discussing a worst-case scenario. And then, I'll just come up with another plan. He spoke as if he had done so countless times before. With every plot against the North ending in failure, the North had only grown stronger. And if that plan fails, I'll think of another plan after that. The Crown Prince had learned to abandon his former impatience. The black sorcerers of the Devil's Den, the legendary monsters of the demonic territory, the extreme northern orcs, the druids of the Manus Mountains. There are still plenty of cards left to play. His eyes burned with a mad, obsessive flame. If none of that works, I'll raise the entire army even if it means shattering the empire into pieces. What flickered in his eyes was not resolve, but obsession and madness. We must take control of the north. His eyes blazed like a fire that would never be extinguished. Seeing the Crown Prince like this, Ricard suddenly forgot his earlier disappointment. By the way, how is Julian doing these days? At that moment, Canberman brought up his son, Julian. The brilliant, benevolent, and most legitimate heir to the imperial bloodline. But he was far too kind and soft-hearted, unsuited for these turbulent times. He's recently taken an interest in painting. Ricard's voice wavered slightly, sweat beading on his forehead. Painting. Cameraman understood the implications of that single word all too well. His expression hardened like frozen steel, and silence hung heavy in the room. No matter what, I must secure the Empire's future during my reign. He didn't say it aloud, but the look in his eyes spoke volumes. His gaze shifted briefly toward his frail son, Julian, before it turned back toward the north. The last summer of Arcadia finally reached the north, later than anywhere else on the continent. Once the weather warmed up completely, people began moving with more energy than ever. The streets bustled with activity. But it wasn't just people that started moving. Something else had also appeared in the north. A witch was wandering from place to place throughout the north. Her ashen gray skin, reminiscent of the depths of the demonic abyss, stood out. Her body was so gaunt and skeletal that it was hard to tell whether she was human or some kind of monster. Her appearance was the type that made people instinctively want to avoid her. Ding, ding, ding. The witch walked with a bell that emitted an unsettling chime. Ugh, that witch gives me the creeps. The northerners frowned at the sight of her. No one welcomed the witch, whose origins and purpose were unknown. But the witch did not harm anyone. She simply wandered from one village to the next, from one town to another. Are the witches playing weird pranks again? Just leave her be. Witches have been doing stuff like that for ages. The north was the only land where witches could act openly under the sun. Because of that, the northerners treated the witch like they would a cow or a chicken passing by with complete indifference. And so, 10 days passed. Cough, cough. See cold? Me? A native-born northerner catching a cold? And in summer, no less? Ugh. People began collapsing one after another in the remote village where the witch had first appeared. One village, then the next. The nearby town soon saw a sharp increase in the number of people falling ill. A plague had broken out in the north. The Hall of Glory Grand Conference Room. Is it true that a plague is spreading? Upon receiving the urgent report, Irina Rune-Renslet dismissed herself from her previous engagement, reverted from her disguise as Mary, and immediately convened a meeting with her court. Whispers of a plague had been circulating for several days now, possibly even longer. But in a world with underdeveloped transportation and communications, it had taken time to confirm the truth. It's true. We just received a report from the Frost Knights via a Winter Hawk confirming it. And the speed of the outbreak is disturbingly fast. Which areas have been affected? It's already spread past Haven, and we're seeing outbreaks in Schwen and Rem as well. The chief administrator of the Northern Grand Duchy, Haida, reported with a pale face. Everyone present in the conference hall, including Irina, immediately thought of one thing: the Empire. Of course. It's been too quiet lately. So this is what they were preparing. The hall was filled with murmurs of discontent. Some of the officials, however, responded with calm resignation as if they had been expecting it. Have we identified the nature of the plague? It appears to be a black magic-infused flu-like plague. And the witch with the bell who suddenly appeared. We are currently searching for her. Haida answered Irina's questions one after another. Isabel, the Grand Witch of Spring, who specialized in curses, spells, and plagues, had been unusually silent since the beginning of the meeting. Black magic? Well, that's at least a small relief. If it's a plague caused by black magic, our witches should be able to handle it. Right, old lady? Irina turned to Isabel but stopped mid-sentence. Old lady? What's wrong? For the first time in her life, she saw fear on Isabel's face. The Grand Witch, who had always been relaxed and confident, now wore an expression of pure terror. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The uneasy whispers of the officials and knights in the hall grew louder. After all, this was Isabel, one of the most experienced witches in the north. The sudden change in her expression spread a contagious sense of unease through the hall. This meeting is adjourned. Knights, prioritize tracking down the witch with the bell. Bureaucrats, do everything in your power to contain the plague's spread. Irina swiftly ended the meeting. Moments later, the conference room was empty except for two people: Irina and Isabel. Old lady, what's going on? Irina asked seriously. Isabel still remained silent. Your Highness. Suddenly, Balzac entered the hall with urgency. Your Highness. The other witches. Balzac leaned in and whispered quietly into Irina's ear. It was a message saying that the other witches were also in a state of panic, just like Isabel. Was this their goal from the beginning? If they couldn't rely on the witches, then the North had no means of stopping this plague. This wasn't just any ordinary plague. It was a plague born from black magic. If only the Renslet Church had grown a little more. Besides the witches, the North had no other means of magical resistance. There were no priests who could wield divine power either. The Renslet Church was still in its infancy, and none of its priests had yet awakened their divine power. Arad. Only one person came to Irina's mind. The man who was currently holed up in his factory, claiming to be preparing for a pandemic and thus skipping the conference. The man who sent Mary in his place as a stand-in while he focused on his work. That man. Balzac. Yes, Your Highness. Bring him. I don't care if you have to kidnap him. Balzac immediately understood her intent and left the hall without delay. Once again, only Irina and Isabel remained in the hall. Old lady, talk to me. Irina tried again to get through to her. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, my lady. For the first time, Isabel's mouth opened. Her voice, usually full of pride and vigor, was now hoarse, cracking, and trembling with exhaustion. Please tell me what's going on. If I don't know, I can't do anything. The restriction. Restriction? You mean that thing that prevents witches from freely teaching or learning magic? Yes, that curse. The source of it, it's here. Explain it to me, Isabel. The more I know, the better I can respond. The one responsible for our curse, the one who cursed all witches, that source has appeared. Gasp. Even saying those words seemed to drain her of her remaining energy. Isabel's breathing grew labored, and she staggered as if about to collapse. At novel bin at. Seeing this, Irina's lips pressed tightly shut. She didn't say another word. Her heart was heavy with fear and foreboding. Irina sat blankly on her pure white throne, waiting for Arad to arrive. Her thoughts drifted to Isabel and the witches. Come to think of it, we don't know much about Isabel or the witches. As she waited, Irina reflected on the nature of Isabel and the witches who had been by their side for as long as she could remember. From the very beginning, Isabel and the witches were always with us. The witches had been part of the Northern Grand Duchy since it was first established 213 years ago. Isabel had already been at the High Tower before Irina was born, and she had always appeared as an elderly woman. Her late father had told her that Isabel was incredibly old. Even when her father was a child, Isabel had been at the High Tower, overseeing the witches. Her grandfather, and even his father, had also seen Isabel in the same form, performing the same role. Father said even he didn't know the details of the witches' restriction, and neither did grandfather. When I asked the old lady and the witches about it, they always said they couldn't explain it properly because of the restrictions conditions. Up until now, she had never found that strange. The people of the Northern Grand Duchy accepted it as naturally as the setting of the sun and the rising of the moon. Sure, it seemed odd that a person could live for so long, but Isabel was a grand witch, not an ordinary witch, but one of the highest-ranking witches. It wasn't strange for a superhuman to have an extended lifespan at novel bin at. Even Swordmaster Balzac was over 100 years old, after all. Even Balzac said he doesn't know much about Isabel and the witches. He said Isabel was already at the High Tower when he was a child, and she looked exactly the same as she does now. But no matter how much of a grand witch she was, it was undeniable that Isabel's lifespan was unnatural. If she had been around since the Northern Grand Duchy was first founded, she had to be at least over 200 years old. Even a superhuman had limits. No ordinary human lifespan could explain this. The old lady once said that the blood of the elves, those who disappeared from Arcadia, flows faintly within witches. Irina recalled the reason why Isabel and the witches had such long lifespans. She said that as a witch's rank increases, that elven blood becomes thicker, affecting their lifespan. Among all the witches, Isabel's lifespan was the longest. In fact, since the founding of the Northern Grand Duchy, Isabel was the only witch who had survived from that time until now. I know so little about the witches and the old lady. Even as the ruler of the North, Irina didn't know much about the peculiar restrictions imposed on the witches. She only knew that it was a limitation that prevented them from freely teaching or learning magic. She had been curious, of course, but she never pressed them for answers. If I'd been too pushy and driven the witches away from the High Tower, it would have only hurt the North. The witches were our only lifeline in a land with no magic or divine power. The North was the only region on the continent where witches could live openly, but that didn't mean the witches had nowhere else to go. They could still head to the eastern continent, or they could emigrate to the southern continent, where elves, dwarves, and beast folk had already established settlements. They're such a secretive and stubborn group. On some level, Irina understood why outsiders viewed witches as no different from black sorcerers. They used curses, sorcery, and spirit magic, and they were incredibly insular. Occasionally, they even dabbled in black magic when the situation called for it. It didn't help that, during the era of savagery, the elves whose blood flowed in the witches had been at the forefront of the movement to exterminate humans. Humans are quick to reject those who are different and quicker still to fear the unknown. Even the people of the North weren't particularly fond of the witches. But it was too late to drive them out. After all, the bond between the Northern Grand Duchy and the witches had been forged over centuries of shared history and hardship. That witch with the bell. There's definitely a connection between her and our witches. Her nerves on edge, Irina finally rose from her white throne. She approached Isabel, who was still trembling and breathing heavily. Old lady, it's okay. Irina moved closer to Isabel. It's okay. She reached out and gently massaged Isabel's trembling shoulders. It's okay. This time, trust me, Arad, and the North. Her soft words of reassurance filled the air. After the collapse of the Golden Age, the continent entered the Age of Fanaticism and later the Dark Ages. During these eras, wizards and witches were harshly persecuted. Wizards eventually escaped persecution by proving their usefulness during the era of savagery, but the same was not true for witches. Witches only accepted female disciples, strictly adhered to one-on-one inheritance, and remained an isolated group. This behavior left them politically isolated. Adding to their troubles, the fact that witches carried traces of elven blood, the blood of a race that had once tried to exterminate humans, became a stain of original sin that they could never wash away. Their practice of spirit magic, which no one else on the continent could use, earned them the jealousy of tower wizards. And their development of sorcery that surpassed even the black sorcerers of the Devil's Den provided the imperial church with a pretext for witch hunts. Even though there wasn't much difference between a female wizard and a witch, it was always the witches who were persecuted. Only in the North specifically, under the protection of the Rensselaer family, were witches guaranteed safety and support. That's why the witches fought to the very end for Northern independence. In the original game, the Silver Age 1, the witches were the heart of the Northern Resistance Army. One of its leaders, Mary the Grand Witch of the Snowfields, was a literal nightmare for the Northern Governor's office alongside Sun. I hope Mary is okay. But now, the witches who had fought so fiercely for Northern independence had suddenly become powerless. This never happened in the original history. Not even when the Empire fought the Northern resistance. As expected, the Empire had hidden its trump card well. In the original history, the Northern resistance fought not only the Imperial army but also the black sorcerers of the Devil's Den, the extreme Northern orcs, and the barbarians of the Manus Mountains. In the original timeline, there had been no need for the Empire to subdue the witches. Or perhaps, in the original timeline, the Grand Witch of the Snowfields, Mary, had broken the curse on the witches herself. Clay Witch Lulu, are you alright? Yug. I was checking on the condition of the witches, drawing on my memories from the original story. Sir, we've gathered all the collapsed witches into one location. We brought them in from both the factory and the high tower. I heard a report from Chief Teo in the distance. The Grand Witch of Spring, Isabel, must still be at the Royal Hall. Hearing Teo's report, I looked around. The soldiers and knights had gathered the fallen witches from all over the high tower and the factory and brought them here. The only one missing was Isabel. Well done. From now on, all production is halted. Focus all efforts on containing the plague. What about you, sir? I'll look after the witches? Believe it or not, I'm pretty good at healing. Understood. The witches were vital to the operation of the Renslet factory. Their spirit magic was a key component of the factory's heavy machinery. That's why, the moment the witches collapsed, I immediately understood the seriousness of the situation. It's okay, it's okay. I checked the condition of a young witch lying in front of me. My max-level skills in magical engineering and healing were put to full use. It's mana exhaustion. Total mana depletion. I quickly identified the problem. The witches weren't suffering from poison or disease, they had completely run out of mana. The current state of the witches was different from when Arena's core had been destroyed in the past. At that time, although Arena's core was shattered, the mana within her body remained. In fact, the problem had been that the mana inside her body had backflowed. But now, the witches didn't have a single speck of mana left in their bodies. The heart engraved with the circle is intact. It was a textbook case of mana exhaustion. How could this happen? Even I, with max-level mastery in magical engineering, alchemy, and healing arts, couldn't understand this phenomenon. Of course, magic and sorcery often strayed far from logic and reason. With an open mind, I carefully examined the condition of the witches. It seems to be related to that. I recalled a particular restriction that bound Isabel and the witches. That restriction that prevented them from freely learning or teaching anything related to magic. This pandemic, the Witch of the Bells suspected of spreading it, the curse that has lingered within the Northern witches for so long, and now, the witches collapsing before my eyes from collective mana exhaustion. The pieces of the puzzle connected one after another. The most urgent issue is the pandemic. Regardless, the immediate problem had to be resolved first. But to stop the pandemic, I need the witches. I decided to get the witches back on their feet first. Seriously, I can't stand the sight of money piling up. Furrowing my brow, I called out to the staff nearby. Bring me a list of all the medicinal herbs, alchemy materials, potions, intermediate or higher grade magic stones, and gold and silver coins we have in the company. Right now. Yes, sir. At my command, an employee from the management office, a second son from a noble family, dashed into the office. Chief Teo. Yes, sir. While hastily drafting a letter, I called for Theo. Deliver this letter immediately to Bishop Intir in the Empire. You can use a Winter Hawk via the Frost Knights. The letter I wrote was a purchase request. No matter how much it cost, I asked him to procure the materials listed as quickly as possible. Sir Carrot is on duty today, so I'll deliver it to him right away. I'm counting on you. I had just finished writing the letter and was about to hand it to Theo when I'll deliver it myself. A hand suddenly intervened and snatched the letter. Sir Balzac. Count Aradjin, you need to head to the palace hall immediately. The old knight, looking graver and more serious than ever, gazed at me as he spoke. Is it the same with the Great Witch of Spring? Sensing the situation, I asked, and Balzac nodded in reply. Mary? What about Mary? Mary? Yes? I sent her as my proxy during the palace conference earlier. Mary? Don't worry. She's fine. She's doing something else right now. She's fine. Yes, she's fine. Why do you ask? No reason. It's nothing. It seems that Mary is more of a female magician than a typical witch right now. As expected, Mary was different from the usual witches. In any case, that's a relief. Feeling genuine relief, I shot to my feet. I need to stop by the first factory for a moment. What for? I need to make a remedy. A remedy? For the plague. That plague has traces of black magic mixed in, so I can't handle it alone. The remedy I'm making is for the witches. You've already figured out a method. The urgency that had been radiating from Balzac eased in an instant. Chief Teo, tell the staff to clear one of the production lines at the first factory for medicinal production. Before responding to Balzac, I called out to Chief Teo. Yes, sir. I'll have the staff prepare it right away. I had mastered every magical technology of the arcane punk era 100 years into the future. With the infrastructure I had now, I could make at least a low-grade mana potion. The only problem was the cost. It was absurdly expensive. If your mana is drained, then just drink a mana potion. After instructing Theo, I finally answered Balzac's earlier question. A mana potion. Yes, a potion that replenishes mana. Such a thing actually exists. It's a field of study that alchemists have discussed in theory for a long time. At novel bin at. Like gold itself. And you can make it. It'll be my first time attempting it as well. I hope you succeed. I will. Huh? If it's Arad Jin doing it, then it'll definitely succeed. The elixir and golden carriage from before were technologies that were also difficult to replicate with the current infrastructure. It required enormous amounts of money and luck. Recreating them was akin to the US lunar mission of the 1960s. You had to pour in astronomical amounts of money to barely pull it off. The mana potion I was about to create now was no different. Then, I'm off to the first factory. Let's go together. I'll escort you. Sir Balzac, you should send the letter first. Don't worry about that. Huiini Isili? Balzac whistled sharply to summon a winter hawk. Hi-yi-yi-yi-yi. A clear cry echoed as the winter hawk appeared from the sky. Deliver it properly, understood. The old knight secured the letter to the winter hawk's leg and sent it flying. All done. Now let's go. Yes, sir. With that, Balzac and I hurried toward the first factory. Upon entering, the staff had already begun setting up the necessary equipment in accordance with my instructions. Like a chef preparing to cook in a kitchen where all the ingredients had been prepped, I began crafting the potion with alchemy. Sir Arad. It's fine. Ask your question. How much time has passed since I began? Suddenly, Balzac called out to me with a peculiar look in his eyes. If you can make something like a mana potion, does that mean you can also make gold? Gold? I can make that even now. The problem is that it costs 10 gold coins to produce just 1 gold coin's worth of gold. The old knight's eyebrows shot up in surprise, only to fall flat again just as quickly. From here on, I'll need to concentrate. Even as this brief conversation passed, I continued to produce the mana potion without a pause. Even with Balzac standing right next to me, he watched with sparkling eyes as if everything I did was fascinating and amusing. Still, it seemed he had enough sense not to bother me after his initial question about gold at novel bin at. But even Balzac couldn't help but flinch at a certain moment. Are you throwing away those high-grade magic stones? In the end, he couldn't hold back and mumbled his question out loud. That's right, I replied, nodding lightly since I had just finished an important step in the process. That's expensive. Yes, it is. During the production of the mana potion, 3 high-grade magic stones had lost their light. A magic stone losing its light meant it had become an ordinary stone. Without a mana engine, rubber, an ether circuit, or a mithril container, I have no choice but to grind up the magic stones and force-feed them into the process. The result of sacrificing those magic stones was a blue liquid that barely filled half a beer mug. 3 high-grade magic stones, and that's all the potion you got. Balzac grimaced, clearly stunned. It's not just the magic stones. The other materials aren't exactly cheap, either. Exactly. This is as wasteful as trying to make gold using alchemy. You mean that thing where it costs 10 gold coins to make 1 gold coin? Yes. Dear heavens. Even if we deal with the plague, it's still going to be a problem. I felt the same way as Balzac. I didn't expect the yield to be this small. 3 high-grade magic stones for just 500 ml of mid to low-grade mana potion. And that's with my luck stat applying. Even with the bonus effects of my luck stat, this was all I could get. The more I thought about it, the more chilling it felt. No matter how you spin it, using this much money to make mana potions is not a sustainable solution. It became clear that mass production of mana potions was out of the question. I had braced myself for it, but the cost was beyond excessive. It felt like burning down my house and melting gold just to drink a sip of soda. There's no guarantee that Intir will be able to bring me everything I requested. Even if I poured more money into it, I couldn't be sure I'd be able to make more mana potions. Sure, I could scrounge up high-grade magic stones from the north, but the rare medicinal ingredients and alchemy materials that couldn't be sourced locally had to be obtained through Intir. But would the Empire really let that slide? I need to prepare an alternative to the potion. I began setting up a new process on the alchemy production line. This time, I prepared leaves, paper, mid to low-grade magic stone powder, and medicinal ingredients. I never thought I'd have to use this like this. I was saving it for a more critical moment. This was supposed to be a hidden card I'd use as leverage when I needed to put the witches to hard work later on. But it seemed I had no choice but to bring it out now. Isabel was experiencing one of the rarest luxuries she'd had in her 240 years of life. Don't worry. You're fine, old lady. She was receiving a massage directly from none other than Irina, the Grand Duchess of the North. Isabel, drained of mana to the point where even speaking was difficult, looked at her liege with a faint smile, the kind only a grandmother could give. What kind of bloodline produces such a kind-hearted child? A sense of pride, known only to her, bloomed in her heart. Whose bloodline, you ask? Mine and Rune Renslait's, of course. Ho ho ho. The north was dangerous, and the situation for the witches was bleak. Yet, strangely, Isabel felt neither sorrow nor loneliness. After all, right before her eyes was Irina. Your Highness? Apologies for being late. I've brought Sir Arad. Her dependable little rascal Balzac was here, too. Granny? Sir Arad. Apologies for the delay, Your Highness. And the northern sorcerer, a man who could resolve any situation. Arad Jin is here now. Excuse me, Miss Isabel. As soon as Arad arrived at the palace hall, he carefully pulled out a clear bottle filled with a blue liquid from his bag. Mana. The moment Isabel saw it, she could sense it. She knew exactly what that blue liquid was. Good thing I made a syringe right after I heard about the pandemic. Muttering to himself, Arad immersed something peculiar into the container with the blue liquid. It was a silver cylinder, about the size of 2 fingers, with a thick needle attached to the front. This is going to hurt. Tap tap tap. With a sharp motion, Arad rolled up Isabel's left sleeve and plunged the needle into a vein. Isabel, her strength drained from mana exhaustion, could only blankly watch as Arad performed the procedure. The needle has a tiny hole in it. Indeed. To craft such a precise needle, it's remarkable craftsmanship. You're injecting the mana potion directly into her veins, administering mana potions straight into the bloodstream. I've never seen anything like it. Didn't they say he's skilled in healing arts too? Arina and Balzac watched the process with wide, curious eyes, their gazes glued to Arad's movements. The effect took less than 5 minutes. Isabel slowly moved her body, feeling her mana fill up to about 30% capacity. How is this possible? She stared at Arad, wide-eyed with shock. Now then, would you be so kind as to tell me the story? Arad, with a somewhat blunt tone, directed the question at Isabel. Story, you say, President Jin? Yes, tell me the full story of how this mess came to be. A story? Huh. I'd like to tell you, Sir Arad, but because of the curse, I can't. Is that curse what's draining everyone's mana? That's right. Then what's going on right now? You haven't broken the curse, yet you're still fine. This is... Isabel trailed off, unable to continue. Let me rephrase my question. If you broke the curse now, what would happen? For instance, if you tried to tell me more about the curse, what would happen to you? The mana I just recovered would drain away again. All at once, like before. That was a rare exception. Normally, I'd lose my mana gradually but quickly. Even just saying that much caused cold sweat to bead on Isabel's forehead. Repeated bouts of mana exhaustion. It would eventually make it impossible to use magic again. I know. It's a punishment worse than death for those who have mastered magic. Exactly, Sir Arad. Hearing Isabel's explanation, Arad's eyes gleamed. Then that means, theoretically, if I can keep replenishing your mana, I can hear the truth from you. Theoretically, yes. But that mana potion, I could tell as soon as I took it. It must have cost a fortune to make. And the quantity is extremely limited, isn't it? That's true for the mana potion. At Isabel's words, Arad smirked as if he had expected it. He reached into his bag once more and pulled out something else.